recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the one really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms that do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level, the declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions, into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the race to zero immediately.
Investing in a low-carbon, a resilient economy is actually an enormous opportunity right now.
The winners will be the ones creating positive impact.
And what we do at Prime is we offer investment options in solar energy projects in emerging markets.
So fintech is helping resolve access issues for the financially excluded while addressing climate change issues at the same time.
The key here is to put at least the same amount of determination behind actions to achieving this target as we do for major financial or business targets that the companies typically steered on.
So we don't have time, but we do have solutions.
When you scale this solution, in fact, we will save money. We will increase our productivity.
It's a $100 trillion plus economy, the greatest opportunities ever.
That is how we change things together. Your opinions will also be a rating on our platform, where those business and organizations that are doing good climate action will get a better climate score compared to the ones not doing enough. This is going to change how corporations compete.
This top line is 200 to 300 green growth companies that are delivering much better results while taking down our footprints.
Young people have demonstrated that campaigns on the ground can actively shape where the money goes.
We want to be the provider that shows to the company, its employees, that you can make a change with your savings.
We now got 87 asset managers with $37 trillion of assets. That's more than a third of global assets committed to net zero by 2050, and 43 banks with $29 trillion.
The drive to net zero is the growth story of the 21st century.
And the time to act is now.
And about 73% globally of all used clothing is being incinerated or landfilled today.
Our food systems are failing massively, both people and planet.
In 40, 50 years, the glass age will sort of be over because we don't have any sand left to produce glass.
So ultimately, over 90% of all that hard-won stuff we use slips through our fingers and ends up as waste.
Welcome to the third Exponential Climate Action Summit broadcast.
All together, we have an amazing opportunity to create a sustainable future by transitioning to a society based on circular principles.
We use 95% less water than traditional farming.
Reusing products has given us a revenue growth of, on average, 20% per year.
So we decided to design for circularity and eliminate the concept of waste.
We want to create a climate neutral car by 2030.
It's removing 1.54 kilos of carbon per bottle.
You have to understand the life cycle impact to know if it's better to use and reuse or if it's better to recycle and use the material another time.
The problem, though, is that the nitrogen that we produce are we not allowed to use today. Because today's legislation, if you're going to use something, it depends on origin and not the quality. And if it has been waste, it is banned.
What governments should do is to ban landfill possibilities.
Today, reused materials very often are more expensive than virgin materials.
Cars have now absorbed almost all the space in cities, all the rights of way, all the parking space.
We can't wait for 2025, 2030. We need to change now.
Digitalization is one of the great opportunities to actually transform the world as we know it right now.
We need to have a behavioral change and mindset, not only in the companies, but also in the consumers and in the governments.
What if we could change the system together? We believe by rewarding climate solutions and warning all the polluters, we will make it profitable to save our planet.
A warm welcome to the 5th day of live broadcasting here from the COP27 Climate Hub, brought to you by We Don't Have Time and UNDP, in collaboration with Ericsson, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Business Sweden, and Nature Positive. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I'm one of the 3 hosts here at We Don't Have Time, and the other ones are Nick Nuttall and Shota Chakraborty. And today we're going to talk about food, agriculture, and land restoration. And of course, these themes are, or should be, everyday's topics, but we'll focus extra much on these today. But before we continue with this theme, well, let's dig into a bit deeper and go to the Nature's Newsroom and look into what happened here yesterday. And in helping me do so, I have 3 fantastic guests here in the panel. I'd like to introduce Leonardo Lacerda from the Nature Conservancy. Wonderful to see you here again. And also we have with us Judith Walcott, Program Officer, Climate Change and Biodiversity, UNEP WCMC. Terrific to see you, Judith. And also Jad Daly from American Forests. So let's start out with you, Leonardo. How about the announcements that have been done here at the COP so far? What do they mean from your perspective?
For us, I think there were 2 major announcements. One from the Breakthrough Agenda that got together around countries that represent 50% of the GDP on Earth, and they agreed to a 1-year action plan to work on 5 major areas and came up with 25 major measures, including something far-fetched like the creation of 100 hydrogen valleys, that is places where intensive industry that uses carbon can be put together in different applications using green hydrogen. But the key thing there that was announced that I think has a great potential is to find the final date for signing the death certificate for the cars that use fossil fuels. So within that, they have been thinking about the dates of 2035 and 2040 to finally set that up. And then the second issue was, the second announcement had to do with Biden's visit here. He was here for 3 hours and on his way to the G20 in Bali. And I think of his announcements, one that really struck was the methane idea of getting EPA in the United States to address the reduction of methane by 87% by 2030. And this is major because the US, unfortunately, has allowed more gas in the past few years. And yeah, so this would be an important key measure.
There's lots of talk about data, just like you mentioned. Of course, data is crucial. So over to Judith here. What data are we missing here in terms of getting down to zero in time? What data would we need more of?
I think that's a really interesting question. I would say that data is perhaps not our key issue, but just ensuring that the way that data is generated and used to inform decisions, to communicate the urgency of the situation that we're in is most important. Data needs to be generated in a way that's equitable, taking account of the needs, the priorities of key stakeholders that are involved and affected by climate change, by other environmental issues. I think we've seen at this COP a huge focus on the role of indigenous peoples, local communities, youth, other vulnerable actors. So I think data needs to take into account the necessities, the priorities, be generated with those actors. And I think data needs to be taken up by decision makers, those with power, to make urgent changes. I think we've seen that we're not on track, but we can make important changes that are absolutely essential to address climate change. So I think data that's generated in an equitable and effective way to make these urgent changes is the most important aspect, rather than generating perhaps more data. I think lack of data is not the main issue, but how it's used by decision makers is the most important thing. We're in an urgent situation. We require urgent investment, urgent incentives for countries, for vulnerable actors that are the ones on the front lines of addressing climate change and the climate crisis.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Judith. I'm turning now to Jad. Being a tree man, a tree guy, I'm
Yes.
a tree woman, girl, I love trees. So tree equity has been one of the themes for the American foresters. Could you tell us a little bit more about this, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a fundamental reality in cities in America and in cities around the world, which is that a map of trees is also a map of income and a map of race in ways that transcend income. Don't take my word for it. We proved it. And your viewers have permission to multitask. They can see this on the internet at something called treeequityscore.org. We mapped every urban neighborhood in America using that kind of data that you described, and democratized data that everyone can access and look at, from individual citizens to the White House. And we showed how trees are systemically missing in lower income neighborhoods and communities of color. Now, why does that matter? If you don't have trees in your neighborhood, it can be more than 20 degrees hotter. You have higher levels of air pollution. It even affects your mental health, the value of your property. And so the people in our society who are already facing the greatest disadvantages and the greatest health risks, including from climate threats like extreme heat, are getting the least protection from the powerful healing shield for cities that is trees. And so with the tree equity movement that we've built in America and that we are helping to foster around the world, we're getting governments to step up their investment in planting trees and caring for trees in those neighborhoods that need them the most, and turning that into green jobs for the people in those neighborhoods that are most fundamentally economically underserved. So among the things that we've been here to announce this week, we are extending that tree equity score globally. And we're going to be expanding to the UK. Is going to be the first international expansion. We announced a $10 million fund to make sure that we can help frontline organizations and communities that don't have as much money to be able to participate in this work and prepare for these kinds of activities. And the U.S. federal government has just, through the Inflation Reduction Act, made the largest single investment in history, $1.5 billion, to provide grants to cities and frontline organizations to do this work. And in case that wasn't enough, the capstone is we're part of a partnership, the U.S. chapter of UNT.org, that involves states and cities and tribes. It involves companies, nonprofits of all kinds, who we're announcing this week have committed to conserve, restore, and grow 55 billion trees by 2030. And I'm really proud to say that a number of those commitments are specific to tree equity in cities. So we're really getting on this. We're not just talking a good game. This is climate justice in action. And we've really, I think, got people focused on it and ready to invest in it like it's a life or death issue.
Wonderful news. So would you like to add, Leonardo? Look like you didn't. Okay. So would you like to add, Judith? Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to add to that. Yesterday as well, we launched a report called Advancing Towards the Glasgow Climate Pact, a call to action to achieve 1 gigaton of emissions reductions from forests by 2025. So I think it's completely aligned with what you're saying. The key role of nature as well as forests, in addressing the climate crisis in an equitable and effective way. And the data that we found from that was that although we're halfway to the milestone of achieving the 1 gigaton of emissions reductions, we're only 24% of the way in terms of public and private financial commitments for that. So this is the type of information that really needs to inform the incentives, the investment that forest countries need to make these changes. So completely aligned with that.
Thank you. Leonardo.
And as the theme yesterday was about how to decarbonize the economies, this issue of climate justice is imperative. So we know that we need to more than triple the current rate of deployment of renewables on Earth, and in order for us to meet the Paris target. So there are enormous potential for conflicts. Conflicts related to important conservation areas for biodiversity, but also conflicts with people. We need to be sure that this deployment of clean energy is not only clean, but also green and also just, equitable. And I think we have, let's say, done all of the warming up. The price of energy is now low, etc. But we need to do the sprint. We need to really accelerate that deployment and making sure that we do the right siting of this energy.
Thank you, Leonardo. Let's turn back to you, Jed. We just had an election in the U.S.
Yes.
So what does this bring in terms of hope for nature-based solutions?
This last election was the first time that climate change has ever been so unmistakably on the ballot in the United States. You know, I've been working on these issues for decades now in the United States, and we've been kind of creeping our way up to this moment where we finally had clear climate change action. And some of the climate change actions that we've taken in the last 2 years have been bipartisan. I'm really proud of that. The infrastructure bill that the United States passed, actually it was during the last COP, includes, for example, $10 billion to invest in forests as a nature-based solution. And that was bipartisan, and I think we should all be really proud of that. It proves that actually nature-based solutions are something that we can all agree on. But we also have to face the reality that the comprehensive climate change bill that followed, that was just passed this summer, the Inflation Reduction Act, was solely passed by Democrats. It was opposed by every single Republican. And that included another $10 billion for nature-based solution, for forests as a nature-based solution, as well as hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in clean energy and all the rest of the climate change solutions that we need. And so voters who went to the polls this week had a very clear choice. You had one party that had uniformly rejected this legislation and one that passed it. And I think the fact that the climate supporters, the Democrats did exceptionally well in this election, far, far better than expected, powered by young people. And anybody who missed this, it was a historic turnout of young people who for the first time saw that their elected officials were ready to go out there on a limb and do whatever it takes, even act as one party alone, to affect the climate crisis, because we don't have time to wait. We don't actually have time to wait on bipartisanship. And so now as we go into this next Congress, I've been at events with the Democratic members of Congress who are here at COP27, and they are emboldened by, they know that voters turned out and voted for climate change. And so we hope that we will be able to act in a bipartisan way going forward. And I feel certain that we'll be able to act in a bipartisan way on nature-based solutions going forward, but no one's going to trade that for overall climate change progress. It must be overall climate change progress in every possible sector, and that needs to happen however it needs to happen politically. And I think the political support now in the United States, we know is there for folks who are willing to lead on climate change.
It is indeed very hopeful. So over to you, Judith. Governments are, as we just mentioned here, of course, key to making this happen in the race to zero quick enough. So what kind of shift do you see in politics now related to the Ukraine, the Russian war, the invasion in Ukraine, and also in terms of other conflicts in the world? How is this affecting government policies?
So I think any sort of government policy and action for climate and nature needs to take account of the enabling environment that we're in. We're in an existential crisis. The climate change crisis, biodiversity, pollution, food insecurity, wars, pandemics. I think the key message, and a message that governments themselves are starting to talk about, is that forests and nature are a key part of the solution. But they need investment. The countries undertaking actions to protect and restore their forests need funding for this. So it's an urgent question, it's an urgent issue, and urgent funding is needed. Urgent incentives are needed as well. The price of carbon, for example, is between $5 and $10 per ton of carbon emissions avoided, which doesn't meet the costs of countries undertaking these Herculean efforts to reduce their emissions from deforestation and address climate change. We need a higher price of carbon. We need more incentives, stronger incentives. We need bold incentives. And I think that's a message that's coming from countries themselves. A lot of the actions being undertaken to protect nature and forests and address climate change need further investment. They need incentives, and they need to be undertaken with high integrity and with equity. And I think that's a message that is coming out very strongly from governments here at COP.
And probably some of the money is there, but it's being poorly used. So probably one of the most important things that we need to do is to divert the current incredible amount of money that flow into fossil fuel subsidies and put them to really help with the energy transition and also with food security, as those two issues have been the most important revealed by the current state of war. Food is more expensive, and we need to ensure a greater security of energy, cheaper and cleaner.
Well, thank you so much, Jad, Judith, and Leonardo, for these insights that you brought to us, and best of luck with your important work. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Food and agriculture are indeed central themes here at the COP, which is absolutely fantastic. So that's why I'm very happy to have with me a next guest here, Lukas Patanavicius, regenerative advocate, Cycle to Farms. Terrific to have you here, Lukas.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to be here.
Terrific. So you have literally been cycling to farms across Europe, to the Middle East and Africa, and you've been capturing stories of regenerative farms. So this is absolutely crazy and terrific at the same time. So why did you do this? What brought you to this fantastic endeavor?
Actually, to be very honest, out of frustration. Yeah, you know, the food systems that we have today doesn't make sense. You know, the way we grow food, the way we eat, the way we treat soil, it just didn't make sense to us. And we kind of knew that the regenerative agriculture farmers, they're going an extra mile to combat these solutions and to build the new ecosystems and to build a new world. And that's what we actually realize when you go there and when you visit those farms. And we always strive to learn about them, what they are actually doing in practice on the ground level, and how can we learn from that. And yeah, and the cycling part, it was just, you know, we've been always dreaming about cycling from Cairo to Cape Town, and if not now, then when? And I think Charles Bukowski is saying, if you go all the way, really combines together when it comes to the farmers and to our idea, to make those courageous moves and to make action.
So how far did you cycle?
Well, so far we did 4,000 kilometers. We cycled from the Netherlands to Jordan, and then we came here to Sharm el-Sheikh. And the next destination is East Africa, so Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and Tanzania.
And you're not cycling alone, because you're cycling with your partner, Aisha, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing to be in a team together with Aisha.
So you and Aisha, as I understand it correctly, you have recorded and you've filmed some of your meetings with the regenerative farmers, and we're about to watch a short video now, right?
Yeah. So
what is it about?
Yeah. So on the way, we try to learn about what those farmers are actually doing in practice, and we want to learn. And you know, for example, in Jordan, or as in this case, in this video from Egypt, they are already facing climate change consequences. You know, droughts, water scarcity, biodiversity losses, desertification. And in this particular case, they're growing food in the desert. Quite often you would say it's impossible to grow it, and you know, but these farmers are resilient And on top of that, they're also building wonderful communities around. They're serving for the Bedouins, for the local people. They're actually in a very difficult environment, in a very difficult context, not only environmentally, but also socially and economically. So I think there is a lot for us to learn also in Europe, because some of those challenges might come to us as well.
They might very well. So Lucas, from your perspective, what are the key findings? What are the key learnings from visiting all these farmers? If you would maybe mention two.
Regenerative agriculture is a lot of hard work. That's one. The second one, we need more people back in agriculture, and especially young people. It's not sexy anymore. Although there are so many amazing things. It gives you a lot of meaning. It gives you purpose, which most of us lost quite recently. And yeah, but it really requires a lot of work. So we need to respect these farmers who are taking those risky, courageous moves, building this new world, and to support them as much as we can.
And also to pay the right amount of money for the food that they're producing, right? That's another aspect.
Yeah, with this, now with the growing, rising food prices, it might sound difficult, but to pay that extra coin for, or to buy different varieties for the foods that you
to make sure that you might support the right type of agriculture. So let's now watch the video. Would you like to say anything before you let it roll? Or it speaks for itself?
I think it speaks for itself, but I think the message would be, I would like to encourage people as well to take that courageous move and don't hesitate, and step out of your comfort zone. And if we can cycle across the world, you don't have to do that, but I think it's a proof that you can also achieve and achieve the things that you would love to achieve. Yeah.
So from my perspective, I'd say find what you find, look for what you find the most important in this transition, and put your love and your energy in that. And that's what you've been doing, right?
Precisely. And those farmers are also, really dedicated.
Putting their love and their energy. So thank you so much for doing this work and cycling with your partner, Aisha. It's amazing. So let's now enjoy your video. And thanks a lot for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Of Habiba community. You can see behind me and around me, this is land when I started in 2007. It was the base of the synergizing differences, food security, transformation of life, and the achievement can is try to cultivate a part of, if you can also at least buy from a farmer direct. We would like to thank you. So here we are using different type of crops and different methodologies. The ecosystem. For instance, this is serving us as a trap of pomegranate. But if it doesn't find pomegranate, cash. So everyone becomes desert and say, wow, desert, and where the water come from? Underground water, actually. The one is like, consciousness, awareness as a community to come because this is very important. Till now we are using the shallow from the water from the sea coming to keep the water infiltrate underground, and the mountains, which is the rain water, therefore discovery for us, and thanks to the different universities. Saving us a lot of time, money.
Pieces, really valuable pieces of it. So now I have next to me here two persons that will here, Christina Nabwawi from Uganda. Christina, you're a member of Eastern and Southern African. And next to her, we have Kurshu Singh Sevrai from Mauritius. And welcome to the broadcast. And let's start with a question, broad question here. The future of food. It's an overall big question. But from your perspective, what do we need to focus when it comes to the future of food? Christine, from your perspective.
Thank you. This is Christine, a member of ESAF Uganda. The future of food is currently threatened with the overwhelming effects of climate change. So food begins with the farmer, and it is all the production, the initiation, and everything begins on the small farms. So if we mismanage the small farms, food is threatened. Unless we put in much effort in the practices at the farms, then we can revive food. But currently, food is threatened because climate change is with us, and it's all over. It's affecting us greatly. So we have to revive food since it is a basic necessity, and we need food more than anything. It is medicinal. It is a health item that we need every day because we have to consume food, and it's the reason why we live. So food has to be greatly conserved, greatly managed, and we have to see the sustainability, the progress, and how can we handle food as in, not even being diligently, but jealously, because food is something that we can't mismanage. So we have to handle food jealously. So we have to put barriers on the threat that we are seeing in the future of food.
Well, thank you very much, Christine. Kurshu, from your perspective, are we focusing enough on the small farmers? Or, and if the answer might be no, I guess it might be. What do we need to get more support for the small farmers?
So, just like you introduced myself, so I am Khushbu from Mauritius. And Mauritius is basically an island and falls under the constituency of a South African country. So I would say that smallholder farmers is like very underestimated. Like in context of climate change, we tend to emphasize a lot on the large-scale holder farmers. And we, as myself, I'm a small holder farmer, so I can relate to those type of farmers. So it's very difficult to adapt our cultivation in the face of crisis, because we should remember now we do not only have climate change, there is COVID-19 pandemic, there is, you have the Russian war, so we are all impacted by this. So there is the cost of fertilizers increasing, so we do not have like enough resources compared to the large-scale holder farmers, but we should not only concentrate on the challenges. We know we have this and this type of crisis, so why not come with solutions? So as smallholder farmers, what I would suggest from my experience at ground level, it would be to come together, form cooperatives or even associations, get engaged in farmers' dialogue in order to get our voices heard at policy level. This is what we are doing in Mauritius for the small-scale holder farmers, because we know there is a need for them to have an ambassador, an advocate for them. So we are getting there. It's like a lot of work. But for the other countries, I would suggest that they get more engaged in farmers' dialogue first, rather than just telling in the media that we have this and that problem. We need to work our foundation first. Yes.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Christine, what can we learn from indigenous farmers in terms of practices and techniques to enhance well, the food supply and also to support the local farmers better?
You said, what do we learn?
Yes, how can we learn from indigenous people?
Oh, okay, good.
In terms of farm practices.
The reason why food is getting threatened is because we diverted from the indigenous knowledge that we used to have. And there was the introduction of chemicals, introduction of pesticides that now got into the deterioration of the soil fertility. But currently what we need to do is to see that we revive back the indigenous knowledge, which included the mulching, intercropping, tilling of land, you know, the knowledge that helped us with our maintaining the nature, that is the environment, not cutting trees, because trees make it an immediate effect in our farms. So we have to maintain the tree planting caravans, and we have to encourage, you know that some of our practices and seeds are getting extinct. So the extinct practices that we used to have, we need to revive them. These are the knowledge and skills that our grandparents had even before the introduction of technology. So the indigenous knowledge is so helpful because it consisted the effort of humans, both for human and for animals, for livestock, and we used the green, the nature that God gave us, which could help us reproduce. But today, the way we are trying to multiply so fast what we produce is the problem we are getting. Okay, when it comes to profitability, right? But when it comes to health and the long-lasting effects, then that is the bad side of it. And the other issue would be the issue among farmers, the small-scale farmer, is whereby we are negotiating for support for the community initiatives. We are out there trying out things ourselves, so we need to be supported to see that we can have that knowledge come back, document it for us, so that we can keep encroaching on that knowledge. So it is very much crucial that we have the indigenous knowledge. It is the one that could produce health foods for human consumption.
Thank you very much indeed for those insights. It's indeed, I really applaud everything you said there. So, Kushu, from your perspective, will we have, is there enough support in terms of getting us down to net zero in using the nature-based solutions when you relate to food? So what are your hopes when it comes to food as a big player in this race to zero?
So currently, I think we are still working on getting the right support to get down to net zero. It's not impossible, but we need to acknowledge and accept the fact that it's going to take time, because it's not easy, especially to get the involvement of our policymakers, because they are conflicted with many other priorities. But we as farmers, we do our best to make sure our voices are heard, especially the young farmers who are now actively, I would say, contributing in a way to rebrand the agricultural system. And of course, we need, I would say, more of co-creation, co-participation of the multi-stakeholders, not only the government, because from what I've seen in the scope, we are telling, yes, we need the government to do this, that. No, you can't just proceed like this. The policy-making side is going to take time, but we need maybe promote the involvement of our private sectors first. In the meantime, we can get from the government side the help that is required. But let us focus on which stakeholder is going to help us first, because we need fast actions. The crises are going to happen unexpectedly, so we need fast solutions. We cannot just wait and keep telling we need this and that. No, we need to take actions now.
Well, thank you very much indeed. So, do you have any final remarks here, Christine? Would you like to conclude from your side?
Would I have what?
Do you have any final remarks before we conclude this panel?
Okay, my final remarks are farmers are struggling, and we are the first generation in the cycle of in the food system cycle. So since we produce for the world, we produce for everything, we have to be supported. We can't make it, okay, finances are more crucial, but we have to make it at a human level. The willingness of our leaders, for us we make them the local leaders, the willingness of our leaders to work with us would encourage us more. Then secondly is to see that we can increase farm production by combining, joining ourselves to see that we share the knowledge on our farms to see that at least we can produce whichever variety it is, but we can meet the market demands. So if we are to be supported, let it be at grassroots level, not the support at policy level, because policies are a big gap between the policymakers and the farmers. So we need these policies to be scaled down, make them practical for a farmer who produces practically. So the help we need is at the grassroots level for the farmer to implement. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 1 more minute, so Kosho, please give your final remarks.
Yes, so before I conclude, I just want to add that us as young farmers, we need such platforms to make our voices heard. And through the World Farmers Organization and also Just Rural Transitions, young farmers are definitely being given this platform. And I would say young farmers are not only the future, but the present of the agricultural system. So we need to focus on that. We need to sit together, make strategies in alignment with the government vision. Let's work together to make the change. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Kosho, and thank you very much indeed, Christine. And best of luck with your important work.
Thank you.
And power to the farmers, right? Yes.
Power.
Thank you. Thank you. Such great panel. This is wonderful, Nature's Newsroom. So now I'm very excited to introduce the 2 next guests here. With me here I have Jennifer Chow from EDF, a Senior Director on Resilient Food Systems. Warm welcome to you, Jennifer. And also with me Sudhanshu Saranwala, Chief Impact Officer from Infarm. And you're also, of course, extremely welcome here to the Nature Newsroom. Regenerative farming, we talked a lot about this. So Jennifer, you're a Senior Director of the Resilient Food System. What do we really mean by a resilient food system?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question and for having us here today. One, I think is, your panel previous to this talked about the production part being just the first part of a food system. And the reason we talk about food systems is because it's really critical to understand that we're not just talking about the farmers and fishers who produce our food, but we're also talking about the processing that's required in many cases for our food, who's transporting our food, who's thinking about food loss and waste issues, who's thinking about whether this food is nutritious. There are many components to a food system. Until we really think about how complex the system is, we won't be able to fully tackle this twin crisis of a broken food systems and of a climate crisis. And so the two really go hand in hand. And so we have to understand this from building a resilient food system, which means a food system that works for people and a food system that works for nature. So that's how I would really describe that.
We cannot forget the oceans, correct? Because we talk a lot about agriculture, but we also have the oceans as a source of food.
Yes, so the ocean really provides some of the most nutritionally dense food that we have. The miracle of the ocean is that if we properly manage our fisheries, it is a naturally renewable source of food. And so if we can responsibly embark on fisheries management in partnership with communities, in partnership with governments, then we actually can continue to provide highly nutritious food for people around the world. So it's critical that we look at ocean health from a myriad of perspectives, but also from a food systems perspective. So thank you for highlighting that. I think the other part that's critical to oceans and to the work that the Environmental Defense Fund is doing around small-scale fishers and farmers is to recognize that fishers are really some of the most vulnerable communities. Many of them are landless. This is why they've actually taken on fishing as their livelihood. And so we really need to support them in their transition as climate change layers an extra component to the challenges around fisheries as a livelihood. And so some of that includes working across countries, because the ocean is a unique space that in many cases doesn't have any borders, right? And so working across countries to share this resource, including the work that we're doing in the Humboldt Current with Chile, Peru, Ecuador, for example, where together we've come to an agreement to share early warning systems, scientific information, and work together to actually preserve the fisheries in that area.
Crucial work. On our Dragonflies Den yesterday, we had a company pitching that they have a technique to transform fossil-based engines for fishermen immediately in a very, very low cost to hydrogen. So if you want to look that up in yesterday's broadcast, that might be interesting for you, because it's up and running already, and it might be a way for the fishermen to get a different technique if there is hydrogen in the area, or connect with the hydrogen plant, of course, that needs to be built. So in terms of policies, what do we need to create a more resilient food system? That's a probably big ask, but if you could just give us the highlights of your wish list.
Sure. So I think the really important point is being willing to work with anybody who is also on this journey with us. So I think there's 2 points here. One is that there's been a real erosion and damage of trust. And so it's really hard in some cases to have different communities that are essential to food systems working together. That has caused us to waste a lot of time. And so the one point I have there is we see so much discussion here at this COP around a just transition, around conversations that talk about generating wealth or income, and are those conversations genuinely thinking about the communities that we're talking about, the ones who are the most vulnerable and who have the least responsibility for the situation we're in? Are we really having them in mind? Are they at the table? Are we actually creating an environment where there will be some redistribution of wealth? And I think in the past, these communities have not actually seen that. And so many come to the table already with sort of a sense that this conversation is not really about them. And so that's extremely damaging. I think the conversation has to stay there. And that will really help for us to come together a little bit better around the same goals that we want, but we are at an impasse in many ways around that. So that would be the first point that I have to make around that.
Great. We're moving now to Sudhanshu. In terms of indoor vertical farms, what can you tell us? How are you working? What are the techniques?
So, am I audible? All right. So, indoor vertical farming is a very specific part of what we call controlled environment agriculture. So, we're essentially controlling all the aspects that currently we're in normal farming. You're prone to climate shocks, you're prone to water requirements, etc. In indoor farming, in vertical farming, it's basically you're creating climate machines where you can grow whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want. And it's not just an opportunity, it's really a necessity, because the world is beset with climate shocks. We know that. We have seen a lot of supply chain vulnerability, whether it be pandemic or conflict related. And more importantly, as Jennifer said, we're talking about ecosystem degradation and destruction. So how do you actually start decoupling the two things? So vertical farming and overall controlled environment agriculture addresses some of that we're talking about.
What would be the main challenges when it comes to vertical farming?
So in vertical farming, it's obviously a high investment business because you're creating the technology, you're building farms, you're bringing the weather inside, you're creating the weather inside. So there is an investment component that needs to be looked at, and with financial markets being what they are, where they're tight, it gets tougher. When it's better times, you can actually expand and scale that much quicker. The second is energy is a challenge in today's environment. It wasn't for a few months ago, and hopefully won't be a few months from now, but at this point in time, it certainly is. And then there is how quickly can this proven technology actually travel and get adopted and adapted around the world? And we're beginning to see that happening very quickly. In any country that you pick up, you see a different form of controlled environment agriculture taking root, and that's very, very positive.
Well, thank you. I wish I could have kept on interviewing you here, but the studio man in my ear says... So thanks so much for coming, Jennifer, as the show. Fantastic work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now we're moving on to watch a video. Food, we rely, as we've spoken about here, both food on land and also in terms of safeguarding for very great.
I'm Mayor Mary Ginte of Libertad Antique, Philippines, and I'm a member of the Coastal 500, a global network of mayors in the world. Actually, Coastal 500 is an organization where we all gather together, small communities, trying to come up with common policies in making sure that all that we're doing in our town can address the problem in climate change. Mine, particularly, we're doing like coastal resource management, where we wanted nature to thrive with people. Well, for most, when we first started our innovations like coastal resource management, that was way back in 1996, where climate change was just a plain concept, right? And nobody knows about it. So when our fishers learned that there's already a decrease of fish catch, there was abuse of area, and the people are not as participative, then we began to start creating innovations, creating a program that will respond to the immediate need of our people. Particularly when fishing is not already on it's getting farther, where it's being expensive, it's exhaustive, and it's dangerous. Because why? Because there was a massive decrease of fish catch, because fishing at that time is free. It's for everyone, no matter what system they're gonna use, illegal, destructive, till such time when there was already a big change in the ecosystem. Because like in my town, we declared 40% of our land area to be protected. So our people is being not just easily years. Fishing is only for big. The sustainability should work, making sure that our generation, not just this generation, has something to eat or to live in the next 10, 20, 50 years. Or be a bottoms-up approach. Because people follows, people listen, and we implement, like in my case, in our country, we are given an opportunity to do policies that we believe can address problem on climate change, on fish catch. We can do it. So that's why we play a percent that, and for our leaders, those firsthand. So that's far more important. And we have mere metaphor, reality now.
Great interview, huh? And now it's time for the final session, and I have 4 fantastic guests joining me here on stage. I'd like to introduce Sam Teicher. You are co-founder and chief reef officer, what a great title, at Coral Vita. And also next to you are Professor Maus Fine, and you're from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Israel. And then next to you is Professor Dr. Mahmoud Hassan Hanafi, and you're Suez Canal University, Hurghada Environmental Protection and Conservation Association, also called the HEPCA. And last but not least, Rory Jordan, you are Deputy Director, Coral Research and Development Accelerator Platform. So wonderful to have you all here. So let's start with you, Sam. Tell me about why you're working on large-scale coral restoration, and what is the Pacific Reefs Initiative?
So I run a company called Coral Vita, which is frankly a job that shouldn't exist. There's a global community of amazing scientists and keep reefs alive, and really the best thing to do is to stop killing them, which is why places like COP27 solving for climate change is so important. But in the meantime, just like we can do reforestation to bring forests back to life, we can also do reef restoration to give reefs a chance to survive. So we're using a commercial mission-driven model and technologies and methods to help bring those reefs back to life, currently in the Bahamas, but looking to do it all around the world. But what the idea is behind with peace reefs is that here in Egypt, the Red Sea, Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, down to Yemen and Sudan, this is an ecosystem that is one of the most resilient coral reefs in the world, as we'll hear about, and critical for prosperity and security and health. And corals don't really know borders, so what happens in one country can affect them all. And my father was actually a diplomat who worked on making peace in the Middle East before I was born, so I'm a bit of a stubborn optimist when it comes to believing that he can do that, and that we all can do that, but also that the first collaborations between the US government and Cuba after the Cuban Revolution were actually between ocean agencies on coral reefs. So maybe we can have experts in the field of coral reefs driving together efforts to take care of these reefs together that hopefully can get governments to come to the table and do that work as well. And so that's the idea behind peace reefs.
Well, that's a great segue to Professor Fine. So if you could hand him the microphone, please. Thank you. So from your perspective, how can governments use the scientific data to enhance cross-border collaboration to save the reefs?
So this is a great question, and I think better than anywhere else. Here in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aqaba, we've proved that the science is robust. My colleagues in Egypt, like Professor Hanafi and others in Saudi and Jordan and other countries, proved repeatedly that our corals are extremely resilient to climate change, primarily elevated seawater temperature. And so this brings a huge opportunity for leaders and policymakers to grab it and make, based on the best available science that is already there, to make good policy for the livelihood of people in the region. We have the reefs that are likely to be the last reef standing, and if we miss this opportunity, and we have to act fast, it will be very sad. And therefore, all the leaders have to do here in the region is act in coordination, as you suggested, a transboundary activity and policy to manage these reefs and secure them for future generations.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Dr. Hanifi, I was here in Sharm el-Sheikh 18 years ago and did some snorkeling, and I managed to get a half an hour of snorkeling in yesterday. And just from a quick visual, I could see that things have changed. So what is the status of the corals here in the Red Sea, and why are they important to protect?
Yeah, I think our coral reef, as my colleague Dr. Friend said, this is, scientific. This is a scientific fact that could be one of the last refuge, at least one of the last coral refuge worldwide. So I think protection of this reef is not a national responsibility, or a national task. It's a global task. This is, very, very important marine ecosystem, supporting marine life and supporting human, actually. And in our Red Sea here, the status of coral reef, fortunately, is still in very, very good in terms of resilience, in terms of reproductive capacity. you know. And, you know, that's why I'm calling this the Great Fringe Reef of Egypt. I hope that this reef can be extended to another country, or this approach. We succeeded to declare this based on, you know, a scientific data collecting from different science, regional level. To declare it as a hub spot. And it's a hub for the future of marine coral reef ecosystem worldwide. In addition to that, we are, or based on that, the second step, we hope to declare the Great Fringe Reef of Egypt as protected area. And this is, I think it will come soon.
Well, thank you. The last question here goes to Rory, of course, because you haven't had a question yet. So the crisis that is facing the reefs all over the world, is there room for non-state actors in protecting them, from your perspective?
Absolutely. In fact, I think there's a critical place for non-state actors. I mean, our own organization, CORDAP, is a foundation which is founded out of the G20 to enable action on coral reefs, and our first call is a collaborative call. So we can set criteria such as multiple countries must be involved, low and middle income countries must be involved in the project. So anything that enables these activities across different countries, across different states, between the different groups is critical to build the shared responsibility, and especially for the likes of the Red Sea, which is quite isolated in terms of flow from the other oceans. It's really important that the stewards of the Red Sea, which are the 9 countries bordering it, get together and look after this into the future.
Well, thanks so much, all of you, all 4 of you. It's been fantastic listening to you, and I think the reefs are such an important, let's say, stakeholder also to engage people, to involve people, because most people have in their life, well, not all, but many, they have snorkeled, they have seen the reefs. If they have not snorkeled themselves, they have seen them or dived. They've seen them on television and nature films, and to see the bleaching, to see the damage that's being done, it's horrific. So this is a really big part of the puzzle, and also a very emotional part of the puzzle, I think, for most people. So thank you so much for the fantastic work you're doing. And I wish I could have kept you longer, but now it's time for the UNDP Hour. So keep at it, and let's hope next time I come back to Sharm el-Sheikh, sooner than in 18 years, but the reefs will still be healthy.
We'll see you on the reefs.
Thank you.
Yes, protect the reefs. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Closer, soon it's all around. He
It's my pleasure to welcome you all to UNDP Hour. My name is Elizabeth Gulugulu Machache. I'm the Global South Focal Point for the official Children and Youth constituency to the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In today's hour, we are focusing largely on adaptation and agriculture, which is the theme for today. And we'll also be speaking about the implications of climate change and its intersection on health. We'll be discussing with the private sector, the youth activists, the academia, and it's all a diverse panel. We are also very honored to have with us today Princess Esmeralda from Belgium. If we work together, definitely, it is very important and will definitely achieve green, sustainable, and climate resilient future, and it can go hand in hand. Here at COP27, it is very important to understand that a lot is at stake, a lot is happening at the same time, but also so that we understand what is happening and what we shall be talking about today, we are going to hear from Alana Cragen, Climate Policy Coordinator at UNDP, and Rohini Kohli, Senior Technical Advisor on Climate Change Policy and Planning at UNDP. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. Oh, does this work? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. So today we are heading into day 7 of COP27, and we're halfway through the negotiations. And as Elizabeth mentioned, today is Adaptation and Agriculture Day, which is a super important topic for countries, especially developing countries who are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Agriculture accounts for nearly 1/4 of all global greenhouse gas emissions. It uses 70% of the fresh water that we consume, and it's the single biggest driver of biodiversity loss. So the negative impacts of climate change in agriculture are already being felt in the frontline communities. So smallholder farmers, pastoralists, indigenous people, women. And so it's really important for us to look at how to adapt to these impacts of climate change, as well as build resilience in the agriculture sector. One thing that we're seeing as well is that the global pandemic and the war in Ukraine has also really highlighted the fragility of our current global systems, food systems, and the importance of ensuring that we have strong food security and food sovereignty. At COP23, countries agreed on the Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture, which aims to assess issues related to agriculture, and in particular, the vulnerabilities of agriculture to climate change, and addressing approaches to food security. So the Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture is actually the only work stream that focuses on agriculture and food security under the UNFCCC process. So it is really important. Countries at the moment are currently kind of taking stock of all the information and the knowledge that they've acquired over the past 5 years. So they're looking at how they've built capacities, how to exchange best practices, and also to build a common understanding of the challenges and opportunities that the Coronivia Joint Work holds. Moving forward, countries need to agree on the way forward, so what the future of Coronivia looks like, and how they can still build capacities and implement the activities under the work programme. So now I'll hand over to my colleague Rohini, who will talk a bit more about adaptation.
Thanks so much, Lana. So I think adaptation is a really burning issue at this COP. It's a concern of all the countries here. It's in the negotiating rooms. It's in the corridors. It's in the high-level events. It's about protecting people on the ground, building resilience of communities. So what's at stake and what's happening in the last week? So adaptation is sprinkled all over the work streams, across several work streams. There's a discussion on how far have we come, what progress have we made, and this is happening under the global stocktake. And what are the gaps? Then there's another discussion and debate around how do we measure our progress on this global goal for adaptation. And adaptation is local. It's about how local communities are adapting. So how is this going to be measured on a global level? And then thirdly, there's a huge debate about how to accelerate implementation. Over 90% of climate plans, what are called the nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, these have major adaptation priorities. How are these going to be financed? All countries agree that adaptation is really important, but it's the poorest countries, most vulnerable countries, and developing countries that really are looking towards this COP to increase the scale, volume, and predictability of finance. It's the end of week 1, so we'll wait and see what happens in week 2 and if there's a breakthrough on that.
Alana and Rohini, thank you so much for the updates. We much appreciate. So, today, as the part of the Adaptation and Agricultural Day, I'm pleased and it is my pleasure to introduce a conversation powered by UNDP Accelerator Lab in conversation with Egyptian change makers who are making and contributing a huge change when it comes to climate change and resilient foods within the country. The UNDP Accelerator Labs is the largest and fast learning network on sustainable development challenges. They are present in 115 countries. And these countries, they are all playing a part, and their mission is reimagining development for the 21st century. The UNDP Accelerator Lab are advocating to give a voice to change makers. On the global stage in September, they launched a documentary. And this documentary, you shall all have a chance to take a look at it very soon. They launched this documentary in partnership with Hyundai Motor Company called For Tomorrow, the documentary, to celebrate the grassroots innovation that moves us towards a safer, more inclusive, and sustainable planet. Let's have a look at this documentary.
Our planet is facing sustainability challenges like we've never seen before. From climate change to pollution to social inequality, people are rising to these challenges with ingenuity, resilience, and vision.
Más o menos ya va a ser como 10 años que nos está afectando bastante.
We are not accessible word, unfortunately.
Ôi, sao mà rác thối như thế này?
We have big problem with electricity.
How can we fix this? Where do we begin? We don't have the answers, but some might.
It's the people closest to the problem who have the most knowledge about that problem.
Mighty oaks come from small acorns, and the seeds of the smallest ideas, once nurtured, can change the world. This is the power of grassroots innovation, the power of local changemakers taking real actions to help those around them.
Emmanuel has just created Sierra Leone's first locally made solar-powered car that is eco-friendly.
Tôi đang là Trịnh Thị Hồng. Tôi đang là giám đốc doanh nghiệp tái chế phế phẩm hữu cơ thành chất tẩy rửa.
We have seen what's possible when we act as one. When we recognize great things can come from humble beginnings. When we dream together. When we innovate together. When we empower each other.
The question is always, what can one person do to save the world? An equally important question is, what do 8 billion people know?
So, building on today's theme, agriculture and adaptation, we are going to hear from local actors, the local change makers, playing their part in sustainable food systems. I would want to welcome you all to Alik Makelian, Head of Solutions Mapping at UNDP Egypt. Alik, welcome. Then Thoraya Siada, Director of Carbon Footprint Center at the Heliopas University for Sustainable Development, representing SECAM Economy of Love. Welcome. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Rada El Amar, communications lead at Mozare 3. Welcome. Okay, so to start this conversation, Alik, I'm going to start with you. Could you maybe please explain a bit about your role, how you've been working with local actors as a solutions maker, and how has been the experience when it comes to innovation, support in building resilient food systems?
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the introduction and for giving us the space to be here. So, like you mentioned, I am part of a global network of 91 social innovation labs across the United Nations Development Program. And this big and ambitious kind of project of the Accelerator Lab Network was started as a big experiment on a global level in UNDP, and it was a co-venture project with Germany and Qatar. And basically, one of the main roles of the network is try to find new and different ways to actually work towards solving the sustainable development challenges that we are facing today. Because we know that business as usual is not really achieving the changes, like the impact and change that we need to achieve in the next couple of years. So, and to put it simply, like our labs work as small R&D units within the UNDP country offices on the local level, and then collectively we all also work as a research and development kind of ecosystem for the global UNDP. And for me as a solution mapper, one of the core elements of my work and the raison d'être in this lab is to actually try and learn and work with local grassroots innovators and change makers and people who are closest to the problems to actually try and shift the way that we achieve development and try to make it more from the bottom up. So trying to find the different people like Muzera and Sikkim who are actually working on the ground and trying to think differently of how to solve these very complex problems that we're facing in this century. And to put it a bit in a practical sense of how this translates in reality, I wanted to share very briefly our journey in our lab in Egypt to work on our experiment portfolio around resilient food systems. So we're here in Egypt, in a country that is very vulnerable to climate change, and agriculture is one of the sectors that is going to get the strongest hits from climate crisis. And as the IPCC kind of mentions, the Nile Delta is considered one of the top 3 deltas in the world that is vulnerable from climate change. And the Nile Delta has a big percentage of its economic activity is from agriculture. So any little shifts or impact that could happen is going to impact the country greatly and the people living in these areas. So it's very important to try and find the different ways to approach this challenge, and putting on top of all of this the fact that we're a water-scarce country, more and more the soil salinity is increasing, and farmers are experiencing more persistent pests and new diseases that they're struggling to kind of work with. And all of these are a reality. Like we heard before, this is not something farmers are experiencing this now. This is not a future for them. This is actually in the present. And all of the things we mentioned are all in the environment, like there are environmental challenges they're facing. There's also social, political, and all these other structural things that they're kind of trying to navigate. So at the lab, we try to kind of work on the system level and identify those different layers of the challenge. And while we're unpacking the problem space, we also try to look for solutions. So who is working in those different spaces? Who's actually trying to fill those gaps? And this is where Muzera and Radwa and Suraya also come in. So they've been actually been on the ground trying to fill those different gaps that farmers are facing. And our work as a lab is trying to collaborate with them to try to experiment and scale up their solutions or connect the dots and try to innovate and bring their solutions to another solution that we've met across, I don't know, in Uganda or in one of the 91 labs that we've been working on. So yeah, I'm not going to take that much time. I really want to leave space for them to kind of tell us more about the solutions that they're working on and the innovations, because they've been really pushing the change that we need in Egypt to shift to a more climate resilient food system here in Egypt. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alik, for the detailed explanation. I think I just want to congratulate you all, ladies. I mean, this is a panel of ladies, and you're all doing amazing in making sure that we have resilient food systems in these changing times. So I want to come to you, Rhoda. I mean, you know how these effects are fast changing, right? And within the agricultural space, it is said that a higher percent of Egypt's cultivated land is farmed by smallholder farmers, and yet they are the most vulnerable in the agricultural value chain. I'm talking about when it comes to producing, manufacturing, even access to markets. All those are the challenges that the farmers are currently facing. And it puts them at risk to climate change as they do not have resource to adapt. We're talking about droughts, we're talking about pests and diseases, just like Alik mentioned. So, as Mozart 3, you have been innovative enough and you have tried by all means to fill in the gap, right? And it is very important for you to explain to us how you have been working with these local farmers. And since you launched 2 years back, how have you been making sure that these farmers and these communities are well resilient in these difficult times that we are facing?
Thank you so much. My name is Radwa. I work for Muzera. Muzera means farmer in Arabic. So we are a new agri-fintech startup in Egypt. We're looking to support farmers to be connected to the industrial and food processors. So we tackle 4 main problems when it comes to smallholder farmers. First thing, we let them know what to farm. We provide access to markets. We are trying to be that compass that makes sure that they are on the right track. So their farming process is not as chaotic or unplanned. So we make sure that we have different modules suitable for each and every case. We work through a contract farming model. So we agree pre-season for the price, the variety they are farming, and the space they are farming on, and so on. So this is the first step we do. The second thing is farmer now is fully aware what to farm, but he might not have the enough financing to start. So we provided embeddedly through our contract. As a part of the contract, we provide the inputs needed, seeds, seedlings, fertilizers, and such. We are making sure of its source. It's already certified and it's good for its production, for the farm production. So we make sure that everything is traced and everything has our overview to make sure by the harvest quality produce. And then, due to the climate change Alik was just talking about, because of the changes happening, the heat and the prices fluctuation and such, we introduce new varieties of high yield crops. So we don't leave them alone on their journey. So we provide agronomy support through field visits of extension engineers on the land, and we also provide it remotely through one-of-a-kind centralized call center. We call it Farmer 360. It's already there, run by female agronomists in order to receive requirements or orders, or even answer questions and problem solving for whatever happening on their land. And last but not least, we solve a real pain point when it comes to farmers in Egypt, that on-time payments. So as an agri-fintech, we're trying to mix between digitizing the agricultural process and also introducing financial products to farmers. So we are dealing in digital payments. There's no cash in our process at all. And at the same time, it facilitates a lot through our business. So this is the main tackling points we do for farmers. On the other side, the processors or the factory owners or the exporters, they are happy that their value chains are being supported by smallholder farmers. And we do believe that each and everyone, as a win-win-win, would love to help to make a real change and real impact on ground by supporting such segment. There is an average of 6.5 million smallholder farmers in Egypt. So it's a big market that would require big time, big efforts, and big money. So I'm so happy that so many people are supporting Muzera. And we have been here for almost 2 years now. So it's quite fruitful so far.
Thank you so much, Rhoda. Thank you so much for the information that you have shared. Coming to you, Thoraya, I mean, we cannot talk about food security without talking about water security. For us to have food, we need to have the water. And in this region that we are at, you understand that water has been a great challenge when it comes to farming and agriculture. And your organization, SECAM, has been playing a huge part in advocating and promoting regenerative agriculture. Can you please explain to us what you do, how you've been doing it, and for how long? Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, agriculture sector in Egypt have a lot of challenges. And SECAM, Helioblis University for Sustainable Development, Egyptian Biodynamic Association, thinking how we can solve this challenge. And we really need a new economic system. So we initiate a new system, it's called Economy of Love. Economy of Love meaning you understand my challenge and I understand your challenge, so we can cooperate together. We can summarize this economy in just 3 words: transparency economy, ethical economy, and sustainable economy. Our aims in this initiative to convert agriculture sector from source of emitted greenhouse gas emission to source of carbon saving emissions and mitigate with adapt with climate change. We can do that by converting farmers in Egypt from conventional farm to organic farm. Organic farm meaning you are an organic production, soil carbon sequestration, you planting trees inside your farm, you using renewable energy as the main source of irrigation system, and you convert your waste, animal and green waste, to be a composting. So all this will be a pool of carbon saving inside the Egypt. And with cooperation with UNDP, we created a new initiative here to start from here, because if we didn't start with ourselves, no one will support us. So we make an initiative, it's called Zero COP27. Each participant here in COP could offsetting his emission as a personal, not only as an organization, but as a personal, by purchasing the agriculture carbon credit. We're doing carbon footprint for your stay in hotel, your local transportation, your business flight, and this is already in all the platform Zero COP27. And this is the initiatives I would like to announce here. We need your participant as a personal before companies, because if we will still waiting the decision maker to announce, we will still till COP 100 to change really.
Thank you so much. It was a
you.
pleasure, and thank you for sharing your stories and what your organizations are doing in promoting resilient food systems in agriculture and in Egypt. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to welcome Emily Olanda. She is the Climate Action Programmer Manager at Ericsson. Emily. Emily, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for accepting to this invitation. You are the Climate Action Program Manager at Ericsson. I think Ericsson has been doing such an amazing initiative as we are trying to build resilient communities. Today is the Agriculture and Adaptation Day. We would like to hear from you more about Ericsson's work in making sure that communities are being built resilient in these changing times. I'll hand it over to you so that you can explain a bit further on how Ericsson has been supporting adaptation initiatives.
Thank you so much. I think for us, adaptation is something, we have focused quite a lot on mitigation because we have had a hope that we can do something together and we need to continue with that. But adaptation, we really need to start focusing on that right now. And I think within Ericsson, we can do even more. If we start with ourselves, we do currently adaptation plans looking into climate risk, but also opportunities of our businesses. We need to look at our supply chain management so we are able to provide our equipment to our customers and in trying to drive this transformation across the industry with digitalization. If you then look at, we have talked quite a lot about nature-based solutions. We've had a case with mangroves, basically looking into how our IoT platforms, talking with sensors, can provide support for nature restoration. So we can do reforestation, forest management, and everything with that. And digitalization is a key to that, because when you have sensors talking to each other over the IT platform, you can know when you need to replant, you know where you need to monitor. And if you then add up solutions like, for example, AI and machine learning, you know the system can talk to each other and actually see what type of bird species is coming in, do you have any intruders on your area, and that is preventive measures when you have a nature system, and that is really crucial going forward as well when you look into adaptation, because the nature is the resilience, right, for going forward into adaptation mode as well.
In a few minutes, Emily, maybe if you can explain to us the types of technology that Ericsson is supporting in agriculture, I think that would be good to know.
Exactly, and also agriculture is almost the same way. You know, you can still use IoT and sensors, but you also add on other devices. You have robotics, drones, and then if you also add on 5G, that is really high-speed, low-latency technologies, we can do so much. And one example is precision agriculture. We actually can, with the data management, when these devices are talking to each other, you get data information, you can analyze that. You can do your agriculture more precisely. And when you get that data, you know when you need to plant, how much fertilizers you actually need to use. You can minimize your water usage, and then you really optimize your farm levels to reduce the environmental footprint, but you also increase your resource management and cost effectiveness of your farm. So you actually also earn more money for the farm as well.
Emily, it has been a pleasure having you, and thank you so much for explaining to us what Ericsson has been doing in supporting this initiative.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, it is my pleasure to welcome you and introduce you to Drew Fitzgerald, the co-founder of 501c3, a climate change nonprofit, and Professor Jay Lamery, Professor of Emergency Medicine, University of Colorado School of Medicine. Thank you so much for coming to this panel. Just an opening question to you both. What has been the most inspiring thing at this COP27?
I can name that in two things. One is your generation and the representation of the global youth and Generation Z was not present last year in Glasgow, but it had its own day this year. And if you went by the Youth Pavilion, it was by far the most energetic pavilion. There was dancing, there was singing, there were all this group of kids from all over the world. I met a young girl who wants to be a doctor in Morocco, but she told me she doesn't want to just be a doctor, she wants to be a climate doctor. And then I met a kid named Guillaume from Congo who said 2 years ago when he was 18, he didn't even know what activism was. And now he's teaching himself English because he wants to use his platform and his social media storytelling to be a climate activist for the rest of his life. So the energy of the youth is through the roof. And I would say that's the energetic side. The subjective side is to see that everything we know about climate change seems to be perceived as an energy transition. And that is very, very important. But the conversations we're seeing now are about justice and equity throughout that transition, something that we're calling a just transition. And so that's making sure people aren't left behind as we change the world for a better place. So just transition in your generation.
And as a physician invested in climate medicine, to me, what I've really enjoyed is seeing those themes enter other sectors. So the Climate Justice Pavilion is over there, and they're talking a lot about how they want to invest in health and using health metrics as their outcomes for justice to prove that they're doing it. The Cryosphere Pavilion is over here. It's about frozen ice, but it's actually not. It's about the indigenous communities losing their homeland from melting seawater, right? And then the WHO Pavilion is back for its second year, bringing in incredible speakers from all sectors. So we're seeing a dissemination of health in these other arenas. I'll also say, to echo you, Drew, is the youth movement seems to be stepping up, giving the opportunities to step up, leading the conversations, and by far, they're the most credible people here because of course they're going to be inheriting that. You can see your shirt says young, and really leading those conversations and not the old people like you, Drew, are doing that.
Thank you so much for the kind words. And just for your information, young people are not only in the pavilions, but they are also in the negotiation tables, negotiating and sharing their opinions and taking their spaces as policymakers. You mentioned about justice and equity. Right, now talking about justice and equity, in this COP, most people are talking about a just transition. It will be good about a just transition. It will be good if you can explain to us what a just transition is and how best we can, get to engage young people so that they understand what a just transition is and how it plays a role in this particular day.
I mean, global health equity is just transition, and that's a paradigm we can really lean on to say, how do we have a just transition in this? We think about socioeconomic vulnerability, geographic vulnerability, physiologic vulnerability, right? So these are the people that, again, are in need of that just transition. So I think there's something there regarding health outcomes that can really provide a true North Star as we all try to figure out what just transition is, and link the many different stakeholders with lots of different biases to say, okay, what are we doing? So I think that is again an exciting way and a metric to shape those conversations.
Yeah, I can build on that, which is, health is about humanity. And when we talk about where we are in terms of decarbonizing, it sounds like a hardware solution and a renewable solution. But it's really about having an understanding that the global north is connected to the global south, and there's a symbiotic relationship with them, and that we can't forget that the important work of places like the UNDP are about alleviating poverty. And as climate change starts to increase and we try to start to fight it, there's going to be different outcomes for different people around the world, largely for people that didn't really create this problem to begin with. And that has to do with alleviation of energy poverty, has to do with alleviation of food insecurity, has to do with gender equity, has to do with water and sanitation. And it's important as we look at as a just transition is to really lean into the NGOs and the private sector that are really taking those particular issue areas and so much more seriously, and to do it with a human heart and a justice and an equity heart.
Yeah, and the SDGs provided by the UNDP, I mean, these are negotiations, right? They're not supposed to be friendly, right? They get contentious.
Yeah.
But I think, again, if you can provide something that we all share in those health contexts, at least it's hard to argue against that. And I think that to me is one of the real keys to sort of advancing this conversation to next year and years moving forward.
Yeah.
I think you responded to my next question, so I'm just going to move on to the next question. Drew, your nonprofit is based in LA, and as such, you put a big emphasis on storytelling. Why is that, and what role should storytelling play in everyone's life and approach to climate change?
Well, it's something Jay just said, which is there's this perception of really sticky meetings and negotiations, which just sound horrible and difficult and challenging. But what you're talking about is about storytelling, which is this is a human problem. I talk to science and technology people all the time, and they're going to tell me they're working on nanoscale desalinating graphene meshes. And I say, yes, you are. But what you're doing is reducing gender-based violence in the developing world for women and girls and providing education. And we know, and lots of facts have said, is access to education for women, for girls, K through 12, has a knock-on effect in terms of where we're going to be in 2050 from the sheer amount of people that are going to be on this planet. And so it's technology and a lot of hardware and software solutions that are out in the pavilion today that have a knock-on effect. And to be able to tell the human side of those, the human side of the kind of boring side of COP, but equally as important, that's where storytelling plays a starring role. And that's where your generation is better storytellers than any of us, thanks to TikTok.
I got the best storytellers. Those are our patients, right? As a clinician investing in climate health, right? Our patients tell us these stories. We don't have to make them up, right? We hear about extreme heat and how that presents in emergency room. We hear about vector-borne disease and how places that have been historically naive are now getting malaria and some of these tropical diseases. And we see air quality exacerbations come in when people I don't know what's going on, I guess I have asthma. And you're like, no, you don't have asthma. It's just the air quality is so poor outside that you're here wheezing. And so all those things are very powerful stories where, our job what we do is to really bring you all to the bedside and say, see, we know sickness. This is sickness.
Thank you so much. I mean, you have mentioned something that is quite important. I'm from Africa, and each and every night when we're growing up, our grandparents would sit us down and they would tell us stories on how they conserve the wetlands, how, you know, if it was really fascinating for them to let us know that if you see birds flying from the left to the right, it will mean that there's a drought that is coming. I mean, we grew up with storytelling. And now getting in this space, learning about climate change science, it's really easy to try and merge the two and understand the importance and the power of storytelling. So I would like to know what keeps you up at night and what gives you hope.
Well, lots of things keep me up at night, but I would something that is part of this pavilion is we don't have time. There's this ticking clock in my head that it's frustrating me, and there's a palpable something that is kind of definable clinically in the youth generation, which is climate anxiety. There's an anxiety. It's this pensive feeling, and that keeps me up at night. What am I doing with my 24 hours? What am I doing with my 7 days a week to do it? And how do you fight? And what gives me hope is, like I said, the youth, but the language and the intelligence of your generation. I wasn't that way when I was 20, 21, 22. And some of the younger people I work with are so whip smart and so ahead of their parents and so ahead of them being talked down to from older parents. They're just defiant, they're rebellious. And they're positive. They're, in the Young Up Pavilion, they were dancing and singing "We Could Save the World." I'm inspired by the young, like your earlier panel, younger clean tech entrepreneurs that are in energy, food, water, and shelter. And I'm inspired just by their energy of saying we have no choice but to fight and fight with joy in this fight of our lives.
Thank you. What gives you hope?
We used to end on an upbeat note by saying, but innovation will get us out of it. Look at wind, solar, batteries, right? But I don't think that's enough. And I think what I'm most excited about is that we're seeing some subtle, but they're palpable breakthroughs in global governance. We're seeing loss and damage now being a conversation as opposed to a non-starter. We're seeing elections in Brazil and the United States, which say, it may not be about crazy all the time everywhere, right? We now may be seeing climate and sane future policy decisions creeping back into how we govern each other. So I think there's sober hope. It's too early to tell, but I think those are the things that I'm like, all right, maybe we're in a new place than we were the last couple of years.
And we were talking about that last night, which is about the X factor in the elections for Lula and the elections here in America was Gen Z. Nobody saw the Gen Z vote being that engaged. It's a historic outpouring of that younger generation saying, we're acting out. We were talking about that last night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's different, right? And I think what was kind of dramatic, I guess, was that no one saw it coming. Few did, right? And then to see, okay, we might be in a different place. And then to be here and seeing the incredible energy at all these different pavilions and people like you, Elizabeth, is like, all right, I'm not going to say the world's going to be okay. That's stupid. But I'm going to say I think we have a better chance now than maybe we felt in the last few years.
Okay, so this is the end of week 1 at COP. I would like to hear your take. What are your perceptions? Is the glass half full or half empty? What are your perceptions at the end of week 1?
I feel like I should be laying down on a couch. You're like, oh man, I felt like half full yesterday. Now no, I think it's definitely half full. There's energy and there's a fight. And I think, we train our physicians and our healthcare providers to raise their hand and be capable and knowledgeable to articulate climate health issues. We also we have them trained to put up their fists so they can fight and be smart policy advocates beyond the traditional domain of health, but can hold a conversation on carbon accounting and stuff like that. So I feel like what we're seeing is cross-collaboration in a way that we haven't, and we absolutely have to, right? This is a multifaceted, extraordinary, complex issue, and I think people are getting out of their silos and again, seeing that cross-collaboration. It's very palpable here if you walk around the pavilions, and so that's my assessment of week 1.
Yeah, I would say that cross-collaboration is definitely something. Half full or half empty? I'm a half full guy. I would say it's halfway.
Okay.
In the respect of what we saw coming out of Glasgow and COP, I would have been a little half empty. But this week around, with some of the cross collaborations, some of the people you've seen, and some of the new faces here, and some of the starting to make commitments, and some of the things we talked about leading up to this is I'm starting to feel half that it's half full, but we can't be half-assed.
And just to weigh in on that, like, again, go back to the youth, because that's really, there's a confidence and a swagger there that before maybe have been, do we belong here? Thanks for giving us the opportunity. Now it's like, no, we pretty much own this, and we're going to own it.
Yeah.
And that's extraordinarily refreshing.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much. And before you leave us, it will be good to hear from you. What are your hopes for COP28?
Better maps.
Better food. Sorry, that's a
I'll just jump
cop
in.
joke.
I'll hand it over to Drew to finish up. It's health. We need a health day, and we're fighting for it, and we think we're going to have it. But really, a single day where we have a theme. It's called health, and we all coalesce around that idea.
Yep.
COP28, you have had it. We need a health day.
Yeah,
I
would say yes as a health day. I was surprised there wasn't one this year, and it's particularly kind of curious why there wasn't, because every one of these days is a public health day. Quite frankly, obviously I'm gonna definitely harp on. I want more youth involvement, and I want more youth involvement in a way of. This is what the youth wants. We want more joy in the room. We want more music. We want more ability and connectivity in terms of storytelling, in terms of social media presence. And then I think when you look around and I see all these NGOs and governments, I see them and I kind of rate them on degrees of how quickly are they getting their story out. And so I'd like to see a better presence by storytellers, content creation, and media. And that's more Amazons, more Spotifys, more Googles, more YouTubes here, like they have at other fashionable music festivals. There can be a better, because we don't have time, we need to tell the stories quicker, better, and through a generation that knows how to tell stories better than anyone. That's what I want to see next year.
It's been really a pleasure having both of you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to more storytelling and looking forward to having the health day at COP28.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
It is my pleasure to welcome Princess Esmeralda of Belgium, a journalist and activist at Friendship Belgium, and Benjamin, a climate activist from Belgium as well. Please, I welcome. Princess Esmeralda of Belgium, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
As a journalist and author, you are a human rights campaigner, particularly for the rights of women and indigenous people, and also an environmental activist. How did you become an activist? I think it would be good if you can share your story with us and explain a bit more about your work in activism.
Well, I am a journalist for many years, and at some point I realized that it was not enough to tell story, which is very important because the human part, of course, of the storytelling is important, but I thought I had to act. The world is in a difficult situation, and particularly the most vulnerable people, women, indigenous people, low-income communities are suffering from the climate crisis, and so that's how I became an activist, for those voices to be heard more.
Thank you so much. Benjamin, you're only 16 years old, and already you are part of your party delegation, which is quite an inspiration to all of us young people. And I just want to recommend the amazing work that you're doing. I would love to know, and I'm sure everyone would love to know, how a 16-year-old got to be at COP, be part of your country delegation, and you also run a movement which is called Climate Justice for Rosa. If you can explain a bit more about your personal story and why you became a climate activist.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here. And I've been an activist for a couple of years, since I was 12 years old or something. But last year, 2021, during the summer, I went to a climate camp. and I met a girl called Rosa, and we immediately became.
Sorry, if you can put your mic a bit closer so everyone
Like this?
can hear you.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. So last year I went to a climate camp in 2021 during the summer, and I met a girl called Rosa. We immediately became very good friends, but in Belgium, in the Ardennes, it started to rain. It rained a lot, and there was a stream that streamed next to the building where we were sleeping, but it was raining so hard that the water level of the stream was starting to rise. And me and Rosa and some other friends were in the building, and it was starting to flood. So we had to get higher up. So we went outside to a field next to the stream, and we had to cross a bridge. But the water was rising and rising, and the field was starting to flood. And I don't know exactly how it happened, but suddenly Rosa got taken by the water. And I can still remember her head being above the water, and she was screaming, but the water was too strong and she couldn't do anything. So I decided to run after her next to the stream, but there was a bush, so I couldn't run anymore. And I jumped into the water next to Rosa, and held her with one hand, and with the other hand I was trying to grab something to get out of the water, but the water was too strong. We couldn't do anything, and we got pulled away by the water. Like, don't ask me how long or how far, but suddenly we went underwater. And after a while, I got hit by some kind of stick that was sticking out of the stream, and I grabbed it with one arm, but I was still holding Rosa with the other arm, but the water was too strong. I couldn't hold anymore, and Rosa slipped out of my hand, and I crawled out of the water, and I couldn't see her anymore. And she was found 3 days later, 7 kilometers further, against the fence of a farmer.
Benjamin, this is quite a touching story that you have said, and it just shows that the effects of climate change is no longer anything that we read in the newspaper or see on the news, but these effects, we are actually living with them. We are actually facing the effects of climate change, and you are a victim. And we really appreciate you have been brave to share this story with us and with the rest of the world. I would love to know, what are your hopes for the future, and how are you dedicating your time to fight for climate justice?
I am really hopeful. I really think something can change. Rosa would be hopeful. She was hopeful. She was a climate activist. And I really think that we should do everything. We should fight against climate change. We should talk to as much people as possible and explain to them what is happening. There are people dying all over the world because of climate change. We need to work together. We need to fight against climate change because it's so important that no one else like Rosa has to die. So I decided, like, I'm 16 years old, that I'm not going to school anymore. I just do my exams to have as much time as possible to do actions, all kind of actions, to go to the COP. I'm so honored to be here, and thank you, Esmeralda, for arranging it for me. And so I'm hopeful. We should all be hopeful, and I really think something can change.
And please, you need to know that we are all hopeful. Princess Esmeralda, you have been working with indigenous communities. And if you just step out of this room, there are a lot of indigenous communities, people that are being represented in this COP, not only in the spaces of the pavilion, but also in the negotiation rooms. How have you been working with these communities? And if you can explain a bit more about how you have been interacting, how some of them are here, how some of their work is being exhibited everywhere.
Well, I would say it's about time now. There have been 27 COP, and in the past they were more like attraction events, but now, as you say, they are finally in the place where it matters. Not enough yet, but still. We have had a very important election in Brazil. 2 women have been elected to the Congress, which is great. There will be an indigenous ministry in Brazil, and I hope it will happen in other countries. We have just to remember that there might be only 5% of the world population, but they preserve 80% of our biodiversity. And we know also that all the places managed by indigenous people are in excellent ecological situation. So we have to listen to them. We have to collaborate with them, take their knowledge with us, and have a partnership. That's really important. And also, let's not forget that every week there are about a mean of 4 environmental defenders killed in the world, and they are preserving, as I said, our biodiversity for all of us. So we have to raise our voice, defend them, work with them.
Thank you so much for that message, and I love it when you said it is about time. It is about time to take space. It is about time to take action. Thank you so much. Benjamin, just coming back to you again. Maybe if you can share with us, what is your message to other young people all over the world, those that are watching you and those that are here? What do you have to say to them? How can their voices be heard?
I think we should all fight together against climate change. Learn about climate change, educate yourself, and talk to as much people as possible. And also, no matter how big or small your action is, you should do it because it really has an impact. You should do everything you can and talk to people. Like, it's so amazing to be here and I get to meet all those other climate activists from all over the world. So everywhere in the world, people are fighting against climate change. So we should all join together and we will really change the world.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our UNDP broadcast hour. Thank you to all our guests for joining us today. You have heard it from the climate activists, women, gender, how people are fighting for equity, justice, inclusion, young people taking up spaces, the first ever children and youth pavilion to be established, which was established this year. This is all the change that is happening because it's also changing and it also deserves us to also change because the climate change is real. What we need to understand is we need to make sure that we keep our planet clean, sustainable, and equitable for all of us. Now we need the political will and investment. As the official children and youth constituency, I just want to let you know that together we can. We are not yet defeated. Thank you for having me as your facilitator today and moderator at UNDP Hour. Tomorrow there will be no broadcast. It's a time to rest as we'll be preparing for week 2. We need to come back rejuvenated. And the next program will be back on Monday, November the 14th. Thank you so much.
s'est bien exprimé sur cette relation, nous devons donc nous mobiliser vers l'action. Et c'est vraiment la nouveauté de cette initiative qui rassemble nos efforts et que nous bougions ensemble pour choisir les meilleures personnalités qui puissent mener l'initiative et aussi regarder les motivations stimulantes entre toutes les instances. Nous parlons tous des ambitions et l'accélération. Ce que nous vivons actuellement en Afrique, et comme vous l'avez dit, Et aussi, comme l'a dit aussi le responsable de cet espace ici immense, affecté cette année par la question de sécurité alimentaire, cela veut dire que les litiges et les conflits sont la vraie raison du déclenchement davantage de conflits. Et ce qui rend plus dangereux, tout cela sont les risques auxquels nous sommes confrontés. Ce sont des effets destructifs. Comme a dit le ministre de l'Agriculture, le pays a perdu plus de 90 000 hectares à cause du changement climatique. Ça veut dire qu'ils ont perdu 11% de leur production de céréales, c'est-à-dire contre, par exemple, les années précédentes. Et tout ça était aussi dû à la guerre russo-ukrainienne, et les gens qui vivent en Mali certainement se trouvaient dans une situation où ils devraient s'adapter. Ils se posaient la question comment ils peuvent bouger sans que les autres instances réagissent. Nous avons aussi l'indicateur de Rotterdam qui a élaboré un cadre financier. Elle l'a placé à 180 degrés. Et maintenant, j'aimerais bien me concentrer sur la manière dont la Croix-Rouge et le Poisson-Rouge vont ici réagir. Nous nous concentrons sur ici la cohésion sociale, et dans les communautés avec lesquelles nous travaillons, nous essayons de coopérer avec ici les partenaires qui prennent en charge l'exécuté et l'établissement aussi des ponts entre nous et mes collègues de la Banque africaine de développement. Et en fait, il était fortement présent avec aussi le comité de la Croix-Rouge pour étudier ces risques ici produits par la catastrophe. Et nous devons donc ici réviser ce lien. Il ne s'agit pas seulement de présenter les fonds, mais il essaye de rassembler les gens en fait spécialisés pour l'action. Je pense que nous avons besoin de la production, de produire. Je pense que nous ne devons jamais penser que ici la sécurité alimentaire, ça veut dire que la disponibilité en aliments. Mais non, il faut comprendre la solution ici durable, c'est-à-dire au moment avec la présentation 100 kilos de riz ici au peuple en Somalie. Alors maintenant, nous devons les aider à produire, non seulement leur donner la nourriture. Nous devons donc leur fournir tous les moyens qui leur apprennent comment ils peuvent traiter ce climat qui ne change pas, mais de manière ici durable. La dernière chose, le dernier procédé, je pense que nous avons besoin du courage. Nous avons besoin tous, que peut-être on est un peu troublés, mais nous devons toujours nous doter de ce courage. Comme vous le savez, le comité rouge assume sa responsabilité en fonction du droit international humain. Et nous avons ici des articles qui garantissent le maintien, la sauvegarde de l'environnement. Et effectivement, nous avons ici la première matière dans toutes les conventions de Genève qui disent que tous les pays, chacun doit ici assumer sa responsabilité. Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Abdelatif a parlé de la nécessité de cultiver les peuples. Les peuples, tous les peuples, parce que s'ils sont bien éduqués, ils apprendront aussi et comment respecter l'environnement. Avec cette parole, j'espère que le comité de la Croix-Rouge serait ici participant principal et coopérer avec toutes les instances. Merci. Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention importante en ce qui concerne l'expérience du Comité international de la Croix-Rouge et ses dispositions à travailler avec nous et au Forum d'Assouan. Monsieur le conseiller des politiques stratégiques à la Banque internationale, qui est un grand soutien et qui a soutenu le Forum Assouan et toutes les autres activités relevant de ce forum. Il a la parole. Merci, cher ambassadeur. Je vous félicite de ce grand succès, mais j'ai vraiment été très heureux de toutes les réalisations que j'ai pu constater. J'ai assisté à une réunion au Conseil de sécurité et j'ai rencontré Son Excellence Madame l'ambassadeur et d'autres ambassadeurs, les pays membres. Et ils m'ont répondu qu'il n'y a pas de lien entre la sécurité ou bien le changement climatique ou les conflits. Mais moi, je n'étais pas d'accord avec eux et pour sensibiliser tout le monde à ce lien et que pour définir le problème devant eux, je vous remercie parce que vous avez mis en lumière ce lien à tout le monde et aussi vous avez fait référence ici à la à l'équipe de la Banque internationale qui travaille sérieusement sur ce problème, mais moi je travaille dans la banque depuis 10 ans. Mais la première chose que nous avons faite, c'est de rédiger un rapport comment réduire ici la chaleur qui était intimement liée à APCC. C'est le comité international concerné par le climat et on s'est servi des recherches et des études pour guider ou pour orienter tous les dialogues et les discussions en matière de l'immigration et puis pour sensibiliser tout le monde aux résultats. En fait, le composant d'études à la banque est intimement lié à cet agenda. En 2020, nous avons présenté notre stratégie concernant la question comment nous pouvons-nous aider les peuples, les communautés lésées, faibles. Alors, après le déclenchement des conflits que nous avons vus, nous avons voulu anticiper les conflits, chercher d'autres communautés pour réaliser ici l'inclusion économique avant que ces problèmes se développent et en catastrophe. Alors, pour les agriculteurs en cours, nous avons mis en place les mesures et les pas permettant de renforcer la résilience et à soutenir les systèmes éducatifs. Notre stratégie, en fait, a besoin d'un financement à long terme pour pouvoir financer les pays membres, les pays pauvres et incapables, par exemple. Et en ce qui concerne le moyen de travail ou d'action, nous utilisons de nouveaux outils et de nouvelles stratégies qui sont conçues spécifiquement pour les besoins des peuples. En ce qui concerne le changement climatique, nous soutenons les systèmes et surtout le secteur de l'irrigation pour soutenir les différentes populations. Et à l'ouest de l'Afrique, nous défendons ici tous les efforts qui travaillent sur la disponibilité des matières alimentaires et aussi pour réaliser l'autosuffisance afin de réduire les défis que rencontrent en fait les défis qui sont liés au changement climatique. Et nous présentons aussi le soutien. La banque aussi soutient. Nous avons des réseaux par lesquels nous donnons des soutiens aux réfugiés. Ces exemples ou ces illustrations vous donnent, ainsi que ici les soutiens financiers présentés par la Banque internationale et les différents instruments qui sont conçus dans le contexte des conflits pour soutenir ou accroître la force ici de la résilience. Laissez-moi revenir aussi à une autre partie très importante qui sort sur le diagnostic. l'importance de notre outil de diagnostic. Si vous venez ici, à notre département, vous pouvez voir les programmes que nous avons élaborés. Au cours de ces programmes, nous avons élaboré la technique permettant de faire ici, de faire le plan, et nous commençons à identifier, définir la position, par exemple, auxquelles nous sommes confrontés, par exemple la pauvreté, changement climatique, insécurité. Et puis après, nous commençons donc à consacrer les fonds et nous suivons à quel point vraiment c'est que les dépenses ont débouché sur des résultats, quel que soit le type de problème. Excellent. Monsieur l'ambassadeur, permettez-moi de clôturer mon discours en vous adressant mes remerciements pour m'avoir invité à cet grand événement et dans ce dialogue, cette discussion sont d'importance considérable et cela est aussi le lien entre le climat, la paix, c'est une chose évidente et moi je me sens fier parce que je parle des effets du climat sur ici les pays. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre. Un des enjeux auxquels nous sommes confrontés, c'est que nous avons besoin de travailler aux deux niveaux, régional et local. C'est pour cela la nécessité qu'il y ait des préparatifs et des mesures régionales. Et en fonction de ça, on voit beaucoup de pays, en fait, qui travaillent dans ce... Nous sommes sur le point de terminer cette séance. J'aurais voulu remercier tous les intervenants pour son soutien, leur soutien ici à l'initiative à l'Égypte. Et la réunion suivante sera vraiment, le sujet de la réunion suivante sera difficile. Mais en fait, les pertes qui ont été mises en évidence sont des choses vraiment qui, malheureusement, auxquelles on n'a pas attaché d'importance suffisante et que je ne sais pas si le temps est permis d'ouvrir le débat peut-être pour ça. Et aussi, mais les idées sont nombreuses, les idées que vous avez lancées dans ces séances et les idées et les propositions. Nous sommes vraiment maintenant certains que c'est le temps propice pour ouvrir, pour aborder ces questions sur le débat. Nous avons le plaisir de continuer à travailler avec vous et à la mise en exécution de cette initiative ambitieuse. Nous avons abordé tous les objectifs et aussi tous les axes nécessaires, des exemples, et les missions de la publication des guides, par exemple, d'orientation, et aussi qui contiennent en fait les directives et les préceptes. Nous allons continuer nos consultations, mais j'aimerais bien saisir cette opportunité pour remercier tous les partenaires qui n'ont pas pu en fait parler avec nous, TGIR, et qui, surtout sur la question de la sécurité alimentaire, et aussi UNDR, c'est-à-dire le Second Forum, qui est un partenaire avec nous, qui travaille dans le domaine de la sécurité. Il est une partie intégrante en fait de nos IDMC, et nous allons continuer en fait à être en contact avec tous les partenaires qui travaillent dans ce domaine. Nous allons continuer aussi à inviter tous les pays à joindre cette initiative et d'autres partenaires et pour contribuer à cette initiative. Et car la présidence de la COP27 va continuer jusqu'à l'année prochaine et nous allons soumettre cette initiative dans d'autres dimensions, dans d'autres perspectives. Je remercie IOM, la Banque internationale et le Comité international pour le Croix-Rouge, et nous vous demandons certainement de publier ce message. Merci à tous les organismes et les instances qui ont soutenu cette initiative, notamment l'UNDP et Cathy Wang qui était avec nous. Merci beaucoup de votre soutien et je vous remercie de votre soutien tous. Et également l'équipe de la présidence de la COP27 était le vecteur pour la mobilisation de ces activités d'aujourd'hui. Et enfin, mes collègues au Centre national, pourriez-vous lever la main, s'il vous plaît, pour qu'on puisse vous applaudir de votre travail et vos efforts admirable pour ici mettre en place ces activités. Merci encore une fois. Maintenant, prenons-nous donc une photo souvenir.
هحلمهم لك اكيد الامانه اهي
بص البطاريات المشحونه ساعتين والله ما بهزر اهو ساعتين وفيصل انا عندي واد بقى بيجي كل يوم طبعا مش عارف قناه ايه كده يجي ياخد وصل اول ما يجي ياخد الوصله يروح مديني دول اروح رامين فين في الميكروفونات اريح ايه بريح دماغي بلا والله
سامعني سامعني اتش شام شام
في حاجه ولا ايه
لا لا بجرب الاصوات
We grow up and we play. We invent new ways of doing things and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes. But our world is on fire and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the one really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms but do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level, the declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions, into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the race to zero immediately.
Investing in a low carbon, a resilient economy is actually an enormous opportunity right now.
The winners will be the ones creating positive impact.
And what we do at Prime is we offer investment options in
Welcome back. We can't solve the climate crisis if we don't solve the food crisis. So in this segment, we will highlight some examples of how we can maintain healthy soils, healthy diets, and also draw down carbon and make sure we reach a net zero, zero platform on our Earth in time. And also to be more conscious, all of our consumers, that they become more conscious on how we eat, of course. So we start out with a keynote presentation here. We have a very distinguished guest. Please join me here on stage. Brent Loken, Global Food Lead Scientist at WWF and the World Wildlife Fund. And you have the floor, and we're all excited that you're here.
Thank you very much. And your first words, I just want to touch on the fact when you said we can't solve the climate crisis without solving the food crisis. And this is what I want to walk through in these next few slides. Next, please. So what you see here, it's well known that about 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions comes from food, broken down by the different sectors that you see here. A lot of it is tied up into how we produce our food. So you can see 30% of total emissions from all sources comes directly from food. Next, please. Next slide, yep. So what you see here is that even if we take the 30% and we solve every single other sector, we decarbonize transport and energy and all the other sectors out there, we achieve the climate goals that each one of us is actually set out here to do. But let's say we continue to ignore the food system like we have been. What that column shows you, that red column, it says that the entire carbon budget left to achieve either a 1.5 degree future or 2 degree future will be completely used up by food. So we cannot solve the climate crisis without solving the food crisis. Next slide, please. Now, how do we do this? We have to tackle production, consumption, food loss, and waste. You can see from these figures that production, we can actually draw down emissions by 40%, 14%, just by changing how we produce our food. Consumption by 48% and 30%. And food loss and waste by 27%. So all three have a role to play. And we can't just focus on one. Next slide, please. Because what you can see here is that it's only by a combined approach, combining each one of these actions together, that we can actually achieve that 1.5 degree target that we're all set out here to do. Next slide, please. And there's huge opportunities with food. What this shows you is where those opportunities lie within the food systems. And from nature, 80% of natural climate solutions are directly tied to food systems. You can see all of these solutions right here, outlined with climate smart farming, diet shift, food loss and waste, climate smart grazing. By implementing all of them, the food system is directly tied to 80% of all these solutions. Next slide, please. Now, at the global level, I think we have a pretty good understanding of this. We've had IPCC reports that have talked about the role of food. We've had the Eat Lancet report. But at the national level and how this is going to play out in countries around the world, we don't quite understand what it's going to look like yet. And how we're looking at it is it's this global jigsaw puzzle. Each country has a role to play. And implementing dietary shifts or changes in how we produce food in different countries will look different. If it's Mozambique or Indonesia or Zambia or the US, solutions will be implemented differently, targets will be different, and that's where we need to start to get to next in terms of what it looks like in different places. Next slide, please. And at the same time, we have to close that triple gap of producing enough healthy food for a growing population with the emphasis on healthy food, not just food, on the same extent of cropland available, so no further expansion of that land, all while reducing cropland emissions. So huge ambition in order to be able to achieve this. Next slide, please. So, scaling nature-positive production will vary country by country. In some countries, it'll be supporting small shareholder farmers will be the solution that will have the most impact. Next slide, please. In some countries, it'll be about adopting high-tech methods will be the solution that will have the most impact. Next slide, please. And in some places, it'll be about increasing diversity of the food that's grown and on the land itself. So solutions for achieving the same outcomes will vary country by individual country. Next slide, please. So each one of us today, and it's always inspiring to look around here and see all the individuals working on different things, are holding a piece of the puzzle. And what we need to start to do is to go from the global talk down to the localized action and to start to put that puzzle together. Each one of you has a role to play, and it's amazing to see all of us, coming together today to solve this puzzle.
Here we go. Yes, it's on. So this is extremely important. It's also extremely important that we don't lose focus on all the aspects, as you introduced them here. So what is the risk if we just focus on the regenerative agriculture? We forget about health, nutrition, and also food waste.
Well, that one figure that I showed you at the beginning, what it showed is that each one of the pieces gets you a little way there, right? So changes in how we produce our food will bring it down somewhat. Focusing on how we produce food, or how we actually, like the food loss and waste, will bring it down so much. Diets will also bring it down a little bit. So if we only focus on the pieces, we will achieve part of it, but we won't be able to hit that 1.5 degree limit, which we've actually set out to. It's only by combining all of them together.
So which piece of the puzzle is most overlooked from your perspective?
Diets, without a doubt. I think that it's much easier to talk about food production. It's much less controversial. It's much easier to talk about food loss and waste. There's not a lot of controversy with saying, I want to reduce less food. It's much harder to actually talk about diets and to say that we have to change our diets in some parts of the world. And that's a much more politically sensitive topic.
Indeed it is. So in terms of policies, what are your hopes that will come out of COP related to food?
Well, tremendously, this year, for the first time, just walk around, food is being talked about pretty much everywhere. We've got 5 or 6 different food-focused pavilions at the COP for the first time. So it's being discussed. We still have to get it into the final cover letter, the final negotiation text. We're still not there yet. The Cornivia process is on the table for increased ambition. They're actually negotiating that right now. And they are currently saying that the talk of food systems and using a food systems approach is too new and we can't actually be included in the final text. So the entire Cornivia, which is the main mechanism for food within this entire process, is in danger of actually falling apart. And that's something that we have to salvage. And heading up into COP28, we need to make sure that we have a food-focused day, and we even raise the ambition even more so that it's integrated into all the targets and all the final language.
So in order to make this happen and happen faster, who needs to collaborate better?
All of us. I mean, we all have to collaborate better. I think we tend to get stuck in our silos, And the work that you guys are doing is fantastic because you're trying to break down those silos and get it out to the more people that we have working on it, the more people that we have talking about it, it will put pressure on those individuals that are making those decisions, right? And that's what we need. We just need that increased talk and excitement that this is one of the key solutions out there moving forward.
Well, excellent. Showing us such a clear path and just fantastic work that you do coordinating this at WWF.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you're doing. It's really amazing, all the lives and people who are reaching out there. So thank you.
We're roughly around 3.5 or 4 million viewers in an average every day. So we're this.
Thank
you. Happy that you came. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You switch microphones because we have a fantastic people coming up here and they need the microphones on that side. I'm very happy now to introduce Sarah Schaefer, Vice President of Sustainability at Electrolux. She's with us via Zoom. She's behind us and also in front of us here on the screen. And we have with us also Claire Shrewsbury, Director of Insights and Innovation at RAP. And next to Claire is Joseph Yoon, Edible Insects Ambassador. That is a really cool title from Brooklyn Bugs. Let's see now if we can get Sarah on board from Zoom. So Claire, Let's start with you while we wait for the next speaker. Please tell us about your work. And there she is. Wonderful. Welcome.
There.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to come and speak to you. Just really from Brett's presentation, WRAP is all about trying to shift the dial on the food system. We published earlier in the week a piece of work where we looked at what countries are including the food system, food loss and waste in their national determined contributions, and unfortunately at the moment it's only 21. So we are calling on more governments to embed food loss and waste into those national determined contributions, and then taking on policies and strategies to address all aspects, including the citizen. 70% of all food waste actually occurs in the home, which is quite shocking. And then globally, food that has been manufactured and is in the household, 17% of that just goes straight in the bin. That's almost like if you've got 5 dinners on the table, one of those straight in the bin. And then when you look at the losses in the agriculture, you know, and add that in, that goes down. So if you had 3 plates of food on the table, one of those is in the bin. So this is a huge, huge area that we need to address. And as was said, you know, we are not going to combat the climate crisis without addressing this really important sector.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Let's now turn to Sarah from Electrolux. How do you work with this topic?
Yeah, so I so agree with what has been said, and I just find, like, you know, the challenge of climate change can be so overwhelming, and yet when it comes to food, every time we eat, you know, we have a choice. So we really can change this topic in our own way. And I remember hearing the statistic on food waste is 1 kilo of food waste is the same CO2 equivalent as 20,000 half-liter virgin plastic bottles sent. To have this choice, then I think they would absolutely act on it. So I'm quite optimistic, because I think it is just about us telling the story in a more compelling, engaging way.
Well, thank you very much. Let's now turn to Joe, and you work with insects. That I know. So please tell us a bit more about what you do.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much. So people may wonder, what does an edible insect ambassador do? And one of the things that I really love about this is that the idea of eating insects often causes some degree of curiosity, or I might say a lot of curiosity. And what I love about that is that it then allows us to talk about things incredibly meaningful in addressing food security, food justice, sustainability, and environmentalism. And when we look at the metrics, the FAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization, wrote a report in 2013, Edible Insects, Future Prospects for Food and Feed Security. And it only takes a fraction of the resources by way of feed, land, water to produce an equivalent amount of protein. And it also emits a fraction of the greenhouse gas emissions as well. But the thing that I'm most excited about in sharing this work here at COP27 is that, again, eating insects sparks a curiosity, and then we could talk about insect agriculture, that we can also include edible insects as animal feed, as pet food. We could utilize the frass, which is the excrement of the insects, as an organic fertilizer, reducing and minimizing the amount of chemicals that go in our waste streams from traditional fertilizers. They're also incredibly efficient at organic waste management, and we could use those insects to break down the organic waste and use it to feed the livestock. And we're just barely scratching the surface of the tremendous innovation and potential around utilizing insect in agriculture. And that's something that, like, really is incredibly meaningful, and to be a part of transforming a global mindset towards the acceptance of eating insects and really historically defining insect agriculture for humanity is something that I feel like really it's like palpable and so incredible to be a part of that.
So would you say that there is a special region in the world that is more advanced? I was in the United Emirates about 15 years ago, did a story as a journalist about crickets, that were bred for food, and there was also there was a connection to potency for men eating those crickets, which is a bit odd to me. But anyway, so are there any regions in the world that are more front runners when it comes to this?
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting that 80% of the world's nations already eats insects on a regular basis, including 2 billion people around the world. But the big thing that we have to focus on is not to marginalize them and really bring the food is such a cultural status symbol. And we want to bring the justice and equity and the idea through outreach and education that eating insects can be delicious. Not the idea of sustainability isn't going to change a global mindset if they're like, oh, that's disgusting. I know it's sustainable, but I'm not going to change my behavioral attitude towards it. The fact that crickets, for example, since you brought that up, incredibly nutrient dense. They have all 9 essential amino acids, can be 60 to 80% protein by weight, are packed with macro and micronutrients. But then we have to think about how we're going to create this cultural shift for people to start adopting this idea. So we work very interdisciplinarily to introduce these ideas, both at universities and museums, incorporate it culturally, so we could start thinking about insects not just as pests or things that are eating our crops, but as edible insects, something that's sustainably farmed or harvested specifically for human consumption and can be prepared absolutely deliciously once we have the tools and assets to understand the gastronomical and culinary applications, which is a big part of what we do with a lot of our stakeholders and the institutions that we work with.
We actually had a tour of one of the most famous chefs in Sweden last year, who toured the Swedish schools and served burgers made from insects to the kids.
I love it.
Came out very well in the media, and the kids ate them. Yeah, and it was a great success actually. So Claire, when it comes to the bigger picture, how do we make sure that we don't lose any pieces of the puzzle that Brent just talked about? So basically, you get the same question as Brent did. How do we make sure that we focus on everything: health, nutrition, soil health, food waste? There are many pieces here.
Yeah, so thank you. Well, at WRAP, we run what we call the Courtauld Commitment in the UK. And we, you know, Brett talked about this collaboration. It's about WRAP sits in the sort of centre space where we talk to governments, we work with businesses, we talk to citizens. And it's explaining all of those aspects and making sure that you're not offsetting one problem with another. You know, we did a piece of work a few years ago on healthy, sustainable food, as well as looking at what you do with it once if you've got some food waste. You know, so trying to mix all those messages to a citizen is quite challenging. That, you know, you should minimise your food waste, you should eat healthily, and then if you've got any food waste, you need to put it in a food waste bin. So we've examined how you do that with people, because it's all about getting people to change. And what we're doing is working across different nudges, implementations, interventions on how to get, you know, got Electrolux on the call. You know, we've got chill your fridge out, you know, just keeping your fridge at the right temperature will prolong the length, you know, how long the food lasts.
Thank you, Claire. So Sarah, from your perspective, what is the most important action that you can do from your point of view, from Electrolux?
So it's a little bit like what Claire described and I spoke to earlier. I think it is about empowering and the consumer, because that's our, you know, that's our point of contact. And there's one bit in what we have in terms of clearly the products we make, that I talked about the technology that exists and thinking through what that might look like in the future. But then knowing that, you know, people buy our products, they're in their home for a long time, making sure they understand the features I described earlier in terms of, you know, what Claire said, that food is kept at the right temperature, and that leftovers can be, you know, with modern day technology and steam ovens can be as delicious and nutritious as when they're first were cooked. But then there's an additional, like, really making sustainable and healthy eating commonplace, and having, finding a way of having that conversation. And I think it's for all of us to work together, because clearly, as I said earlier, we do have a choice every time we eat what we eat. But I remember the World Resources Institute, the Better Buying Lab, did really fascinating research on behavioral economics. Is, for instance, when you go to a restaurant and you put vegan or vegetarian dishes in a separate section in the menu, people won't order it. Whereas if you put it throughout, people will. So I think it's what we talked earlier as well and heard about, insects, is just, I think, about awareness and making it effortless and really educating people that something they wouldn't have tried before, because it's not what they used to eat, or what they grew up in their family, maybe in their childhood. Is really start nudging people to try different diets, and to understand it can be as delicious or even more delicious, that it's not like eating your 5 a day, your vegetables, but something actually that is a huge positive addition to their day to day. So I think from our point of view, that's what we take really seriously, having that conversation with the consumer to really make them understand. It's like, this is not a sacrifice. This is something that is delicious and that is fantastic for them to have. And ultimately, whether that is what they eat, but also then, to Claire's point, that they don't have to throw away stuff anymore how they used to. And hopefully by nudging that behavior, creating a whole different mindset, that if all of us do it, clearly then will have a huge effect on the broken food systems that we face today.
Thank you, Sarah. Turning back to Joseph, Sarah mentioned here behavioral changes, and Brent talked about the consumer being the most difficult piece of the puzzle to really fit in, or to adapt or change. So how do you work with this in Brooklyn Bugs? How do you make people more, not just curious, but also prone to eating insects?
I love this question because a lot of people think that there's like going to be a silver bullet, like what dish, what insect. And really, we're so sensitive that one size fits one. And it's not like, oh, this one magic thing will make everyone change. And so it really goes back to the larger framework of these ideas, is that we really need to think about a portfolio of solutions. And so for me, what I like to think of is that sometimes people go to the lowest denominator and thinking in extremes when it comes to insects. They're like, oh, you want to take away our meat and have us just eat it? No, no one said that. Instead of thinking in terms of subtraction, I like to think in terms of addition. We can add and diversify your diet, give you something that's incredibly nutrient dense and sustainable, but those are not enough to get people to change their behaviors. And so by working with a lot of institutions and receiving a tremendous amount of media that help to validate those ideas, then allow us to really begin to show the incredible broad applications of insect protein. The fact that there are over 2,000 species of edible insects with incredibly wildly different flavor profiles, textures, and functionality, it just really lends to thinking like, wow, the only limitation we really have with edible insects is really with our imagination. And so I love to be able to coax people, and I'm not a bug pusher. I don't try to get people to like eat this. I love to share the knowledge, and our work is like squarely rooted in outreach and education. Most of the funding we receive come from universities, museums, and institutions that love to share these ideas to cultivate innovation and challenge these students to join this workforce. Help us to solve these problems with these incredible solutions where we have more than just the idea of like entomologists or foodies or chefs. We need engineers that are going to help us design these like future farms. And we need business people and like even the vernacular terms in which we talk about edible insects, because we are not eating, if you're a meat eater, we're not eating cow, we eat beef and hamburgers. We're not eating pig, we're eating pork and bacon. So even the vernacular of how we address edible insects, instead of saying crickets, maybe we come up with a new word. And so these are just like some of the ideas of how we've been working to like try to advance it through the knowledge, and outreach, and education.
And one step to get closer to us eating it is feeding insects to our dogs and cats. And I heard in the green room that you actually are, Claire. Your dog is.
We converted our little dog about 6 months ago to black soldier fly larvae. And she does quite like a little fly now and again, so she races around those. But yeah, she's really healthy, right down at her fighting weight, really glossy coat, no major impacts. It's brilliant.
And also, if you bring in the perspective of the animal factories and the slaughterhouses, etc., and put that on one side, and then you look at the bugs on the other side. I mean, if you look at the animal perspective, the welfare of the animals, it's probably a better option to eat the bugs that have less sensory and less evolved
neurological system.
Exactly.
Pain receptors.
Yeah, pain receptors.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So moving away a little bit from the bugs just right now, how do we make sure that we connect the right dots in this or pieces of puzzle? Let's stay with Brett's metaphor here. How do we make sure that we do this in the right order, Claire?
I think it really comes from the top. It comes from government setting the right policy frameworks and having the right ambition in place, and then obviously bringing businesses on that journey. And they have a really, fantastic role to play in influencing citizens and what they then do. And how they operate their businesses. So I think it comes from the top. We're really calling for governments to put food loss and waste in their NDCs, recognising the really important role that would play and the message that then that can drive throughout all of their actions. So I think all of that falls from that top, but I absolutely agree. It's a jigsaw puzzle, and we need to kind of address all of the pieces at the same time. Somebody was quoted this morning, you can't eat protocols and you can't eat databases. If we don't address all of this, we're going to be running out of food. We've got a growing population. This is a really serious topic that we need to sort of grapple with.
And there are, of course, sweet spots, for instance, and the promise of biochar also drawing down carbon and enriching the soils. So there are pieces of the puzzles that really make it really much stronger when they're connected, right?
Yeah, I mean, we know that, it was brought up earlier that, food loss and waste and the food system itself leads to biodiversity loss, erosion of the soil. All of those things are massively important. We can't grow food in soil that has got no nutrients. So adapting and looking at the way that we do things going forward is what we need to do.
And we do see a lot of the completely depleted soils, and for instance in the Midwest United States from the monoculture systems that has been in place with the big farmings there. So let's go to a final question here to all of you. What is your call to action here? Let's start with Sylvia. And who would you like to address? It could be politicians or it could be the consumers.
Yes, no, I just wanted to just to add, I think we talk about, biodiversity loss and rightly about the effect of, to food systems. But I think what Brent said earlier is really important to remember that the current broken food system in terms of health effects will cost the global economy by 2030, $13 trillion. So I think the biggest ask for me in terms of connecting the dots is that, there is a health aspect to it as well. It's not just in terms of, CO2 emissions, but also we eat terrible food. We have got huge obesity issues. And at the same time, nearly 1 billion people go to bed hungry, every day. So clearly something isn't working. I think our diets in terms of, childhood obesity in the Western world, but not just the Western world. We're globalizing our bad habits. And so for me, my call to action is first of all, to help policymakers and to help shape the debate, to explain that there's a clear link between what we grow and what we eat in terms of what that means to our diets, and that you get to a world where parents outlive their children because the diets are so terrible, and that's clearly linked to what we eat, and that then has an effect on the planet. So really making that holistic point, I think, is really, really important. And then the call to action for me, as I said earlier, I think every day after this panel, whatever any of us do, is we have a choice, and whether that is reducing meat by trying out new stuff when it comes to even insects, or whether it's reducing meat or not just eating vegetables, but also diversifying vegetables that we eat. So that's the big point as well, is we just need to stop eating the same all the time as we are at the moment.
Thank you very much. We need to go to a short call to action from Joseph and then from Claire.
Yeah, thank you. So I feel really honored and privileged to be the chef advocate for the International Fund for Agricultural Development. It's a UN agency, and a lot of the funding that we receive from countries go to small stakeholders and farmers in rural areas of the greatest need. And so we need to urge our leaders and the financial institutions to be able to not just look at mitigation as a solution, but really for adaptation and resilience. When we have 1/3 of our food being produced by small farmers, but only 1.7% of climate finance goes towards the small stakeholders, we need to come up with great solutions.
Thank you, Joseph. And Claire?
Yeah, I think my call to action is get food loss and waste in the NDCs and join some dots back in each country, taking that into account.
Well, thank you very much, Claire. Thank you very much, Joseph, and thank you very much, Sarah, for coming in on this call here on this panel. Great content, and just keep at it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. We have a great keynote lined up for you here now with Ole Christian Sivertsen. He's president and group CEO of Desert Control. That is such a cool name. And he's joining us here via Zoom. Ole was appointed this position in August 2019 to drive the present situation of the company as a startup with a scale-up model, to equip it with a scale-up model. So, Ole, you have the floor. You have our full attention for your keynote. Great to see you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with the wonderful setup that you've arranged to address the world on the important occasion of COP27. So what I want to do is to sort of pick up on where we left and talk about soil as an ecosystem, right? I mean, we've heard about sort of the wonderful nature of insects and alternative proteins, which is very, very exciting. But when we look at soil, it's also much more exciting than thinking about it as a piece of dirt that we, in many cases, treat it like. Soil is an amazing ecosystem. There are more living organisms in a single teaspoon of healthy soil than there are human beings on this planet. And the solution to many of our problems may therefore be within this wonderful force of superheroes living under our feet, namely in our soil. So I will share my presentation here. And talk about the soil ecosystem. So Desert Control, we are an organization with a grand vision of making our earth green again. We have an ambition to help cultivate and regreen 100 million hectares of degraded land and desertified areas by 2030 to achieve a significant impact on food security, on carbon sequestration, and really creating the foundation for prosperity for life on this planet. We at Desert Control, we are focused on climate smart agriculture, and we focus on combating desertification by regenerating soil ecosystem to solve water scarcity and natural resource scarcity. We have invented a solution called liquid natural clay that restores and protects the soil ecosystems and thereby also safeguard our natural resources such as water, fertilizers, and increases the soil health and the plant productivity. The solution is focused today on agriculture, on trees and forests and afforestation projects, as well as green landscapes. Our purpose is really to solve some of the big challenges that this planet is facing. I mean, if we look at the global population growth, we know that we will need more food in the next 40 years than the planet has grown over the last 500 years consecutively. That will require an enormous amount of arable land and also water resources. Now, if we for a moment look at the water situation in the world, we know that already today, more than 70% of all freshwater resources on this planet is consumed by agriculture for producing the food that we eat. And the situation is that the more soil that turns to sand by degradation of the lands, the more water we will need just to maintain the current production. This is a problem that we need to solve, and the soil ecosystem holds the key. Organizations such as the United Nations have declared soil degradation and desertification as one of the greatest threats that's facing humanity. It's exposing 110 countries today, and we lose more than 12 million hectares of productive fertile land to desertification every single year. Now that's more than 2,000 football fields every hour. And if we calculate that into this wonderful ecosystem of soil biodiversity, it's equal in weight of losing 25 million African elephants in soil biodiversity every year. If this degradation continues, we have less than 60 years left of soil and support of our food production and farming systems. And the cost of that to the global economy is just tremendous. So that's where we are focused with our solution. Our solution is LNC, a liquid natural clay. That is a unique formulation process where we take 100% natural minerals and process them into a compound that can be applied to degraded soil areas. It will then form a bonding with the sand particles throughout that degraded soil or even desert sand environments, so that you get a soil structure that retains water and nutrients just like a sponge, and get a resilient and regenerative soil ecosystem. So the problem that we can solve with this is the fact that today only 15% of the irrigation water, remember 70% of irrigation water or water on the world being going for agriculture, only 15% of that water is retained in the topsoil long enough for the plants to make use of it. That causes enormous washout of fertilizers, of nitrogen that's washed into the ground systems and into our oceans. It requires a lot of energy to pump that, to desalinate that water, and also it drives acceleration of also soil salinization and other issues that is a big threat to productivity of the soil and also to climate change. So what we do with the LNC is to change the geology of the soil to create an ecosystem that is differently functioning. So if we look at a traditional sandy soil, any water that we put on it will go straight down like a bullet shape. When we apply this way of liquefying natural minerals and clays, we change the behavior of a desert sand or sandy soil into more like the traditional clay-rich farming soils, where the water is moving sideways and kept in the top so the plants can utilize them. This is also a very positive nature-based solution that is non-intrusive. When we apply it like a liquid, we don't have to dig and till and run huge machineries on the fields, which is damaging the ecosystem and releasing carbon in the process. Instead, we apply it through irrigation techniques or by watering it onto the top, so it non-intrusively percolates in by the force of gravity. And we also support sort of the impact of this by transparency and impact measurement enabled by a digital services platform. So the benefits of this are many, and I won't go into all of them here, but this is about reducing the pressure on our natural resources, reducing water and fertilizer consumption, improving plant and health yield, reducing the operational cost, and really restoring the biodiversity of this wonderful, wonderful soil ecosystem with these superheroes. That is the solution to both feeding our planet responsibly, to creating the air that we breathe, and capture and store the carbon that we need to turn around our climate direction. Our solution have been developed over 12 years with R&D and then validated by a number of independent third parties, such as International Center for Biosaline Agriculture. We're now working also with the University of Arizona. And we're driving this forward because, as the UN says, for every single dollar spent on restoration of land and soil, there is an estimation of between $7 and $30 in returns in terms of increased production and other benefits. And let us not forget that nature-based solutions holds the key to a stable climate. By restoring the degraded soil ecosystems we have on this planet, we can increase carbon capture and storage by 6 gigatons yearly, and another 8 gigaton by stopping and reversing our deforestation, which is also very, very closely linked to the soil and the soil biodiversity. So I think with that, I can just show a few pictures quickly of some before and after examples of real cases that we're doing. Here we see transformation of a piece of desert into a food jungle, basically, that we did with ICBA in the UAE. We've been improving the water situation for date palms and citruses, 50% of the water usage with better yield and better quality. We've been working on watermelons in pure desert sand in Arizona. We have done it inside of shade houses and greenhouses. We have worked in the open field with wheat and other crops to just boost the open field possibilities of cultivating a good soil ecosystem and creating a healthy planet that fosters hope for the prosperity of life. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I'm sorry we couldn't show the pictures. There was some sort of technical mishap in the back room here. But anyway, it was wonderful to see the fantastic work you do. And we'll be following your work, of course, to continue to see what you're doing. All right, so now it's my pleasure to start off the next panel. With me on Zoom, I have Naomi Roharo, founder of Green Shade Ventures, who's sharing her insight on the role of regenerative agriculture in Africa from a farmer's perspective. And she should be joining us via Zoom here. And also we have with us Yahari KM, who has a PhD in food and land use, bringing in the role of regenerative agriculture in India from a scientist perspective. And we're also hoping to get a third speaker here with us at the studio, but sometimes people get delayed and even lost here at COP 2027 because it is a big venue. So let's see if we can get the two speakers connected to us via Zoom. And while we're waiting, let's push for the rest of the day's program. And also, of course, just to mention it, we have lots of more program coming on food and land. And of course, you can also go in, meanwhile you're waiting, to look at the We Can Do It campaign that we launched just the other day here at We Don't Have Time. So it's a great campaign, and it's already reaching 37 million people in the world. So please join in at the We Can Do It campaign and flex your biceps. So let's see if we have the panelists with us via Zoom now. They should be coming in. Yes. Here we have the first speaker. Yes, terrific. So this is Yahari KM, and I should be able to see you in the front monitor here, and if not, I'll turn my face to see you in the back. Yes. PhD in food and land use, and you are based in India, correct? Yes. I think you need a little bit of sound on, so you're still on mute. See if the tech crew can help you with that.
Thank you.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. I think I'm audible here.
Yes.
Yeah, fine.
Now we can hear you.
So
while we wait for the
I'm
other. While we wait for the other panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not a PhD in food and land use. I am the country coordinator for Food and Land Use Coalition, in India.
Okay, thank you. So it seems like it's just going to be you and me, but that's fine. So tell us about your work in India with this perspective, please.
Of course, the Food and Land Use Coalition is a global coalition of, 9 core partners. We have think tanks like World Resource Institute, Systemic, and, we have the farmers organization like Bird Farmers Organization. We have other implementing agencies like AGRA, EAT, and all, IASA, the research organization. So it's a group of, institutions and experts who work towards transforming the food system to a better, sustainable one globally. And we operate in 9 countries, and India is one. And as far as India is concerned, there are multiple issues with regard to the agriculture, food production, but let me tell you, the climate change is the most pressing issue. So the country has, in fact, created a committee to look at the impact of climate change on the food production. So basically, there are evident decrease in the, in the grain production, wheat, rice, and also desertification is important. So desertification is happening. So precisely what I'm trying to say is the urgency has changed as it was earlier from livelihood of the farmers or livelihood of the fishermen to the life of every citizen. Because, in 2000, during the beginning of this millennium, when I started my career, we used to say that the climate impacts certain sections of the society, like farmers and all. But now it intensified, it changed. So, from a farmer's, from a impact on farmer, it has changed into the food availability to everyone. So when the food availability becomes a problem, that becomes the problem of the whole citizens and the world. So it increases, in every day. So, the way every country started responding to it, including India, is evident about it. There are agriculture production issues, there are ocean production issues, there are forest productivity issues. And it comes as the data from government agencies and parallel government agencies. So basically, if you ask me what we are trying to do, the regenerative agriculture, shifting to sustainable and regenerative agriculture is the one and only solution which we have. And we work towards that in India. And when I am talking about India, it's around 40 million, farmers needs to change. 120 million hectares of land needs to change, and it's not at all actually an easy business. And at this, there are worries about the yield risk, yield compromise from the farmers and also from the government, because while we understand that the food production is really getting affected by climate change, we don't have enough courage at the policy level to shift towards sustainable agriculture or regenerative agriculture, because how to manage that yield compromise. So solutions are there in front of us, but we are really hesitant or reluctant to access those solutions. The same with the business. So we work with different set of stakeholders, including governments, the subnational governments, the national governments, the business, and the farmers, and trying to develop certain proof points. How can we change the same on ground? That's in brief about my work.
So what would you say is the absolute biggest challenge?
As I told you, the biggest challenge is, is in fact creating, the proof points. Do we have an example in a considerable, scale to prove in front of the policymakers and in front of the farmers that yes, this shift is possible? Because it's as well as farmer, even the forget about the fisherman's case, I forget about the forest dwellers case. At least in the farming ecosystem, which is basically a human controlled ecosystem, do we have a real example that we can shift towards sustainable and regenerative agriculture in large scale without compromising the yield and productivity? I think no. While we are talking about the regenerative agriculture, while we are talking about the sustainable agriculture, the first concern which is raised by farmers and government is like, how are we going to manage the yield? So we need large scale, proof points from where open laboratories, from where we should learn. Think about Sri Lanka. The situation is different. Like still, Sri Lanka is Sri Lanka case has become actually a kind of a nightmare for everyone, every country who wants to shift towards sustainable and natural farming. So the problem is not that we don't have solutions, we don't have proof points in that scale in which it should have been.
Well, thank you very much. In terms of policy changes, which policy changes would you really like to see come in now?
Yeah, the policy changes in a sense like, it's not just about the policy change from the governments. The policy change, like the last time when India has India has updated its NDC, we have used a lifestyle change. The policy change spreads across. The policy change need to be taken by the government to create proof points, to test the existing knowledge in scale. At the same time, policy changes need at the business where they really invest in making their business sustainable. We have commitments. Even in COP26, we have seen, we have the UK government, I think, have initiated the fact for forest agriculture, commodity trade. Several initiatives are there. There are commitments, but how at the end of the day, these commitments are going to be reflected on ground. So policy changes in a sense, like it need a holistic, change. Government, the country governments need to experiment in or invest or change policies in creating the proof points in scale. The business needs to support, and business needs large shift towards changing their business as usual into a totally new dimension. And at the same time, even the civil society also need to change by changing their lifestyle and behavior towards a sustainable lifestyle, let me say that. So this is not a simple thing, like no, it needs to be holistic.
So my final question, Jayahari, would be, what is your call to action and who would you like to direct it to?
That's my call to action would be to the civil society, because democracy existing in most part of this world, and if civil society is looking towards this kind of change, that should reflect in selecting the those who are going to rule us. So the civil society need really to change its attitude towards a sustainable livelihood and understand the problems which are going to come. So it should act through the system called democracy. So my call is not to anyone other than the civil society.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Jayahari, for joining us today, and best of luck with your important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And now we're turning to a hub check-in. Let's start with Stockholm. All right. So let's see what Stockholm has in store for us. Wonderful to see you, Stockholm. And I see Åsa, you have a guest next to you. Please take it away from Stockholm.
Yes, thank you very much, Katarina, and hi everyone from the Stockholm hub. This is obviously a very exciting day talking about food, agriculture, and very passionate for me having a food background as well. We were following closely the panel, and I thought it was really interesting, both myself having a background from the nudging world, but also having worked with food waste in Sweden for many years. We do have a choice of every time we eat, we do have a choice, and I also thought it was particularly interesting when the panel spoke about the degrees in the fridges. That really prolongs the sustainability of food. Do keep it to 4 degrees. So really interesting, and we have a full hub here today as well, and I have a guest with me for this check-in. So I have Rebecca Milestad. You are a researcher at KTH, the Royal Technology, where we are right now, and you specialize in sustainable food system. You've done a lot of research on this topic, on local and organic food system, urban agricultures, among other things. Welcome to the hub.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So you have listened now to this session that we've just had. So what is your reflections on what's been said so far?
Yes, one reflection is, of course, that they're all right. Everyone who's been speaking has been right, because there's so many aspects and there's so many, different things to think about when we talk about food system, because it's so massive, it's so everywhere. We deal with it every day, and it's about production, it's about distribution, it's about consumption, it's about culture, it's about values and norms. So it's about everything. So that's why you should have the whole week, for just food.
I agree, of course. Obviously, the world, as it looks right now, we have wars going on. There is there's an energy crisis. So the whole sustainable food dialogue, how should we get that up on the agenda? Because it's obviously still important. What is your thoughts on this?
Yeah, we see now, but people, that get tighter wallets. Even in a rich country like Sweden, people are concerned about their wallets and their, how much money they have. So they turn away from maybe more sustainable food choices and go for the cheap food. And unfortunately, the cheap food is the food that is more damaging to the world. That's, the world is upside down in that sense, that the food that is good for us, for the health, is not always the cheapest one. And also the food that is best for the planet is also not always the cheapest one. But they can go hand in hand. So I think that's the opportunity we have now to show people that you don't have to go to the cheap, not so healthy food. You can also get cheap and healthy food at the same time, as it's good for the planet. For example, more vegetarian food. Vegetables are normally less expensive than meats. And also if you go for seasonal foods, for example, in Sweden, it's like potatoes, it's the onions, it's the carrots. They are very cheap, even if you choose the organic ones, for example. So there are ways to get these things go hand in hand, but we need to, help ourselves to realize that, because we're so used to eating more, expensive food and more protein-rich food, maybe.
So we talked about in the panel, we heard about behavioral change and the importance of empowerment. So to your point here, actually, if I follow up, how do you think that needs to be done? How should we educate and empower people that there is actually healthy food, which is
I agree with the previous panel that it's not about sacrifices and things like that, because then it's the harsh winter coming up. It's more like it's enjoyable also. You don't have to eat a lot of red meat and get sick, and that's the only way to go. So there are more healthy foods, and it's you could talk about insects, but you could also talk about traditional foods that we always had. We this country, for example, we didn't eat so much meat before. Like when I was, I'm not so young, but I'm also not so old. So when I was, a child, the population of Sweden ate much less meat than we do now, and we didn't have like a a famine or problems to get our proteins right. So it's not a big thing to change a little bit. You don't have to change everything, but small things are very important too, especially when it comes to meat.
And we also had food waste on the agenda in the panel. You spoke about traditions here now, and obviously date labeling when it comes to food waste is one of those traditions where we're now almost very strict on the dates, on the best before days, but but it hasn't really been so long that we've had the dates on products. Like what do you see when it comes to food waste that we need to do?
Well, in this context that we are in Sweden, the most food waste is wasted in our households. So we obviously or apparently buy too much or the wrong things, and we let them rot in the fridge or in somewhere. And maybe if you are more concerned about what we pay for food and how much food can cost and how much money we have, maybe food will have a higher value and maybe we will waste less. I mean, that could be sort of the upside of have a tighter budget. But otherwise, it's about using your senses, of course, as we always. And I think it's one trend is that people are more aware. I think and also that retail sector is more aware. So they put also not only the best before, but it's also best beyond. I mean, so there are small things that are changing.
We're gonna summarize from here and conclude, but I have a final question for you. We have a growing food population. We have a broken food system. So what is your final thoughts on this? Like how are we going to feed all of these people and actually amend the broken system? That's a big question for a final one. But
so we need to produce our food in a different way. We need to produce different things because we need to eat different things than we do today. And if we shift our diets a little bit, so it's about behavior and it's about technology and innovations and production systems. A lot of these innovations are already out there, so we just have to use them. So that's the good thing. It's not rocket science in most parts. So we know how to deal with a lot of things. We just don't do it because it's power issues and political issues in the way and our habits. But if we adjust these things a little bit on each, we have to turn many different places, we will be able to cope.
So turn a little bit, positive attitude. There is innovations out there. We just need to use them. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for being with us. And thank you so much. We're going to hand over back to Egypt.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Åsa and Rebecca. We're now going to Nairobi for a hub check-in and see what they have in store for us. And behind me, you can see Rosie flexing her biceps. That is the We Can Do It campaign, so don't forget to check that one out and sign up and hashtag. Here's Nairobi. So wonderful. What do we have in store for us today?
Hi, Katarina. Today, we are still here at Mount Kenya University, hosting Jomo Kenyatta University regarding the topic of the day. And we have a student who wants to ask the panelists questions. Karibu.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Wangi. I'm a student from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And my question, when you're talking about climate resilience and climate adaptation measures, we're talking about conversion to organic food supplies. So what are the recommended food supplies that will ensure that we are talking about in that if we want to boost our economic growth, if we want to boost our agricultural produces, what are some of these food supplies that are recommended and are organic and they are not genetically modified?
Thank you. You are breaking up a little bit there, so I'm just going to repeat. What are the foods that are at hand that could be produced now? That
could be recommended to use the ones that are going to adapt.
The crops that are available to be adapted now?
Yes.
Okay. So I have two of the three panelists coming back up. So I will repose that question to them as they join me shortly. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the little bit of bad sound quality on the line here. So what are the crops that are available to adapt? Is that a correct frame?
Exactly.
Perfect.
What are some of the crops that we are going to adapt? In fact, when we're talking about organic food supplies, what are some of the recommended food supplies that we are going to adapt to? What are some of the things that we are going to resolve to?
I'm sorry, the studio person just spoke in my ear for the last sentence here. So could you please repeat the last sentence? Again, I'm sorry.
The organic food supplies that are recommended for adaptation. When we're talking about climate resilience, climate adaptation measures in terms of the agricultural sector.
Okay.
Is it
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Nairobi. And then I have two of the three panelists that were supposed to be in the prior panel. And the reason that they are here now is not because they were late, it was because I was early. I skipped the hub in Stockholm and went directly to the panel. So that's why they are not late, I was early. So please, it's my pleasure to introduce now St. Francis Tulang, Corporate Communications and Public Affairs Director of Nestle East and Southern Africa region. Please take a seat. And also we have with us Naomi Ruharo, founder of Green Shade Ventures, who's sharing her insight on the role of regenerative agricultures in Africa from a farmer's perspective. Great to see you here, Naomi and St. Francis.
Thank you very much.
So,
Thank you very much.
Naomi, would you please like to start and tell us about your work?
Hi everyone, my name is Naomi Ruhara. I am a farmer, a youth farmer located in Kenya, in Kiambu. Practice regenerative agriculture together with my group. We are a group of youth. We basically produce indigenous African leafy vegetables, and we produce them organically. And we've been practicing regenerative agriculture in general.
Excellent, thank you so much. And St. Francis, tell us about your work, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is, can you hear me now? Fantastic, there we go. Good afternoon to everyone joining. My name is St. Francis. I look after corporate affairs for Nestle in the East and Southern Africa region. It's a region of 23 countries, so from the Horn of Africa, East Africa, Southern Corridor, Southern Africa, and the Indian Ocean Islands. And of course, as you would know, Nestle is a food and beverage company, one of the biggest in the world.
So, St. Francis, from your perspective, which are the major challenges at hand from Nestle's perspective?
So I think when we think about regenerative agriculture, which we can all agree is key in terms of transforming food systems, we have to transform food systems in order not only to address food insecurity, particularly in Africa, but also to advance on climate action. We know the role that agriculture plays, specifically unsustainable farming practices. And so one of the key challenges in scaling regenerative agriculture, particularly in our region, is really working hand in hand with farmers. And one, it has to be buy-in. So you have to get the farmers to, one, buy into abandoning age-old practices that they have had, or practices that they've adopted through the current methods of farming. So when farmers have tried and tested methodologies and ways of doing things, to break that and to try and convince and to get them to adopt different methodologies, different farming practices, regenerative farming practices, can be a challenge.
So thank you very much. Naomi, from your perspective, you work with indigenous practices of farming, and what are your thoughts when you hear St. Francis here?
Regenerative agriculture is the circular agriculture that is about bringing up health and wealth. And I feel like regenerative agriculture is the way to go. And it is true that we need to work together as farmers to actualize this, because for us to see the impact of it, we have to jointly work together and understand the importance of regenerative agriculture. So for me, I strongly feel like regenerative agriculture is the way to go.
But you hear about trying new methods, like St. Francis here introduced. Is that difficult from your perspective? Is it difficult to go forward and not look at regenerative practices that has been working for many generations and might not work any longer because of climate change? Or how does this ring to you?
Apparently, and it is very easy once you understand how it works, because for us, as I said, it's circular agriculture. That means we have integrated the agriculture to enable us to really farm, to really do the regenerative agriculture in the perfect way. Because for us, what we do, we have integrated things like black soldier fly. We have the frass from the black soldier fly is what we use as fertilizer in our farms. So it is a circular agriculture for us that enabling us to really practice regenerative agriculture well.
Thank you very much, Naomi. So, Francis, how many farmers, can you really count the number of farmers that you're working with? And how many regions are you in?
Sure. So I think Nestle has a program called Farmer Connect. And because we have agronomists on the ground through extension services that we provide to farmers that we work with, we can count that number. It depends also on the particular crops that we're sourcing from the farmers, be it dairy, be it in cocoa, be it in soy, or, so we absolutely can count the number of farmers that we work with because we have a program, and I think more specifically agronomists on the ground that are working with these communities, that build relationship with these communities such that it's a co-creation and it's not just a top-down preaching to farmers. Understand their challenges, understand some of the ways in which they have been farming, what is beneficial to them. So understanding that nuance requires building a relationship with farmers, and you need to be on the ground, boots on ground, working with these farmers.
And of course, both of you, there's of course also the financial aspects of this. And we know that the food prices are, well, they're difficult for many, both the farmers and the consumers in some parts of the world. So, Francis, how does Nestle make sure that you take care of this aspect and make it interesting for the farmers to actually continue with the programs that you're starting?
Yeah. So allow me to tell a story because I think stories are powerful and they really carry messaging quite strongly. You are right, it does require investment, and there's also an element of incentivizing behavior, particularly not just for adopting regenerative agricultural practices, but also to, in a way, incentivize right ways or behaviors from a social impact perspective. So if we look at the Nestle Cocoa Plan, which is really centered and predominant in Ghana and the Ivory Coast, that is a program that has been in existence for 10 years plus. And there we are working with farmers directly to help improve their livelihoods. And so if you take the story of the Nestle Cocoa Plan and specifically focusing on a number of different areas where we are incentivizing farmers, but again, I think key is that collaboration and working with the farmers and those communities. So we incentivize for, particularly mitigating risk of child labor, because we understand, again, through insight and learning from these communities and farmers, that it is important from a source of livelihood that everybody's working on the farm. So, encouraging and incentivizing for farmers to keep their children going to school, because education is key. I think we can agree on that. Then it's adoption of good agricultural practices / regenerative agriculture. Then we encourage adopting crop diversification. And then, of course, because that then provides additional streams of income for the farmer, we then also encourage them to adopt agroforestry in order to make their crops more resilient. Now, what does that result in? Better yields, stronger crop resilience, and therefore it is beneficial for the farmer. And once the farmer, and yes, we do incentivize it, full transparency, we incentivize that. But it's almost like change management. And change management is about gradually building ambassadors for the change. And that's what you're able to do when the farmer sees tangible benefits, not only for their own livelihood, but also for the environment. I think it's a win-win, and it's getting us somewhere. It's getting us somewhere. It's not perfect, lot more work to do, but it's definitely a journey. And as I said, if you think about change management, that farmer will then share with his peer, with his neighbor, in terms of the wonderful results in crop yields, better soil health, biodiversity improving. So it's quite important that we think about it holistically in terms of incentivizing the investment required. It is necessary, but once we get that adoption, I think things will start to move a lot better.
So Naomi, hearing this, what is your response, or maybe a question?
I agree completely with whatever he's saying, because it is true. Being in the industry and I've been practicing this regenerative agriculture for the past 3 years, thanks to well-wishers and NGOs who came on the ground and helped us. But before that, farming for me was very expensive. Regenerative agriculture tends to be difficult once you start, but once you get the system, it is very easy and it is very affordable to produce using the regenerative agriculture than the conventional method. So for me, I completely agree and encourage other farmers to use the regenerative farming mode of farming for them, because this will encourage a lot of soil wellness and high yields in return.
Thank you, Naomi. There was a question from the student at Mount Kenya University. Unfortunately, the connection was not very stable, but I think I understood the first part of the question that I got it. It was what crops are available, or maybe the most suitable for regenerative agriculture. And I know it's a huge continent, so let's focus on Kenya, where the student was from.
Look, I think it's, of course, it is very dependent on the region, the crops that are successful, and we spoke about crop diversification. So I do think that there's an opportunity for farmers to think of non-traditional crops that might better the biodiversity, and therefore create a system where everything is thriving, and of course with that diversification they can get additional income. So I think it's quite difficult to say specifically which crops for Kenya, but I do think that there are wonderful opportunities for farmers to perhaps work with their agronomists, if those extension services are there, to understand for the soil topography, the type of soil, the soil health, what other additional crops could be beneficial for them to diversify, and therefore, of course, get an additional income as well.
And of course, students, like the student that was posing the questions from Mount Kenya University, they're crucial players in making this work. And so organizations like yours, Naomi, and the work you do on the ground. So let's finish this up with a call to action question. St. Francis, what call to action would you like to say to the viewers here? We're roughly around 3 million viewers probably today. So, and who would you like to address your call to action to?
So I think there are a few things, and there are a number of players that need to step up and step into the transition and accelerate in that transition. And it won't be easy. I think we can all agree that there are challenges, and if it were easy, we'd probably be there already. I think one is buy-in. We need to work with farmers to buy into regenerative agricultural practices. And it's not that farmers are resistant just to be difficult, but I think it's understanding the nuances. And you have to, again, come back to this point of working directly with farmers, collaborating with them, understanding their nuances. And I think that's a collective action. those that are sourcing from smallholder farmers, we need to, and collectively the farmers themselves, because if the farmers do not adopt those regenerative agricultural practices, there's not much movement for industry or the entire food system sector to, of course, make this impact that we want from a climate action perspective and to be net positive. So two more, allow me. The second, I think, is around investment. So companies like Nestle are taking on that responsibility. So we are going to be investing 1.2 billion Swiss francs up to 2025, or in the lead up to 2025, to really scale regenerative agriculture in our supply chain. That requires that level of investment. So put your money where your mouth is. And then finally, leadership. Leadership from different sectors. So government, policy, leadership from the private sector. How do we lead? And for me, leadership is assuming the responsibility to collaborate, to work together, and to get things moving. Again, we might not have all the solutions now, but we don't have time. We really do not have time.
Well, thank you very much, then, Francis. And Naomi, what is your call to action? I think we lost sound from Naomi, so we can please check. Oh, yeah, just unmute yourself, Naomi.
Yeah, so I was saying it is important that a lot of people come together to educate farmers, and this education will depend on the location of the farmer because of the language barrier, and also the fact that a lot of people practicing farming in Kenya are middle-aged and old people. Most of the youths that are coming in agriculture are catching up with regenerative agriculture. So I feel like it is very necessary for all the farmers to be educated on the importance of regenerative agriculture, because I have seen it work for me, and I'm sure it will work even for them.
Those are great final words, Naomi, that you've seen it work for you, and you know it will work for other farmers too. So I'd just like to end with encourage you to interact on the platform. And again, I'm so sorry I couldn't catch the full length of the question from the student here. So please write it on the platform. And Ms. Francis, I would encourage you to go into the We Don't Have Time platform and connect with that student and just keep the dialogue open. Also, you, Naomi, it's easy, wedon'thavetime.org, and you write on the platform, and you could have a dialogue after this session. So thanks again, great input, thanks for joining us. And now it's over to the next session in a minute or two. I'm heading over to my colleague Nick Nuttall, who's hosting the Defugo and Friends in a few minutes. So thanks again for this session. Bye-bye.
Closer, soon it's all around. Give me We grow up and we play. We invent new ways of doing things and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
So, hello. We're back for episode 2, you might call it, of Defugo and Friends, here live from Sharm el-Sheikh in the diplomatic zone of COP27. We're going to be hearing shortly from David Coleman, the chairperson of Defugo Technologies, and hear more about these brilliant ideas for actually stop wasting basically food, but also the materials that go with agricultural production and other related matters. But before that, we'd like to see a video on the plan, maybe the great plan.
Why are we making a plan to feed 9 billion people by 2050? The global population is predicted to be nearly 10.5 billion by 2100. So any 2050 plan is just kicking the can down the road and leaving the problem to the next generation. Then the generation after that, if there is one. What we need right now is a big plan. A really, really big plan. A plan so big and audacious that it plans to feed, clothe, and provide energy for 50 billion people and goes for 1,000 years. We can plan for a rogue asteroid that may or may not be on its way to destroy us. So let's make a plan for something that is 100% going to destroy us. Climate change. We should call this plan the Big Saving the Planet Plan. In short, nothing we're doing now should be in this plan. We've proven that in the few short years of human history, since the Industrial Revolution, that our current processes only destroys the planet, as we lose arable land, insect and animal species, and clean water every year. As a human race, we're falling well short of the oath to hand our world onto the next generation in a better condition than we received it.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to go over to David Coleman, the chairperson of Defugo Technologies, as mentioned, and he's going to give a presentation here on some other aspects of the work that he's doing, the ideas that he has to really transform the agricultural and food sector. David, great to see you. Okay, fine. I'm going to hand the microphone over to you.
Thank you very much, Nick, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yesterday, we presented the idea of the universal processing plant and how we're going to take biomass and maximize its value through a zero-waste process. While this will dramatically improve the amount of food and energy that we can make, and it will probably get us to 9 billion people, maybe even 10, but then what? Feeding 9 billion people isn't enough. It stops way short of what really needs to happen and the moon leap in thinking that we need to feed this planet. Next slide, please. As we go through today's presentation, I'd like you to think about net primary productivity, or NPP. Essentially, all energy on Earth comes from the sun, and biomass acts as that massive battery that harnesses all the sun's energy just waiting for us to use it. At any one given time on the planet, there's about 100 billion metric tons of biomass, split evenly on land and in the sea. In today's presentation, we're going to focus primarily on that 50 billion on land. As we go through the presentation, think about the tropics and the denser biomass that occurs there and its ability to harness and store huge amounts of energy. Next slide, please. The Defugo process and its goals center around the concept of regenerative agriculture, a system that is based around leaving more than what we took. It's not enough to have sustainable agriculture. Unfortunately, we've already lost 33% of our arable land, so we need a process that is going to build back that and then some. That's what we call regenerative agriculture. As part of a collaborative effort between Defugo, Sydney University, the Ephebic Fund, and Botanical Proteins, we've collectively joined forces to answer one of the biggest problems the world has ever faced. How do we turn back time on the environmental damage that humans have done to this planet? Funny enough, the answer does not come from fancy machinery, physics, but like most revolutions, it starts underground. Next slide, please. While carbon farming has been a bit of a throwaway line of late, it really is just that. It's a process by which soil regeneration retains more carbon than it uses. This isn't as easy as it sounds and takes a combination of land, biomass, technology and processing, and then strategies around sequestering atmospheric carbon to retain that in the soil. The hemp industry talks about the entourage effect, which is essentially the idea of all the parts of the hemp coming together to have a better outcome. At Defugo, we talk about the symphony effect, and we use the idea of the 4 parts of the symphony which come together in their different areas, in the same way that we use land, biomass, technology and decarbonation. We're bringing the sums of the parts together to create greater than the whole. Next slide, please. Nitrogen dioxide, or N2O. This is why we really need to look at soil, its degradation, and therefore its impact on greenhouse gases. The removal of topsoil and the death of its complex structures mean that each year we're losing yields, arable lands, and the ecosystems that support it. Without putting too fine a point on it, if we are serious about having the big Save the Planet plan, we have to fix this. Next slide, please. Our big idea to go with our big Saving the Planet plan was to develop a biomass that could maximise every hectare of land, answer the big problems of land versus food versus energy, and give us both in abundance, and at the same time create a platform that would sequester huge amounts of our atmospheric carbon. So that should be easy, right? Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, not so much. There are a number of plants out there that would give us the multiple functions of food, energy, and a healthy carbon sequestration. Hemp does come to mind. The issue here is in many countries around the world, hemp is still illegal. And the countries where it's not illegal, it's still heavily regulated. We needed a biomass that was legal everywhere in the world and would excel in delivering our big Save the Planet plan. Next slide, please. So remember that guy in a few previous slides that was holding up the native grasses and that deep root system? Well, this is the plant that does exactly that. These deep roots bring nutrients way down into the soil, sequester carbon, and at the same time, with every rotation, these roots remain in the soil, providing the next crop the nutrient it needs and supporting the good guys of soil management, fungi. It's a very fast-growing crop. In that photo there, these plants are only 4 weeks old and well over a foot tall. By the time that 70 days comes around, they're over 4 meters tall. 70 days is the first time that we can look at doing a harvest, with the full maturity of the plant coming out around 110 days. It very clearly has the 3 stages of the plant that we're looking for, which is the head, the bark, and the bast. With a 4 metre tall plant, deep root system, we're achieving over 16 metric tonnes of dry weight per hectare. We achieve 5 to 7 tonnes of leaf matter and another 8 kilos of seeds. Everything on this plant is used, including the roots. Next slide, please. The leaf matter of this plant has over 18% protein. It will provide a healthy, dry fibre that is high in protein and great for both human and animal consumption. With over 5 tonnes per hectare of biomass, the leaf matter is a very, very viable, high-quality protein solution. I've been experimenting with the leaf matter in a fermentation process to develop a high-protein postbiotic product. This is incredibly exciting for human and animal health and will deliver a very, very unique product. The seeds, well, they're just loaded full of fantastic rare lipids, essential amino acids, and the benefit being there's very few of the undesirables in the lipid family. Most importantly, the seeds have a very, very high lysine count. Lysine is the building block to protein. It's an essential amino acid that your body cannot make, so it must find from food. Importantly, it also helps the transition of fats into cells to create energy. These seeds produce a food that is so high in omegas, so high in essential proteins, it's a little bit like a salmon and a cow had a dirty night. The protein structures, botanical proteins, is also working on replacing fetal bovine serum. This is the hypocrisy of lab-grown meats, that they have to use the blood of an unborn cow in order to start their protein structures. This one is very important to botanical proteins and animal welfare. The stems themselves, well, just like the other stems we presented yesterday, at their base level, they can provide energy. But also when separated up into their various parts, will give us dietary fibres and also fibres for the textile industry to complement cotton. Next slide, please. In its dry format, the proteins are basically flavourless. They're stable and applicable to bakery, beverage, and a range of alternate protein products of everything from a beef patty right through to non-dairy milk. Next slide, please. In the wet format, there was so much excitement the first time we extracted the oil. The first surprise was it tasted great. This is not always the case when it comes to protein extractions. And to make them palatable, we really have to over-process the proteins, which reduces their efficacy and their bioavailability. As a wet concentrate, this oil has a slightly nutty flavour, maybe peanut, maybe sesame, just depending on your point of view. But most importantly, as a concentrate, there is over 86% protein. This concentrate is acting more like an isolate than a concentrate. To achieve this, there's a very, very simple, low-cost extraction process. To compare other proteins, this sets it apart both on cost, flavour, efficacy, and applicability. At its very most basic application, we have created a low-cost, highly nutritious cooking oil that has no allergens. But on a much more important application, we've also been able to make awesome-tasting peanut butter without the EpiPen. Next slide, please. When applied to food that we all know and love, everything in this photo besides the tomato and the lettuce comes from the plant. The fibre is in the bun. The fibre is also applied as a binder for the meat patty. This works both in alternate meats and also in the standard meat patties. The cheese? Well, the lipids. They are used to create a range of dairy mimics, one of which is cheese. And of course, the plant proteins themselves. The patty is made from those, delivering not only a great taste, but a high omega and a high protein base. We as humans are not going to give up our pizzas, we're not going to give up our burgers. So now to have a burger that is high in protein, high in fibre, high in omegas, and low in all the bad stuff is really going to change our relationship with food. Next slide, please. As with sugarcane, we presented yesterday, the process is a green process. We want to extract all of the goodness from the plant. Again, we can separate the plant down into the hurd, the bark, and the bast. This gives us the ability to recover the food elements, the energy elements, and also the textiles. Next slide, please. When it comes to energy, again, we can make renewable diesel, SAF, ethanol, and hydrogen. We also recover all that water and return that back to the environment, nice and clean and ready to go again. Next slide, please. The co-products again are biochar and urea. It is so important when we look at the zero waste process of the UPP and the 100% plant utilisation that these products create the genuine opportunity for a circular economy that the plant is putting back into the next generation of food. Next slide, please. The plant's ability to sequester large quantities of atmospheric carbon is absolutely quite astonishing. With the right growing conditions and soil management plan, we've seen results of over 80 metric tonnes a hectare. In the short term, this process of carbon sequestration will become a business in its own right, though the business model for the UPP does not rely on this in the long term. Defugo sees the opportunity to use extra capital invested heavily from the carbon into the future development and regeneration of soils. This is an investment in the future, and we encourage governments to use this money to develop soil structures, develop the soil health, and invest in the next generation. This needs to become a policy, not just words. Next slide, please. Because of its fast-growing nature, the crop makes a fantastic tweener. What do we mean by tweener? Well, a crop that you grow in between your standard commercial crops. The use of the biomass in a very, very simple way would at least regenerate soil and support healthier yields on the next rotation of your commercial crop. It also would deliver fantastic extra income in the seasons between. But more importantly, with the use of the UPP, we no longer have a processing capability that is single use. This allows us the ability to get away with the idea of monocrops and go to a 365-day-a-year crop rotation plan. Why is this important? Well, this allows soil to regenerate. It makes sure land is not overworked and drained and depleted, but also we can create biocorridors. Biocorridors stop pests from building up, as we do with monocrops, and allow the farmer to reduce the amount of chemicals and pesticides that they have to use to control them. Botanical Proteins is also working on the next cold soil biomass, or a winter crop as we call it, that will make sure that we have biomass all year round. Next slide, please. In the case of Australia and the application of a biomass like this, Australia doesn't have just the opportunity to decarbonise, it has the opportunity to lead the world. With just 1% of Australia's landmass that would be converted to this biomass, we'd be completely net zero. There are cattle stations in Australia that actually own more land than this. And to give you some context visually, 1% is about Tasmania, sitting right down at the bottom of that map there. But this 1% would replace the 30 billion litres of diesel that we use every year. It would also create another 7 billion litres of diesel that we could start a viable export economy with. We would replace 90 million metric tonnes of carbon that is released every year from diesel engines. We would sequester 300 million metric tonnes from atmospheric carbon into the soil. And to say Australia doesn't have the space is just wrong. There is 98 million hectares of Crown land. That's land that the government owns and doesn't have an agricultural use at the moment. With one flick of the pen, this land could easily be allocated to decarbonising the world at scale. And let's not forget, in this process, we would be making 17 million tonnes of fertiliser, another 15 million tonnes of liquid fertiliser. This would all create 91 million tonnes of plant proteins, 38 million tonnes of plant proteins. This would result in $4.8 billion in biomass sales for farmers and a further $38 billion in plant protein sales, even if the plant proteins were sold at a quarter of today's market price. In a recent government decarbonisation report, it identified biomass as one of the 5 pillars for Australia to reach net zero. And it in fact indicated Australia could replace up to 8% of global carbon emissions. We have the land, we have the farmers, we have the technology, but what we really need now from the world is the political will to make this happen. Next slide, please. While we've been very focused on the food and the energy element of the biomass, there are 1 or 2 other applications that it does have that might be pretty handy on the way to 10 billion people. It is true that electric vehicles, when made from green steel and powered by green energy, will ultimately be the lowest emission options. There is a long way to go and a lot of money before we're 100% electric. Renewable fuels such as D100, E100, SAF and hydrogen, all from biomass that sequesters large quantities of atmospheric carbon, will certainly make a great gap filler while we sort the rest of that out. Next slide, please. In combination with the Defugo UPP and the botanical proteins biomass, we've delivered a new operating system that our world so desperately needs. The resulting symphony will lower inflation, restore agricultural land, create jobs, and provide a stable, green economy for generations to come. Next slide, please. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't the end. This is just the beginning for botanical proteins. Wait till you see what our next big idea is. Next slide, please. Botanical proteins has now developed a way of extracting high-grade plant proteins, vitamins, enzymes, and triglycerides from the waste streams of other oil crops. The crushed waste, at the moment, at best, is fed to cows. At worst, unfortunately, is added to landfill. This exciting development is low cost. It's low energy. It works at room temperature and can run on tap water. It's not affected by salinity or pH. This means the technology is deployable into the most remote areas and the most underdeveloped areas. This will allow everyone the ability to develop a healthy, plant-based diet from agricultural waste. The technology, ladies and gentlemen, is another key to unlocking the Earth's ability to feed 50 billion people sustainably. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, David. I mean, just quickly on this issue of this super plant that you described earlier, where does it come from? Is it an Asian plant or?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nick. Yes, it started in Southeast Asia over 3,000 years ago, and hybrids of it have actually spread all around the world, which are grown as far away as Alaska and right through Africa. What we've been doing is working with 355 different variants of it and creating biomass that is going to be suitable for different soil types and also extracting more atmospheric carbon. So there was a few things that we needed to look at.
So, but I mean, it's starting. I mean, there are pilot trials of it, clearly. I mean, there were images there of this plant. And what you're basically saying is it can improve the health of the soil, it can provide all kinds of proteins from the seeds and I think the leaves possibly as well. And so could you actually process those proteins into other things? I mean, into other, say, plant-based foods?
Look, 100%. We've been working with Sydney University and doing deep dives into all the different lipids, amino acids and so forth that exist in this plant. And we're nowhere near done. And we've been researching now for a couple of years. So it is quite an incredible plant from that point of view. What we're now doing is growing it in different soils and different climatic conditions to understand the impact that has on the plant and the different things that come from it. So in some conditions, the plant proteins are better. In other, we've got more fiber, so we can make more energy. So we're just working out what the balance of that looks like right now. But we've been able to grow it in every condition from about 7 degrees soil temperature right up to the hottest tropical environments that we can find. It's very, very, very strong.
Right. So it's not going to become some alien invasive species that's going to take over the world like the day of the Triffids or anything. We can be reassured that it's a friendly plant, if I can put it that way.
It's a very friendly plant, Nick. It'll give you a hug.
Good, David. Well, I'm just looking at the time that we have right now, and I think that was a very interesting dive into it. I think the audience should even replay this video to fully understand this extraordinary potential of this plant, but also the links that David made afterwards to things like bamboo as well, and how we can actually harvest that, which was highlighted yesterday and underlined again today. And I think we're expecting to see you again on Monday, David, that's correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nick. And on Monday, I'm very excited to introduce one of our female CEOs, Emma Clark, who will be presenting wastewater to hydrogen, which is a fantastic solution.
Right, sounds like a great solution indeed. I think, given it's Saturday and we wanted to jolly things up a little bit, I think you have a song that you would, a new song that's been written about the climate issue. Tell us about the song.
Yeah, look, definitely. One of the biggest issues is the youth do feel very left behind in the conversations that are happening. And as we're at COP today, it was, you know, I'm speaking, you're speaking, but we need a way to communicate with the younger generation. And I was approached by two incredibly talented young artists, Kyle and Jay, and they'd come up with a song that they wanted to present at COP, and they wanted people to listen to. And it's called Stay Down, which is reference to the temperature. It's written as a love song, but it's a love song to the earth. Now, you listen to it, it might be a love song to your girlfriend, but it's their way of saying to the earth of all the things they're going to miss out on if she dies. And it's a beautiful song.
Okay, I know a lot about climate songs because in advance of the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015, I actually asked people to send in songs for Paris. So I've listened to many. So I'll be intrigued to hear what this one sounds like. Could we play this song, Tech Team?
To tell you, but I've been looking at us differently, dancing around all the problems, and it's something we can wait and see. Baby, I'm worried, I'm wasting our time. You know it's running out, yeah, and we could have had it all, yeah. Stay down, I'm on my way. You light up my day. We could get away from here. Stay down, I'm on my way. You light up my day. We could get away from here. Bees in the trap, but it feel like that. Out of the park, gotta sweat it like a baseball bat. And a place in the south where my kids end up. And I know behind the bed they wanna watch it crash and melt away. And you look amazing. I just wanna spend all of my time watching you dancing. I just wanna see you with a smile under your lens. I just wanna see you give a couple second chances. But baby, there's no chances in this here. When the kids on my vest in the mist, we stuck on a boat in the sea and it looks like it's me, yeah. Ain't nobody around, baby, don't need to act like you bulletproof, If I move, then you move. If you move, then I move. I don't mind if that's all that we do. I just want this to stay down. second, boy, I'm peach like Daisy. I can feel my water, now my water going crazy. My body a temple, now my mind just like a stadium. I'm feeling yes, and that's all that I wear. I go to London, we know where I'm on class. I took her IG, then I found out it was a test. That's kinda crazy, why you tripping, go to rest. Yeah.
One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Yeah? Can we restart the live stream, please? So we can cut out this bit. Can you give me a sign when we're restarting the live stream, please? Okay, fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the COP27 key event. The climate emergency is a hunger emergency. My name is Elizabeth Nyamayaro. I'm a special advisor with the World Food Program, and I'm your moderator for the conversation today. I think many of us in this room know that the climate crisis is no longer a glimpse into the future, but a real daily reminder and reality for millions of families around the world. Climate crisis, the devastation from shocks and disasters is not only impacting their livelihood, but also their ability to access food. And on that note, I speak from personal experience. I grew up in a small village in Zimbabwe, and when I was 8 years old, my country of Zimbabwe was devastated by climate change. A severe drought came, and it killed everything within our community. We went for days without food. And one day, I collapsed onto the ground, and in my young mind, I actually thought,
maybe you can change the mic.
Change the mic, yeah.
thank you for your patience, everyone. We'll get it done. Yeah, okay. Third time lucky, I'm very optimistic. I think in a worst case scenario, we could just do without the live stream, just in terms of keeping time. Hello, 1, 2, can you hear me? Okay. This is the one, I promise you. It's gonna be worth it. This is a really important conversation. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this key COP27 event. The climate emergency is a hunger emergency. My name is Elizabeth Nyamayaro. I'm a special advisor with the United Nations World Food Program, and it is my honor to be your moderator for today's conversation. I think many of us know that the climate crisis is no longer something that is, a glimpse into the future, but a reality for millions of families around the world. Climate shocks and disasters have not only damaged their livelihood, but also their ability to access food. And on that, I speak from personal experience. I grew up in a small village in Zimbabwe, and when I was 8 years old, my country of Zimbabwe was devastated by climate change. A severe drought came and literally killed everything within our community. We went for days without food. One day, I was so weak from hunger that I collapsed onto the ground, and in my young mind, I actually thought I was going to die. But thankfully, an aid worker with the United Nations found me. They gave me a bowl of porridge and saved my life. And this, for me, is the moment that led me to want to become a humanitarian so that one day I can also be on the other side and support communities in need. And so here today, I'm really excited to have this conversation because we know that millions of more communities around the world are having to rely on humanitarian assistance because our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions have failed. And our efforts to help communities adapt, mitigate, or recover from climate disasters have also shown fought, and they've also been fragmented. And so I'm excited that we have this really distinguished panel members that are going to share not only the crisis itself, but also inspire us with some solutions that are working on the ground, because it's not about being hopeless, it's about being hopeful. So I'm going to introduce our panel members, and starting right here to my left, we have Dr. Jürgen Kaus-Sattler, who is the Director General
of International Development Policy and Climate at the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Next to him, we have Ms. Christina Bennett. She's the Chief Executive Officer of START Network. Next to her, we have Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam, the Member National Committee on Climate Change in the Government of Pakistan, and my colleague, Mr. Geno Laganda, Director of Climate and Disaster Risk Reduction at the United Nations World Food Programme. Before we get into our conversation, I just want us to really kind of step back and remind all of us why we're here. I think a lot of the conversation on climate change often focus on what its impact is on the environment or the planet. And we often forget that behind all this disaster is actually human lives. We have a short video that has been taken from people around the world talking about what it has meant for their families to live through a climate crisis. So can we cue the video, please?
This is the sitting room. Some of our clothes were following the water and going. The sugar, the rice, even our chairs, our beds, my books, my past papers, even my exercise book, all. We lost all.
Hemos perdido nuestra sembrar quinoa.
Rafat, Arar, Meshon, so below in Kajurwa, the Irma Makapakana, Zahakamana, Skiria. Vijala Bokota, Bajala, Lata, Papraikonico, O Pisia.
Figal Banada, Galvanada Murbleno, Chukulgai, say, Bakan Nakar Guy in the Dimafi.
Everything is lost, everything is wet.
أنا dadka walaaley oo miskiima ay gaajada haysateen to wax la siiyo oo hay'adaha dhamaan loo qayliyaan oo wax unuga aan cunaa rabnaa gaajada faak walaaley dhama rafaadaystaan.
I need support for my education and even for what we are going to eat, because you cannot go to school without eating.
Thank you so much. Before we get into this really powerful conversation, I just want to make a note that Eugen has to leave in about 25 minutes. And so if you see him leaving, it's not because he's running away from the conversation. You'll be very happy to participate. So I want to actually start with you, WFP perspective. You know, you are operating in 120 countries, the largest humanitarian organization in the world. We are sitting at a panel that's called The Climate Emergency is a Hunger Emergency. Can you kind of paint the picture for us? Why is that the case? And what are you seeing in the countries that you operate?
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. And I think this video was a very powerful reminder of what loss and damage looks like in the real world. Sometimes when we talk in these climate conversations, we tend to be a bit dry and theoretical about some of these concepts, but this is the reality that people face in the field. And when we look at what drives hunger today, our boss, David Beasley, always talks about the 3 C's. He says this is conflicts, it's costs, and it's climate. And when you look at those 3 C's in more detail, then you realize that climate is really the one factor that can drive the other 2. I mean, costs can also drive conflicts, but climate is really a meta driver. It's also the one driver that is potentially irreversible. I mean, once we have heated up the world beyond 1.5, once we're in these tipping point territories, once our coral reefs are gone, once our glaciers are gone, they're not gonna come back with the stroke of a pen, which is how we can sign peace agreements or introduce new economical policies to fight inflation. So basically these 3 factors, these 3 C's, conflicts, costs, climate, they combine into a very toxic reality for the most vulnerable people on the ground. And we see when we look at the hunger numbers right now, also a picture that is worse than anyone in WFP has seen in their lifetimes. We're talking about 828 million people who are chronically food insecure. We're talking about 345 million people who are either in a food crisis or emergency. This is more than double as many as we had in 2019 before these big economic shocks started to hit. But when you look into this year alone, in 2022, we're going to, I think, hear more about this. You see these massive impacts, dry spells, heat waves, followed by intense rainfall. You see in the Sahel a consecutive barrage of rainfall failures that is very, very unprecedented. So this is the reality of loss and damage, and I think when it comes to now how we are dealing with those, we are still in a space where we are very reactive. Now in the humanitarian system, we are usually kick into gear once the house is already on fire, and we need to urgently, without any delay, invest in systems that reduce humanitarian needs before we get to that stage. But that's more or less the current picture we're facing right now in the field.
And actually, that's a really good segue to Pakistan, because I remember early days, 20 years ago, when we were talking about climate adaptation, it was really more in terms of let's plant more trees and let's have more, drought-resistant crops. But I think Pakistan is a good example that, we've seen that this is just not enough. A country like yours has gone through both a heat wave and a drought within the same period. Can you just share with us again, paint that picture for us, what it has meant for your communities, and in particular also their food insecurity during such crises?
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ramina Khurshid Alam. Yes, I'm one thing else I wanted to introduce by myself, that I'm the member of the Standing Committee of Climate Change. Other than that, I'm convener of the task force of the Parliament of SDGs in Pakistan. So, while talking about the food insecurity, I must say that the biggest challenge, although everybody say that, of course, climate change impact a lot on everything, but I believe the climate change impact on food security is the biggest challenge, is one thing which everyone is suffering, because of that, we all know that the impact of climate change, the heat waves, or either because Pakistan is the one who have suffered three extremes, as my honorable panelists say about the 3 C's, but I say there are 3 C's which I just sitting over here, the cultivating crucial crisis which we are suffering, and because of melting of the glaciers and so many other reasons which we are suffering. Pakistan, a country who is famous for its food and fruits and so many things, but currently with this impact we are suffering a lot. I would really want to bring in your knowledge over here that in our country currently the scenario which we are facing, in that the 38% food insecurity has been already, malnutrition is also deficiency is there, and under the age of 5, wasting and stunting is also a great impact, the painful impact, I must say, that is happening. And then Pakistan, as we are suffering with the 3 main extremes, like one is Gulf and heat waves, and then of course we all know that extreme winter we have suffered. So the country is already underdeveloped, and then the most rural area, which is impacting like Sindh and Balochistan, the way they are suffering, it is one of extreme, that over there, the people who, for them, not only a one-time meal, like for them, the main thing is 1-time or 2-time meals, but somehow they are in extreme pain, where after this effect of extreme floods, they are going to it will take much more time to be settled, or I must say ages. Then, of course, when we talk about the wheat, so 10 to 20% of wheat is going to be less product in the country because of the climate change scenario. And then, of course, with that demand, the rice and sugar, that's going to be late. So there are so many challenges which we are facing, and then of course we need to have site-specific adaptation, practice and align consist flow. But I want to request, as all the UN is here, I must believe that we need to focus, as it's a COP where we are sitting. We cannot, I'm sorry, maybe what the words I'm using a little bit harsh, or maybe few people doesn't like, but what I feel I want to say, that I believe that we need to focus. We cannot mix oranges with apples. As you have mentioned about the example of your country, that how you suffered. Same goes, we have to, if we really want to come for the solutions, we need to go for the regional-wise solutions, because every region is suffering. So Pakistan, like I want to share over here, in 2013 towards 18.
Minister, I want to come back to you on that actually, because we have a whole section on solutions. And I would like to hear your thoughts on that. Allow me to tend to the
sure.
because he has to run in a second, yes. But this is a really good thought. Please hold on to it. I think really what you're saying is that ultimately this requires some funding and cooperation. And we know, Minister, you're here. You are Mr. Moneybag, if I can call you that. What kind of support has the development donor community given to countries in particular around this loss and damage issue?
Yes.
And what have we learned as well? Because I think part of this is like, what can we learn from what has already been done so we can improve on that?
So I think one important general point is you started to say that the climate emergency is a hunger emergency. And I completely agree with you. But I think it doesn't stop here. Because I think, when you look at those kind of situations, they are always more complex. And we see all those crises, and we have to be aware that we can't spend all our development money in short-term relief, in giving food to people, for example. So therefore, it's related, the two, but hunger is usually also related to governance problems in the countries, institutional weaknesses in the countries, to inequality in the countries. So we have to look at that in a broader context. And for example, institutions like WFP, I think we can't give our money to WFP just, to throw the food over the people. WFP and other development agencies have to focus on also make a structural change in those countries. And in that context, just to give you one example, we suggested together with developed countries, but also V20 countries, and Pakistan is one of them, the so-called global shield against climate-related risks. And there, what we try to do is to go to countries, to sit down with countries, and then start to think about the different risks countries are facing, for example, extreme weather events, floods or so, and then to try to identify solutions. Could be climate insurance, could be all kind of things like social security systems. It's mostly related to so-called pre-arranged financing. So when the crisis strikes, it should not take 2 or 3 years, but the help should come immediately. Because if the help comes immediately, then you avoid further losses. For example, if you give to farmers immediately seeds, then the farmers will not be forced to move away because their livelihood is gone. And these are the kind of approaches we try to promote. We already work with WFP in that context. For example, we have given a transfer of $20 million US together with the UK to WFP out of a fund which is with the World Bank, the GRIF, and this serves exactly this purpose. And we start, because the concept is still, not kind of ready to scale up. We start with so-called pathfinder countries. Pakistan is one of them, where we try to implement this approach.
Okay. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thanks a lot, and really sorry, there is another important meeting there.
Okay, thank you so much, Minister. I want to turn to you now, Christina. You are the CEO of START Network, which is tackling systematic issues within the humanitarian sector. So from your perspective, help us paint a picture of what loss and damage look like from the humanitarian organization and the people that you work with.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thanks to my fellow panelists. I mean, for those of you who are unfamiliar with START Network, we are a global network of 85 local, national, and international non-governmental organizations working across all 6 continents. And so for us, you say the climate crisis is a hunger crisis. For us, the climate crisis is a humanitarian crisis in all its forms. Why? Because while we, in all of these conversations, we're talking about loss and damage and the monetary value that is lost when climate destroys communities' infrastructure all of that. But from our perspective, what loss and damage means is the loss of human potential. And that is loss of lives, it is loss of livelihoods, it is loss of culture, it is loss of societies. And what that looks like is very much painted by the video that you've shown and the conversation that we've just had with the minister from Pakistan. That looks like 33 million people underwater in Pakistan whose lives have literally been swept away, their houses, their businesses, their children. It looks like in Bangladesh, communities that suddenly overnight turned into islands because they were surrounded by water for weeks and months, unable to access food, unable to access services, unable to access schools. And the most extreme example we're seeing today is what it looks like today in Somalia, which is a child dying every minute from hunger and from related disease. That means that 60 children are going to die by the time we finish this panel, and 20,000 by the time COP27 closes its doors next week. And what's so frustrating to me about all of this is that all of these crises are preventable and predictable. Our analysis has shown that more than half of humanitarian emergencies can be predicted, can be forecasted, and we can act ahead of a crisis rather than allowing it to happen in the first place. A quarter of those crises we can actually model way ahead of time and pre-position funds in order to be able to pay for things and support communities before anything happens. And at least with half of them, we can act early enough to prevent human suffering. And yet, we choose to stand still. And that's from lack of investment and lack of political will. And that, for me, is why this is a human tragedy and not a tragedy of loss and damage in material terms.
Thank you, Christine. Actually, I want to turn to you, Gano, because, yes, indeed. I want to turn to you because we want to move towards solutions now. What are some of the initiatives that WFP is doing to either, focus on adaptation, also, as Christina mentioned, how do we mitigate some of these disasters before they even happen? Can you share some examples of the kind of work that you're doing?
Yeah, maybe I need to say, before we talk about solutions, I think the COP should be a space where we really stop now discussing do we have a problem or not, but really provide radical ownership of the solutions that are already there, that are tried and tested, that need to get scaled up with the most vulnerable people first. And the question is, what works in the field? No? And there, I think we have, maybe there are to approach this question, we can dice this in two ways. The climate comes for people in two shapes, climate problems. There are the extreme events that knock out a lot of the livelihood assets, a lot of the transport roads. There is also the creeping problems. There are the less, I would say, publicized stresses, shifts in biodiversity, rising sea levels, changes in seasonality. The humanitarian sector is usually very well acquainted with the extreme side of business, while the stress side is a little bit more in the development space. And so solutions in the development space are very relevant at this point in time also for the humanitarian sector, because if a household becomes more vulnerable because seasonality changes, then a little shock can turn that household into a very aid-dependent situation. So the three measures that we have seen to work are, on the one side, a functioning natural resource base for people, using nature as a protective shield against climate extremes, but also against these creeping climate stresses. Combined with that, we need access to climate information, risk information, early warning information. Because if that information is not available, then people do not have any options left in case they are hit by a shock, they are hit by surprise, they don't have any means to react. And the third element we need on top of that is financial protection, which can come in the shape of a social protection system, a climate insurance program, a forecast-based financing program. But ultimately, these things need to be connected, and they cannot be fragmented so that we have one community here with a landscape rehabilitation project, another one that gets only early warning systems, another one that has only access to financial services. We need to bring these three layers of support together for the same communities, and we need to do this as soon as possible and at scale.
Are you also able to share one concrete example of the work that you have done? I think Bangladesh could be a good example that you know, where again, I think the idea here is to actually paint the picture instead of just telling the story. What is it, the concrete things that we've done that have actually made a difference?
A country like Bangladesh, I think, is very well studied in terms of climate extremes. But one thing that Bangladesh, the government of Bangladesh does very well is plant green belts as natural protection against climate extremes. And one other thing that Bangladesh has done extremely well is strengthen the early warning capabilities, the forecasting capabilities for climate extremes. What now comes into the fold is the financial protection angle, whereby the government early warning systems can be used to trigger finance before the next wave of monsoon floods, for example, is hitting vulnerable people. And we have tried this out and evaluated it also in 2020, providing $54 per household to 23,000 families 4 days before the flood hit. And then we measured how do these households fare compared with a traditional, conventional humanitarian response that only comes later after the flooding has already happened. And basically we have seen that a third of households were basically in a much better position during the flood. Nobody went hungry for a single day during a 3-week onset of the flooding season. We saw that the amount people had to borrow from money lenders, from informal financial markets went down. And we saw that the humanitarian response costs were cut in half. So that means, you know, if we empower people with information and with finance before they get hit by a climate shock, that also saves money for the humanitarian response. And that money is very precious because the international aid architecture, the international humanitarian funds, they are not enough to feed everybody and to support everybody who is currently in a hunger crisis or emergency.
Thank you so much, Minister. I'm coming back to you now. So can you share with me, a two-part question for you. What is your hope for COP? And I think you were starting on that, but also what do you think is needed? What's going to work in terms of climate adaptation, given your relevant experience in Pakistan?
Well, I very much agree with both of my panelists, what they have said. It's very heart-touching. And I must say that I do agree with him that he said that the problem, every time we discuss in every COP that the problem. But I think now it's a time that we need to work on the war footage. 1, 2, the elephant is already in the room. I don't know why as a pigeon we are just closing our eyes that okay, the cat is not coming, but the elephant is there and the cat is also there. So we need to focus. If you ask me that what's my hope, yes, I do have a lot of hope, but I'm looking forward towards all those these strong forums like we have UN, like we other different forums that we need. It's my request again, I request that for heaven's sake, we need to figure out that every region have different issues. We cannot, like before I said, we can't mix oranges with apples. Like if we talk about the Asia Pacific countries have different issues. But when we talk about, same goes when we talk about the global effects, climate global impact, that the developed countries, the way they are working, those emissions are being affected to those countries who are becoming very vulnerable. Like if I talk about Pakistan, we have gone through with 3 extremes, one extreme winter, floods, and then heat. And then, of course, the world was being suffered with the COVID too. We cannot forget that. And that time also the economy suffered, the people, and especially the poor people, they suffered. But other than that, as Madam is sitting over and she's talking about the human rights, I believe after this impact.
So, welcome to this segment where we will talk about how to become nature positive by 2030, implementing the Exponential Roadmap for Natural Climate Solutions and the Carbon Law for Nature. Greenhouse gas emissions from food and land need to reach net zero by 2030. We must end deforestation by 2025. These are very tight targets, so we have to get urgent. This year, the Exponential Roadmap initiative partnered with scientists at Conservation International to publish the first roadmap to achieve this. This event brings together world leaders from science, policymakers, and business. To set the scene, we're now going to invite two founding members of the Exponential Solutions series at COP27. Johan Falk, co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and Tessa Vincent, engagement lead at the Race to Zero, the UN Race to Zero. I would ask you perhaps if you could take a seat. I think that might be a nice idea. There's two of you. I think it's much cuter. Johan, what is the Exponential Roadmap Initiative's role in accelerating climate action? Could you clear that up for the viewers, please?
Thanks, Nick. It's great to be here again. We are behind the carbon law, which was introduced in 2017, which basically states we need to halve emissions by 2030 and every decade. And at the same time, we need to protect nature. And after that, we published something called the Exponential Roadmap, which basically highlights the key solutions which can take us to the first halving if we scale them exponentially. But it won't happen automatically. We need the sharp policy, technology, climate leadership, and finance to be able to do that. Now, with Conservation International's work, we also extended to the Exponential Roadmap for Natural Climate Solutions and the Carbon Law for Nature, which we'll hear more about. We have also built up an ecosystem of the absolute leading companies in the world, aligned with the 1.5 ambition, representing $900 billion in revenue. And we're working closely with UN Race to Zero to integrate nature in the new criteria. And we also implemented it in our new business playbook as a guidance for all companies.
Super. I just would like to ask the tech team just very briefly. On the TV monitor here, we've got a presentation from last show. So if we could actually have the TV screen, if that's possible, that would be. Thank you so much. That looks great. Okay, Tessa, you work closely with the Exponential Roadmap and also driving breakthroughs in different sectors, such as food and nature. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing? And again, microphone very close to the mouth. Do you have some slides as well that you're presenting? Is that correct? You do. Well, then why don't you join me up here on stage? Is that easier? Yeah. Come here. And bring your microphone with you. We don't have the joy here of radio mics because of the frequencies in the pavilions cancelling them all out.
Well, kia ora, speaking in my native language, Te Reo Māori from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm Tessa. It's a privilege to be here. I'm attending my first COP and a privilege to be introducing this event, Exponential Race to Zero on Food and Nature. So why are people tuning into this event today? Well, I think it's because we all know, you know, that nature is not being appreciated. It's not being valued. Forests are being destroyed. Farmers are being undermined by large corporations. And food is being left to rot. So next slide, please. But that is where initiatives like the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the Race to Zero come into play, because we are rallying over 11,000 non-state actors to commit to halving emissions by 2030. So that includes companies, cities, regions, finance, education, and healthcare institutions. They are all part of this race. And Exponential Roadmap Initiative is one of our important 26 partners who we're working very closely with to up the numbers of this race and to implement net zero aligned criteria. So next slide, please, to talk through what is the Race to Zero criteria. Next slide, please.
Next slides, guys. There we go.
So we have our 5 Ps, pledge, plan, proceed, publish, and our newest P, persuade. And at the heart of our criteria is a desire to embed nature. So We want to halt deforestation. We want companies to protect our biodiversity. And we are committed to embedding nature in climate transition plans. Next slide, please. What else is Race to Zero and the Climate Champions team doing? Well, we're teaming up with initiatives like Exponential Roadmap Initiative and Conservation International to bring everyone together toward what we call breakthroughs. So tangible, short-term targets that we as a community of actors can work towards. And there seemed to be consensus between over 10 gigatons of CO2 being mitigated per year through nature-based solutions. Next slide, please. What does 10 gigatons per year actually look like? So in land use, that means protecting Indigenous and local community rights. It means protecting 45 million hectares of land and restoring 350 million hectares of degraded land. Next slide, please. Food. What does that mean when it comes to what we eat? It means shifting to eat Lancet's planetary health diet. It means healthy and sustainable diets, and it means halving food waste by 2030. Next slide, please. Agriculture. This means resilient, climate smart, sustainable agriculture being adopted across the world, being the most attractive, climate-friendly option for farmers by 2030. Next slide, please. And why do we think this can actually happen? Why do we think we can achieve this goal? It's because of all of the partners listed here on this slide who support the objective of over 10 gigatons being mitigated each year through nature-based solutions. And we're really pleased to partner with Exponential Roadmap Initiative and Conservation International and the work that they have done on the Natural Climate Solutions report. Next slide, please. Finally, I began by introducing myself in Te Reo Māori from Aotearoa, New Zealand. So I wanted to end with a slide reminding me of home and the relationship that we as human beings have with nature. And for me, that started with my local farm. It started with this beach that I would go to with my family and to the farm that my parents have now retired to. So I think COP is a flurry of activity. And if there's one ask I have for anyone listening in, it's after COP27, take a trip out into nature with someone that you care about and enjoy it and value it. And then maybe we might win this exponential race to zero. Thanks.
Super. All right, Tessa, take a pew over there. That's a very yes, you're getting a round of applause here, which will actually be heard, but maybe not so clearly because being very careful about the quality of the broadcast going out to the world rather than the quality in the room. But I just want to say I have visited your lovely country, New Zealand. I was there for World Environment Day when Helen Clark was Prime Minister. I think it was 2005, actually, something like that, when Achim Steiner was head of the UN Environment Programme. Tessa, I'm being asked you why is food and nature so important for the green transition, but in a sense you've said it in many ways, and I think we all know this intuitively, and when the Paris Agreement was actually established, it was absolutely clear that it wasn't just technology, it wasn't just, other things. We need nature to fully, achieve the net zero target and save this world from danger. Is there one area that you've heard in this whole nature and food story that makes you feel, could be one of the areas that we could step up, whether it be, I don't know, protecting forests or regenerative agriculture and so on, yeah.
Well, I think one of the issues that gets talked about the least but could make the biggest change is actually what we eat, us and the role we have as consumers to reduce meat consumption in high-consuming countries and to shift to sustainable, healthy diets. That would make a huge difference, demand-side food system action. Yeah.
Okay. Johan, what will you cover in today's session?
Today is really about how we should implement this exponential roadmap for natural climate solutions. So it's all about scaling, because we know that solutions exist in all areas, but we're scaling far too slow. So that is what I want us to focus on. So we'll talk about how we scale some of these key solutions like shift to plant-rich food, shift to regenerative agriculture, sustainable forestry, protection, restoration of forests, and also try to elaborate on what are the key blockers from a policy perspective, and also what we need really to accelerate scaling through incentives to people on the ground, and we need to allocate 10 or 1,000 times more funding to scale these solutions.
Yeah. Well, we always point
Thanks.
our friends to this figure here, which is the amount of money that governments have spent on fossil fuel subsidies since COP26. That's a little pot of gold to invest in more interesting things like regenerative agriculture or you know, halving the number of livestock but providing plant-based diets or whatever it is. I mean, there's lots of options, a lot of money there for that. Thanks, Johan and Tessa. We're now going to invite Owen Gaffney, also co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, to talk about what nature positive means and the science behind that. Is he coming in by the magic of Zoom?
He's coming in by the magic of Zoom, yes.
Okay, by the magic of Zoom. Where is Owen Gaffney, please? Okay, needs a couple of seconds because he's not ready. Then we can explore another point here then. So nature positive, this whole area is the nature positive pavilion, Tessa. And also that there are what? 1, 2, 3, at least 2 food pavilions here. So in some ways, this is the COP for nature and food, is it not? It's never been like this before.
I believe so. It's very exciting. We have a food systems pavilion. There's another food pavilion, Nature Zone. It's finally having a dedicated day today to nature-based solutions.
Yeah.
So really exciting to see that this is getting the airspace that it deserves.
Exactly. And there's a little fly keeps flying around, which isn't part of the nature positive story today. It's a nature negative story, is that fly. You can just go on to somebody else. We have Owen with us now. Owen, over to you.
Hey, hi everyone. Great to see you all. Yeah, I'm speaking from Stockholm, and I'm going to give a little bit of an overview of the issue with nature and climate, specifically around the global carbon budget. So the global carbon budget was published just yesterday. I've been involved in the communications of it for many years. Haven't been involved in it this year, but I've been looking very closely at what they're saying about land use, and I'm going to do some present some of the findings there. So if I could have my first slide up, please, that would be fantastic. Great. So of course, every time the report is published, this gets front page news, and this year's no different. I mean, emissions are going up; they're still going in the wrong direction, even after the COVID crisis, where emissions crashed for a couple of years. We've seen an increase in emissions, about 1% this year. Particularly here, you can see that the fossil fuel, carbon, and land use. But what's interesting is about the total. So while fossil carbon has gone up 1%, the total has risen about 0.5%. And that's linked to land use. And I'll get to that in a couple of minutes. So if you could just show the next slide, please. So what does this mean? Well, everybody there knows we need to crash emissions. We need to. We've got a very tiny budget left. Global carbon budget. The Global Carbon Project is estimating a budget of 380 billion tons for 1.5, 50% of 1.5, 730 billion tons for 1.7 degrees. But these are only 50% likelihoods, and the most up-to-date estimates would actually constrain that even further. So this at 1.5, this gives us nine years of emissions, possibly less, possibly as little as 6.5 years. So we've got very, very little time. So this is a key message. That means that that land use is absolutely essential. If we want to stay anywhere close to 1.5, we need to address land use. So next slide. So in terms of emissions trajectories, with we need to get to around zero around 2040 without land use, just crashing emissions for 1.5. The green line here for 1.7 degrees, that would be getting to zero at 2060 without land use. So we really need the land use picture in here to stabilize anywhere near the kind of temperatures we're talking about. And this is the priority. So let's have a look at the next slide. So we published a paper, myself and colleagues, last year, arguing that the trajectories that are most likely to get us to 1.5 with little overshoot, all of them get this. The brown here is land use. Crosses this this zero of land use around 2030. So all the most plausible scenarios for around 1.5 degrees mean that land use has to be around net zero by 2030, so within 8 years. And this is what Mike's going to talk about next, the possibilities of actually achieving that. So next slide. So what does that mean? So we've got 11% of our emissions are coming from land use currently. The other side of the equation is that while 48% of emissions stay in the atmosphere, 29% are absorbed by land. The current estimate's 11.4 billion tons, and 26% absorbed by the oceans. Next slide. So, as I said at the start, so emissions have 41 gigatons this year. About 11, and here we have the land use proportion of that. And what we actually see is quite interesting. We see that land use over the last couple of decades has actually started to fall. So our emissions from land use are falling, apart from a few blips. You can see the big blip here just before 2000 from the Indonesian fires. So specific areas can have a very big impact on land use. So there is a positive story here. We're moving in the right direction. If you go, but what does that break down as? What does that actually mean? Where's the positive coming from? So if you could move to the next slide. So when we look at the long-term trends, here at the top on the brown, we have deforestation. That's remained pretty stable, actually. We're not making much progress on deforestation. The other impacts from land use are on organic soils and other transitions. They're not making much of a change either. But where we're seeing the reductions are in reforestation and afforestation happening around the world. The green at the bottom here, and we can see a very, very clear path of growth there, increasing carbon flux into tree trunks, into soils, into land. Next slide. So in terms of deforestation, 58% deforestation is coming from just 3 countries. We can see here Indonesia, again, the blue line, the spike from that those fires. We see the Democratic Republic of Congo. If you notice, in the last decade, massive increase in deforestation there. And Brazil, some progress in Brazil over the last 2 decades, but an uptick over the last few years. But we're hoping now with Lula as president, we're going to see a continued decline there, back onto a new trajectory. Okay, next slide. And just to finish then, so the regional pattern. So we've been talking about the deforestation. Here you can see the global picture. In red, we can see the major areas of deforestation. And from the previous figure, yeah, it's clear. It's, Indonesia, it's Democratic Republic of Congo, and Brazil, and those areas where the deforestation is happening. And maybe you can just make out on this figure the green blobs. And there we can see where some afforestation, reforestation is happening, particularly across Europe, and in places in China, for example, where there's some very, very positive stories of huge areas of reforestation, and the areas like the lowest plateau, an area the size of France, where soil has been rejuvenated, where forests have been planted, and where carbon is being stored at a massive scale. So there's a lot to be learned from there. So that's, I'm going to finish there. Mike is going to talk about the positives, how we actually accelerate the transformation to get to that key point where we need to be by 2030, where we need to have net zero emissions from land use. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much indeed, Gaffney. Owen, sorry, Gaffney, Mr. Gaffney if you want, but Owen in his first name. I'm not going to come back with a supplementary question because I think you presented the whole thing very nicely. And now we're going to go over to Michael Willison, who's Managing Director of the NCS Roadmap Conservation International. He will present a roadmap for nature, the Exponential Roadmap for Natural Climate Solutions, which was recently launched. Over to you, Michael.
Wonderful. And if you could bring up my slides, please. I have a deck, and I'll be talking through that deck as well.
Okay.
So I'm Michael Willison. I'm the Managing Director of the NCS Roadmap for Conservation International's Moore Center for Science. And I'll be sharing with you some of the key findings and results from this new report that has been mentioned by Tessa and others, the Exponential Roadmap for Natural Climate Solutions. But before getting into the details of the report, we need to set the stage. First, to say that this project is a partnership, and I'd like to thank my partners at WWF, at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. And second, even with Owen's wonderful and brilliant introduction, we need to ground this in the science of what's happening with carbon in the entire atmosphere. And the way to do that I'd like to do that is to point out two facts that the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report highlighted. The first is that the window for 1.5 degrees is still open, but that it's closing rapidly. And the second is that the IPCC made crystal clear that land and nature have to be part of the solution. We cannot get to 1.5 degrees without keeping nature intact and turning it into a sink. We could turn off every fossil energy source tomorrow, and we'd still exceed 1.5 degrees without nature. So let's turn to that 1.5 degree pathway for nature. Next slide, please. In this report, we've introduced what we've called the carbon law for nature. This is a new carbon law, a new element of Johan Rockström's 2017 carbon law that he introduced in 2017. If you recall, the 2017 carbon law was a powerful meme. It introduced a shift in thinking for policy, for finance, and for business, that what we really needed to do was break the problem into steps. We couldn't just set a target out in 2050. We needed to think about what to achieve in 2040 or 2030 or even 2025. And that led to the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, the ERI, which did that across the entire economy. It broke the problem into exponential growth of solutions and exponential reduction in emissions. And we're doing that now for the nature sector as part of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative's first sectoral deep dive for nature. So this notion of cutting the problem into steps, of an exponential growth of solutions, has been a critical driver of change for both policy and action on the ground. While cutting emissions in half every decade is enough for fossil emissions, it isn't enough for nature. We need to do much more. We need to cut emissions from 12.5 gigatons right now to net zero in 2030, and then a 5 gigaton and 10 gigaton sink by 2040 and 2050. This seems nearly impossible. Next slide, please. But it's not. And that's because when we break the problem down, nature is different than fossil emissions. Right now, nature is currently a massive source of emissions, not just 12.5 gigatons, that's a net number. Right now, nature is a source of 23 gigatons of emissions into the atmosphere, nature and land. That 23 gigatons is coming from deforestation. As Owen mentioned, it's coming from degradation of wetlands. It's coming from fertilizer use on agricultural lands that's more than what we need to grow our food, that's wasted. So this 23 gigatons is happening in some places in the world, while at the same time, we're already repairing nature, we're reforesting. Owen showed the numbers for CO2 for that reforestation, and they are growing over time. That's what's changing right now in land. So that 10.5 gigatons of sink is something we're already doing in some places of the planet. And to reach the carbon law for nature, to get from 12.5 gigatons net to net zero, what we really need to do is only drop from 23 gigatons of gross source to 17 gigatons in 2030. 23 to 17 is doable. That's something we can wrap our heads around. That's a growth rate we actually can envision and know how to deliver. At the same time, we need to grow sinks from 10.5 gigatons to 17 gigatons in 2030. That will balance out the gross emissions, and that gets us to net zero. That's the carbon law for nature when we break it down into sources and sinks. That's doable. So let's talk about how to do that. Let's look at a roadmap for delivery. The first element of any roadmap has to be where you go. That's the first innovation of the report. That's the carbon law for nature. That's where we're trying to get to. But if you actually want a roadmap to be useful, it has to be a roadmap for people. People travel down roadmaps. So what we've done is we've shifted the focus of NCS science, of natural climate solutions science, from ecosystems, from this land type, this forest, that wetland, to focus on the people on the ground. It's a farmer that's going to change practices. It's a ranch manager that's going to graze their cattle differently across the landscape. It's an indigenous people and local community that's going to obtain the rights through social movements and through their own fight to get control of their land and get the resources to manage it that will change our relationship with land. So it's the people on the ground that we need to focus on. And our report does this by shifting that focus of opportunity, by mapping the gigatons of opportunity onto the people who need to make the change and the enabling actors who will help them make that change. Next slide. So when we focus on people, a different set of action tracks emerge. These action tracks are groups of solutions that we focused on, and I'd like to point out a few of them. First, in the middle, we have 4 action tracks that are focused on a single actor group on the ground. Indigenous people and local communities, gaining the rights and resources they need to protect the land. That's green as protection. Then climate smart forestry, where foresters are the primary actor group that will change the way they log natural forests or manage working forests. Climate smart grazing, where grazing land management evolves with a certain set of groups on the ground. And farming. Obviously, farming is huge. This is 3.3 gigatons per year in 2030. All of these circles represent 2030 mitigation opportunity. So in 2030, what we see is that in green, protection is about 35–40% of the solution. 50% of the opportunity is actually in managed lands. Climate smart forestry is quite interesting because even though it's a working land, it's also a natural forest that's being produced on. And if you give foresters the incentives to protect their land, they actually prevent deforestation. So by doing forestry better, we stop some deforestation. So that's one of those tracks that's in both. Another thing I'd like to point out before moving on is 2 of the demand side tracks that we have. So we're both mapping on the ground actors. Like I said, these 4 big ones are focused on actors on the ground. We also have 2 demand side tracks, zero deforestation supply chains and diet shift in food waste. These tracks are driven by us, all of us, through the choices we make in the grocery store and diet shift in food waste, through the choices we make to buy products that are not grown on deforestation. These opportunities are ones we need to focus on as consumers to help drive the shift in natural climate solutions. Next slide, please. One of the take-home messages from our report is that 80% of natural climate solutions is intimately related to our food systems. And it's not just the diet shift in food waste track. That was 2.5 gigatons, but 80% of this 13 gigatons is much more than that. And that's because protection is also intimately linked to our food systems. We cannot protect our standing forests unless we stop agricultural incursion into those forests. Agriculture is the biggest drive of ecosystem destruction there is. And even when agriculture isn't the immediate cause of deforestation, recent research shows that agricultural-driven price increases for land, the demand for land itself, is indirectly driving most of the rest of that deforestation ecosystem destruction. 97% of deforestation is driven either indirectly or directly by agriculture. It's a huge number. So all of this green is intimately related to food systems, and obviously the way we manage our ranch lands, range lands, our farmlands are also in our diet shift and food waste. Next slide, please. So I talked about 2 innovations in our report, and messaging folks, communication teams will tell you have 1 message to get across to an audience. So I'm doing something challenging here and getting across 3 messages. The first is the carbon law for nature, a new destination, net zero by 2030 for all land. The second is that we have to focus our science on natural climate solutions on people. And if we convert our emphasis and change our emphasis to people, we will unlock acceleration of natural climate solutions. The third is really to place these on a timeline. So these are the curves, the acceleration curves that we've mapped out from the science of what's possible on natural climate solutions. And these curves are a synthesis of the latest science from what you might call land accountants. Land accountants like Bronson Griscom or Stephanie Rowe, who have written some of the foundational literature of how much mitigation we can get from nature and land at cost-effective levels, under $100 a ton. When we add up that opportunity and we put it on a timeline, what we see is that protection has to accelerate rapidly. We need to we need to have ecosystem loss every 5 years for the next 10 years to get to 4 gigatons of mitigation from protecting natural forests and ecosystems by 2030. The manage curve starts a little slower. You'll notice that this is a slow, fast, slow curve as we talk about transition curves. Stopping ecosystem destruction, that has to be a fast, slow curve. We gotta get moving on that. Manage is a little harder. We don't have as many replicable models that are already financially generating returns until we get the policy and financial mechanisms in place. But once we do, we will unlock this acceleration curve. And that's where we need to go in the next 5 years. This curve has us doubling mitigation on working lands every year between now and 2026 in order to reach 8 gigatons of mitigation in 2030. And then the last curve here is the restoration curve. It starts much more slowly, and that's not because we can delay action on restoration. That's actually because restoration activities take a while to pay back their returns in terms of carbon mitigation. Even if we start planting trees today, those trees are going to be sequestering carbon for years and decades into the future. So restoration takes a little bit longer. These curves are also shaped not just on cost, but also based on a hierarchy of mitigation. So just like you reduce, reuse, and recycle, in that order. First reduce what you're using, then use what you're already using well, and then recycle. That's an energetic equation. That's the way we save energy in the world. It's the same with nature. First, protect. We have to move fastest on protect. Then let's take what we're already using and manage it better. And then let's restore what we can. It also maps onto expense. It's actually the cheapest thing to protect what we already have. It's a little more expensive to manage, but folks are already on this land. They're already managing this land for production. And it's not that different to start adding carbon into the mix of what we're asking farmers and ranchers to produce. With restoration, it's a new activity on new land that we need to go. So I'm going to move forward to the next slide, please, and I'm going to pause.
And then we're going to, then we can
I really just want the next slide to come up so that we can leave
next
it in the
slide,
background.
and then we're going to wrap up, guys.
Yep. And let's leave that in the background as we talk.
Not that it isn't exciting, by the way.
You want to hear about it?
Yeah, I do want to hear about it.
All right. Well, I didn't want
Definitely.
to cut. I'm happy to talk about it. So this is my point on this slide is really to emphasize that our roadmap is not just a global roadmap. It's actually a geographic roadmap. So we've got rich geographic detail underlying these data at the national level, at the regional level, and even at the pixel level. We have maps for each one of these tracks. I'm just showing you here the regional opportunity. It's not surprising to folks who work on NCS that most of the protection that we have as an opportunity is exactly in those places that we're deforesting. It's in the major forest basins of the world. But it is, what I really want to point out here is that when people tell you natural climate solutions is just the North telling the global South to stop doing bad stuff, bring up this map and say, the North, you guys, we got a lot to do ourselves. And we have to prove that we're going to do what we have to do on nature as well as we work with and finance the global South to do what it can do as well. I'll
Michael,
stop there.
That was a super presentation. The topic is really interesting. And this is online somewhere?
It is absolutely, yes.
It absolutely, that's one of the things I'm going to bookmark and read.
Not only is it online, we have a brief version, an executive summary in 5 different languages. So Bahasa, Spanish, Portuguese,
Good, even in English as well.
Even in English.
Fantastic. All right, so let's move to our, thank you, Michael. Let's move to our next guest now. It's Lassie Brun, who is with 50 by 40, if I can get this right. Lassie, you can either stand or you can sit, it's up to you. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the sound in the room is not so perfect, but the sound of the broadcast going out is. So bear with the quality in the room. Watch the replay afterwards. The quality is excellent. Lassie, can we have your perspective on this topic?
You can indeed.
Okay.
And I'm glad to go after this presentation here because I will be touching on some of the issues that was raised here. I will be relatively brief because this is COP and I'm moderating another panel session 1:15.
Okay.
So let's just get it done. I look forward to this. So my basic point of departure for what we're talking about today is that we have a broken and fragile food system. We're seeing it all over the world. We're seeing particularly in the region we're in now, the MENA region, the most drought-ridden region in the world, where there are huge problems with producing food. There's a lot of problems with resilience, adaptation, and climate change mitigation at the same time. And it's about inequality. And I subscribe to the model that we don't have a food production problem, we have a food distribution problem. So it's, when you come to food, it's about inequality, and it's also about food colonialism. The food system we're seeing now is a continuation of what was established more than 100 years ago, where those who have the most are benefiting from the production for those who have the least. So in many cases, the least developed countries, also referred to as the global majority, are where the food and the feed increasingly is produced to serve people who live in the global north, like myself living in North America. So why is that? Well, there are huge problems with funding. The funding streams are going the wrong ways. When it comes to multilateral funding, the multilateral development banks, the IMF, the World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, a lot of the funding goes into the wrong production systems. It's also about governance. The panel I'm moderating in 10 minutes is about the connection, or rather the lack of connection between local, there's some wildlife in here, between local, national, subnational, and multilateral governance. The disconnect there and the sectoral disconnect between forest preservation, agriculture production, climate change mitigation is something we have to work on. And what I really want to focus on today is around the livestock issue, and was touched on here. There's a huge problem with livestock. Everybody knows that in the global north we're eating way too much meat, and at the same time there's a nutrition deficiency in the global south, and we need to do something about that. The problem is funding again. When you look at the global annual budget for climate change mitigation funding, it's around $436 billion, and less than 1% of that is actually going to climate change mitigation work on livestock issues, even though we know it accounts for more than 14.5%. You all know the drill. It's more than all cars, planes, boats, and trains and buses in the world combined. Livestock really accounts for that. So it's not just about the emissions, it's about the equitable food distribution. We're having
I don't know, I might like to kill some biodiversity.
No, we'll let it be. I'm having a little interaction here. So, you know, the latest IPCC report that came out earlier this year, it actually, for the first time to my knowledge, made the connection between the overconsumption of animal protein and other unsustainable foods in the global north and nutrition deficiency in the global south. There is a direct link. So we cannot have an equitable food distribution and equitable access and affordability with food globally unless we in the global north deal with the overconsumption in food. And I want to make clear there's a distinction between the intensive and also called industrialized animal agriculture, the so-called CAFOs, the big factories that we see in mostly North America and Europe. There's a difference between that, which is the bad stuff, and smallholder pastoralists that are mainly in sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, in East Asia and so forth, which by the way accounts for the vast majority of farmers. So there's not a problem with that. We're not talking about making the world go vegan. We're talking about addressing the biggest problems. And I think I mentioned this to you the last time we spoke in New York, is that there is some good news here, because all studies point to the fact that as we are transitioning away from industrialized agriculture, we will actually be creating new jobs. The Inter-American Development Bank and the ILO made a study a few years ago that said if Latin America and the Caribbean were to shift towards more plant-based, not fully plant-based, but more plant-based food, it would by 2030 create between 19 and 20 million new jobs. So you can boost the GDP, you can make a lot of ministers happy at the same time. I always say I want to make the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Climate Change, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Finance happy at the same time. And if you can do that, you have a really good recipe. So I think what we need to do now is start to breaking down those barriers and seeing at what is preventing us from making those changes. And I kind of want to come back to that is the funding streams. We really need to look at where the funding goes, because a lot of the funding that is controlled by the powers that be, particularly the G20 countries, is directing subsidies regulatory support and so forth to the biggest factory farms, not just animal, but particularly animal factory farms, whereas it should be directed into food production system that works with nature, with people, and with farmers. And here's the thing, it's interesting to see that there is a strong disconnect in most countries between what is being stated as national dietary guidelines, what the government officially is recommending people to eat, and where the money goes. It's totally disproportionate, goes different ways. There's no connection there. So that's a good place to start. Let's start producing food and provide funding in line with what you actually are saying people should be eating. And let me finish by on a positive note saying that I think there is much more scope for us to work strongly together, like consumers and farmers, particularly smallholder farmers together, because essentially we want the same thing. And a concrete example is that this year everybody is struggling with increased food prices, and the farmers are struggling to make ends meet at the same time. Everybody's suffering. The only ones that are really gaining traction and having revenues are the big agro-industrial companies that are kind of taking the biggest revenues ever. So I think we really need to do that. And concretely, we need to make sure that all of this gets translated into the NDCs, the National Climate Change Adaptation, National Climate Change Plans for the different countries. And as we look to COP28 in Dubai next year, we really need to focus on ensuring that it's about the full food system. It is not just about the global north, but it's about meeting people's nutritional needs in the global south, and then translating that into concrete climate change mitigation plans on the ground.
Well, Lassie, you've said it all, and I have people in my ear who tell me things like, no, we have to move on now, you can't ask them any questions. So, you said it all. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Best of luck with the moderating over there. Lassie Bruin from 50 by 40, that's, yes, the tech team now telling me something that I'm looking forward to. Rasmus Valenko, Senior Advisor at We Mean Business Coalition, who will be talking about the corporate guidelines for natural climate solutions, which We Mean Business is developing in collaboration with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and many other partners. So, Rasmus, please explain what these corporate guidelines are. Thanks.
Sure. Would you like me to explain it to you or to the audience?
I think you can explain it to the audience who are out there. There's probably about 4 million people right there in 160 countries, so don't be nervous.
Well, hello to everybody out there. I'm Rasmus Valenko with the We Mean Business Coalition. And I've got a very simple
Rasmus,
message
I'll say
to
one small thing
here.
to you before I ruin this wonderful presentation. They won't hear you, though, unless you put the microphone just there, nice
Just
and close
there.
to the mouth. Like a pop singer.
Thank you. Excellent. So I've got a very simple message that's coming from the We Mean Business Coalition. And that simple message is this: if you want to be a climate leader, you must invest in nature. So let me tell you why that is. At the moment, the We Mean Business Coalition, we've been doing a lot of work on defining what climate leadership is for companies, for corporates. And essentially it's made up of 4 things. So we need to have ambition, action, advocacy, and accountability. In terms of ambition, the important thing is that we have to be led by the science. So we want companies to be signing up to the Science Based Targets Initiative. If they're smaller companies, the SME Climate Hub gives that opportunity as well. On the action side, there's several initiatives where companies can work together to find the plans and the solutions that they can roll out across their value chains. On the advocacy piece, we really want companies to follow up on what they're saying in their ambition. They need to be working consistently. So not saying one thing in one forum and then doing another when they're engaging with governments. And on accountability, what we want them to do is to disclose on a regular basis the progress they're making on their climate transition plans. Now, as part of that framework, under the action piece, this is where the work comes out, right? So if we are serious about halving emissions by 2030, we're not going to get there unless we invest in nature, because nature can provide 30% of the effort that's needed to get us to our target of staying under 1.5 degrees. 30%. But let's put that number in perspective. So that number is dwarfed by 3%. So 3% is the number of climate finance that goes to nature. So it's completely disproportional. We can have 30% of the solution, but it's only receiving 3% of the finance. And the finance that we need, the flows of finance, we can't only rely on governments. We really need the private sector financial flows to go into nature. Now, we've heard a lot of conversation about, companies, perhaps, we don't want them to offset. But let's be clear here. What we're providing is a framework through the 4 A's where there's a clear mitigation hierarchy. Companies have to be reducing emissions within their own operations. For example, bringing in renewables to replace thermal generation, or putting electric vehicles into their fleets instead of using ICE vehicles. We also have to be reducing our Scope 2 emissions, the purchased energy, right? So using renewable energy power purchase agreements, for example. And then, very importantly, Scope 3 emissions. So those that are in the value chain, either upstream through your suppliers or downstream, how your customers use your products and dispose of them. So these areas, companies must mitigate to the max. But after that, you have to also invest in nature. So don't wait 10 years or 20 years or 30 years to the year when you believe that you can be net zero based on a very credible transition plan. Bring those investments up front so that you're making them right now, this year. Our previous speaker made the point very clearly. In some cases, it may take 7, 8, 9 years to build a wind farm because of permitting issues, etc. But what we can do right now is stop deforestation. That's the first piece. And then we can move on to restoration. So we clearly have an opportunity here. But that opportunity can only be grasped if companies not only mitigate to the max, but also invest in nature starting today so we can reach this target of net zero emissions in the land sector and halving our emissions globally by 2030 to put us on track to stay under 1.5 degrees.
Rasmus, thank you very much. Again, we've run out of time, so there's no Q&A here. I'm so sorry, but thank you for this presentation. I think the message was absolutely clear. Johan Falk, can you come back and join us now? Thanks very much indeed, Rasmus. Okay, we're going to go to a next session on plant-rich food. Johan, what's it all about?
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, yes. We know that we need, as we heard before, we need a shift towards plant-rich food. It's an essential part of the problem. And we know that solutions exist. We see also a lot of initiatives and companies starting to scale, but it's also going far too slow. So that's basically what this next session is all about. And we also heard it from Lasse previously.
Yeah.
And it's primarily a problem in the global north that we need to shift our diet. It also will be very positive from a health perspective. So there are very much positives coming with that particular shift.
Good.
Thank you.
So super, thanks, Johan. So yeah, Lassie kind of jumped in a little bit earlier than we planned. So now we're hoping if we can go directly to Susan Chomber, World Resources Institute Director of Global Vital Landscapes and RTR Resilience Ambassador. I have to ask you when you come up what RTR is. It sounds like a very fast railway company. So Susan, what is RTR, just quickly? RTR Resilience.
Race to resilience, race to zero.
Okay, the race to zero. Okay, now I've never seen it as RTR before. That's great. Okay, Susan, you've got the floor.
So thank you so much, Nick. It's such an honor to be here. I'm here to really just talk a little bit about food systems transformation in Africa. And perhaps start by saying what we've seen in the past decades is not working. And why do I say so? We have, on average, 200 million people facing hunger and nutritional insecurity on the continent. On top of that, we are producing food in a way that is not in tandem with conservation of nature and biodiversity protection. So with that, we have to think, we need solutions to do things differently. We can't do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. So looking at that, I want to offer at least maybe 4 key transformation pathways for food systems on the continent. And that looks slightly different from what we see in the developed global north, because obviously the issues are different. So for Africa, the food systems transformation pathways would look different. The first one is on sustainable agroecological intensification. So producing food in the cultivated arable areas sustainably. And there's a reason that this is important. I just mentioned that the increase in productivity on the continent is at the expense of nature. WRI just released a study early this year that shows since the beginning of the 21st century, we've cleared at least 100 million hectares in order to grow our crops. Half of that is in Africa. So that is absolutely unsustainable. And so with that, we have to look at ways of intensifying where we've already created farmlands, but in a sustainable manner. And there are many ways to do that. There are so many innovations that are out there with farmers that can help us to produce food sustainably, build soil organic carbon, sequester carbon at the same time, and really ramp up our productivity. So that's one solution, sustainable intensification. The second solution that we have to focus on is on addressing food loss and food waste. This is a subject that we need to urgently tackle. Food loss and food waste, globally, at least 1/3 of the food that we produce globally goes to waste. Now, you might think, yeah, that's global. Maybe in Africa, there's not so much loss. Unfortunately, Nick, in Africa, at least 37% of what we produce also goes to waste. That is about 120 to 170 kilograms per person per year. And in a continent where 200 million people are having food and nutritional insecurity, to be wasting that kind of food is unconscionable, right? So again, that's an area that needs investment, particularly because when you lose food that is already produced, it also represents wasted water, wasted land, wasted labor, all the resources that goes into producing that food, plus the greenhouse gas emissions, especially methane, that is mainly found in the landfills that the wasted food ends up. So it's really a situation that needs to be addressed. And again, there are many innovations. What we need is to really build on ecosystems that are catalyzing these innovations to be able to address food loss and food waste. Third one is on shifting our dietary patterns, nutritional dietary patterns. You know, we hear in developed countries about shifting diets. In Africa, it's going to be different. It's not about talking about reducing meat consumption, because on average, Africans don't have, per capita meat consumption is very, very low. So it looks different, and it looks like this. It looks like people going back to embrace the diversity of African hundreds of vegetables and cereals that are traditional to African societies that we have lost along the way because of the Green Revolution model that has pushed a few, crop species, a few interventions on the livestock side, as opposed to the diversity of indigenous crops and that actually are very resilient and adaptable to climate change. So embracing that diversity and creating a consumer movement that is aware that our indigenous foods are not inferior foods and are in fact superior in terms of nutrition and helping us to adapt to climate change is critical. Last point for food system transformation is on the aspect of really looking at shorter value chains on the continent. We've seen this with the war in Ukraine, disruption of wheat supply to countries that are dependent on wheat, a majority of which are in Africa. Some of them, up to 90% of their wheat comes from external sources. And when you have that kind of a system, you're very vulnerable to global shocks, Today it could be conflict in Ukraine, tomorrow it could be another shock. These shocks will keep coming and they'll be different. And so sustainability and creating shorter value chains where food is able to be accessible is important. We saw a lot of countries really survive the COVID pandemic without us hearing so much about hunger because there were shorter value chains from farm to fork to the table. That helps us reduce our emissions because we are not transporting food from very far off countries, but also helps increase security within those countries. So I think those are my 4 key points that I'd like to put forward for food system transformation.
Those are amazing, Susan. And we really haven't got a lot of time today on the show, so I'm going to probably just not ask one thing. But what I would say, Susan, is are you confident that in Africa, but also worldwide, we can turn the ship around in terms of making the land and our food systems and nature positive in terms of reducing emissions, meeting 2030 targets?
Absolutely. I think, especially on the emission side, so we have to look at where those emissions are coming from and what kind of innovations that we need. So on the production side, as I've mentioned, one of the key ways is by when we get rid of nature, trees, natural ecosystems, grasslands, all that carbon that is stored in the trees and in the grasslands
is released.
Right?
Absolutely,
so if we stop that, we can have nature positive production, right? Secondly is on the kind of inputs that we are using. Most of our fertilizer nowadays comes from fossil fuel. You know, you strip the hydrogen and mix it with nitrogen to be able to get what? The ammonia or the nitrogen that we use. And so if we really want to transition to systems that are not using a lot of that, you have to start building natural, nitrogen fixing. We have agroforestry tree species on the continent that are fabulous for fixing nitrogen from the atmosphere into the soil, and then it makes it available for the crops. So it is possible.
Your
I am
answer
very
is,
positive.
It's very positive, and we had a presentation before that made me very positive about this this whole area. So I think this is a very very positive story, actually. Susan, thank you very much indeed for your insights there. And now I'm going to turn over to Johan Falk again of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And over to you, Johan. Thank you very much indeed, Susan.
Yeah. So we saw in the Exponential Roadmap for Natural Climate Solutions that there is a tremendous opportunity in regenerative agriculture, both from a climate perspective in terms of storing carbon, but also biodiversity perspective, and also creating new economic opportunities for people on the ground. So what we like to do in the next session is really talk about how can we help scale these solutions? What is really required from a financial perspective? What is it about policies that need to change? What is it? Is it about knowledge building? What is it really about incentivizing people to shift to much better practices for people on planet?
De-risking that transition from intensive to regenerative, so the farmers, don't starve.
And I know we have additional excellent speakers coming up.
Yeah, super, Johan. That's great. Thanks. So let's go to this next section, which is about the supply of food and how we shift to regenerative agriculture and food systems, and how we scale these up. This is really absolutely vital. Johan, you've mentioned this point. Let's now focus on sub-Saharan Africa and look at how regenerative agriculture could be scaled through education and incentivizing. Do we have St. Francis Tulung from Nestle here? That's a fantastic name, St. Francis. When I read this in the script, I thought, wow, we are really blessed to have him here. And he is from Nestle. So let's focus on sub-Saharan Africa and regenerative agriculture. Thank you very much.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and to those following online. I was asked to do a keynote presentation or talk around scaling regenerative agriculture. So it's a bit difficult to hold my iPad and hold a mic at the same time. I'm going to try to be flexible. And I've only got 10 minutes to do this, by the way. So I was thinking about this topic and the importance of scaling and why scaling is important. But I thought, let's take a step back. I think the world is stuck in snow, melting snow. So we're quite clear that the climate crisis is urgent. But I think we don't know how to move. We don't know how to navigate out of the snow. It's melting snow. And I think that is exactly where we find ourselves, where we are trying to very carefully negotiate such that we find a way out to then run quickly on hard land. And I think that's what is exciting when we think about the climate crisis and when we think about regenerative agriculture. I think what's encouraging is that we have ideas of what the solutions are. It's just a matter of scaling and scaling quickly that I think we're trying to navigate and figure out and discover. And in the food system, I think it's quite clear that regenerative agriculture plays an incredibly important role in not only adaptation and resilience, but I think in transforming the food system to become more regenerative. I was reading a report, as one does, bedside reading. The International Union for Conservation of Nature suggests that by 2040, if half of African farmers had to adopt regenerative agriculture, this in itself could result in 4.4 gigatons of carbon sequestered. It further suggests that harnessing regenerative agriculture could be worth $70 billion to farmers. And I think those are important points to note. And specifically, when we think about how do we scale, the value to farmers and putting farmers at the center of that conversation is incredibly important. And I think that's a recurring theme that I've heard throughout this COP. People-centered, farmer-centered approaches and solutions. And so there are 3 points I'd like to land, particularly on how do we scale in a sub-Saharan African context. I think the first real challenge is adoption. How do we get farmers adopting and using regenerative agricultural practices? And it's like change management, and I see this as a change management curve. We have to create the awareness, and that awareness comes in education. So we have to be educating, but I think educating sounds a bit patronizing. I think we need to be collaborating, co-creating with farmers. And so buy-in becomes incredibly important. And how do you get buy-in? You get buy-in if you are sold on something. Not only do you get buy-in when you are perhaps convinced of an idea, but you get buy-in when you feel the tangible benefits of that approach. And so we need to ensure that we are advancing that for farmers, and that's where this idea of incentivizing the right behaviors, or the behaviors that would be transformative from a regenerative agriculture perspective is important. And as Nestle, I think we are leading the way in terms of investing 1.2 billion Swiss francs in our supply chain from now until 2025, and of course this will be cumulative, but in that time period, we have committed 1.2 billion Swiss francs to, within our supply chain, really incentivize regenerative agricultural practices. And of course, this is not forgetting the social impacts, which I think are equally important. So not forgetting that farmers are part of communities, communities with established networks, and how do we then collaborate, build relationships with those partners? And we do that through a program called Farmer Connect. And Farmer Connect is where we work with over 500,000 farmers across our entire supply chain and 150,000 suppliers with people on the ground. So we have agronomists, we have a team of agronomists, and of course partners, because we need to collaborate, that are there on the ground, advancing, engaging with farmers. Okay, I'm running out of time. The second is investment. I think I've spoken about investment. In investing, we have to take leadership. We have to put our money where the mouth is. right? So we have to put in the money, and I've spoken to Nestle's investment. But I think more need to do that, because it's one thing to get the farmers to adopt the practices, but we also then need to invest behind driving at scale. That's what scale will look like. The right behaviors, the right practices, and then scaling it through investment. And then finally, I think leadership. Leadership of companies, leadership of governments, and this is where I think we need to also encourage policy directions to be more demanding, that we take a nature positive approach to farming. And so, we need to shift away from governments investing in, these carbon-intensive farming practices and move towards regenerative agriculture. So that's what leadership looks like. So to reiterate, I think we're still feeling our way through the snow, the melting snow. We're still finding solutions. But what is clear is that we cannot wait because we don't have the time. And I think in a sub-Saharan African context, that is what is required. It is partnering with farming communities. It is incentivizing, and I'll touch on incentivizing perhaps through the Q&A and what that looks like practically. And then it's about investing, putting the money to scale, because I think we need that. And finally, it's about leadership. So in a nutshell, I think that's how we can scale regenerative agriculture in a sub-Saharan African context.
Good. Thank you very much. That was very insightful. Just one quick question, St. Francis. Do you have to leave at some point earlier than you thought? Yes? So I'm just wondering, Felipe from Renature, when do you have to go? I suppose that's the question.
I need to leave in 4:55.
4:55. So you need to leave in, oh, you've got a bit of time. So Felipe, would you come up for your keynote? Because you're with Renature, you're from Brazil, you're from South Africa, are you, St. Francis?
I am indeed.
Yeah, okay. And give us your keynote on scaling regenerative agriculture. It's a very interesting topic, and you're working in many countries, Latin America, Africa, and Asia as well. So good to see you.
And with Nestle as well.
Oh, right.
Well.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
It's obviously a bit of a club here right now. So, okay.
Yeah.
Fire away.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Keep that microphone right close to your mouth because it's very noisy, but the quality that goes out is good.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to have all of you here today. Before I start, I would like to ask you guys, who already had a coffee today? Please raise your hand. Did you guys know that if we continue producing coffee the way we're producing right now, we might not have coffee anymore by 2050? And that's mainly because coffee needs shade. I'm not talking about 100% shade, but at least 30% shade. And today, conventional agriculture, coffee production, is not shading the coffee. So if we want to continue drinking coffee, we need to start adopting regenerative and agroforestry systems for not only coffee, but for every single cash crop we see across the globe. We have, for example, Brazil is the biggest exporter of coffee in the world. We had 30% yield decrease last year because of intensive frost. Farmers are seeing the real impacts of climate in coffee, but also in all different crops across the globe. Like in France, we had 80% yield decrease of vineyards, like wine growers, because of drought and so forth. So we have a huge impact of climate in agriculture. And that's why I stepped in this field of regenerative. I come from a citrus farming family in Brazil, orange and lemon. I totally recommend you guys to come and visit one day because it's amazing to see how these crops can be grown in such a harmful environment as well, coming from a degraded pasture land. And seeing the impacts of agriculture, especially in the Amazon rainforest, where I went when I was 17, I saw the massive deforestation being driven by mining and agriculture activities. And I was wondering, how far will we go to exploit our natural resources and produce in a degenerative way these agricultural crops, if we can actually include nature and forest into agriculture? So I saw the massive potential of regenerative agriculture and agroforestry, and I started wondering, why is this not mainstream yet? How come that farmers are not applying that at scale? And corporates are not investing in it? So that's how I ended up in the Netherlands, because in Brazil we are not looking at investing in such field. And then I had been living the past 7 years in Holland, where we founded Renature. Renature is a Dutch organization working on supporting farmers and corporates in the transition from conventional to regenerative by providing technical assistance, capacity building, measurements of KPIs, but also access to premium prices and carbon markets. So we are working mostly in the countries where deforestation and land degradation rates are growing rapidly. So Mexico, Brazil, Kenya, and Indonesia. And we're making sure that we can build successful business case around these crops to show that it's much more economically profitable to work under regenerative practices compared to conventional. And what we see is the huge impact that regenerative has bring to farmers from all different spheres, from environmental to social, but also economic ones. So just to mention a few economic ones, like, once you start using, for example, practices that you embrace cover crops and diversification, farmers decrease tremendously their use of external input costs. Because, fertilizers cost has been increasing dramatically in Brazil, but across the globe, because of also the war in Ukraine. So farmers farming conventionally, they are searching for innovative and more nature-based solutions to feed their soil. So that's one of the decrease of costs that they're having. Secondly, is also diversifying their income through diversification of crops, so moving away from monoculture. So what kind of investor invests in one single company, right? Farmer also shouldn't invest in one single crop. So that's why diversification is key, moving away from monoculture. Third one is diversification of income through ecosystem services. We can go beyond carbon credits. Now we're doing a pilot on biodiversity credits with coffee farmers, where they're being rewarded and paid by the amount of pollinators, bees, insects, and birds they're increasing their farm. This is really still in the beginning, but we're doing this pilot with Opal and Plan Vivo, and it's fantastic because it shows us that it's not all about carbon. We have a systemic and also a holistic kind of issue that we need to tackle. So that's the third one, and the last one is basically is too loud?
No, it's okay. His voice actually is traveling very well to 160 countries. It's just in this room.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't slow us down. We have to keep on time. We've got other guests. Yeah.
Perfect. So I think we have all the tools and all the nature technologies to make a regenerative agriculture mainstream. I think the biggest issues here are mindset shifts. Like farmers, instead of looking at only yields of that specific cash crop, look at the overall piece of hectare profitability. Because, in the end, it's like a landscape solution we have. It's not like a single cash crop yields thought. So the mindset shift is so important. Secondly, is also the needs for new technology and mechanization, because the mechanization that were built after the Second World War and the Green Revolution, they were built for conventional agriculture. They don't understand that no tillage, diversification, So we need new machineries to also facilitate the scalability of regenerative agriculture practices. And the third and last one, because it's quite long already, transition finance. We need to get access to blended finance instruments beyond only like the grants from philanthropic institutions, but also returns of investment from investors. So funds that enable farmers to transition. Because large-scale farmers, they have the finance to do it, but smallholder farmers, they have very difficulty in reaching such funds. So anyway, that's
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we're going to have to keep on time, but I wanted to just mention a couple of things. So and questions really, actually to both of you. So the Financial Times had an article just recently that seemed to indicate that regenerative agriculture worldwide was roughly about 15% of agriculture. And of course, we need it to be 100% very quickly. Happening in Latin America, happening in North America, starting to happen in Africa, but not in Europe so much, Asia also lagging behind. So how are we going to scale it? It must be different in different places. Is it about subsidies, the wrong subsidies? Maybe we should take some of the bad ones and put them in. Maybe we should take fossil fuel subsidies, which are now currently 6 trillion since COP26, and put those into regenerative agriculture. What are the solutions here? Very briefly.
Yeah. Oh, I can start. It's okay. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. No, I think the reason, one of the reasons why there's not enough support is because, first of all, we have been, provided that after the Second World War and the Green Revolution, that this is the way of farming, and the farmers got used to these practices that it's really like oriented towards monoculture systems. And farmers, they are now realizing that they need to shift because they're having the impacts on climate. So it's coming from a bottom-up like kind of demand now from farmers to realizing these impacts. But also, like we see that many of these organizations that are realizing the impact. So we work with Nespresso from Nestle, and the reason why they came to us is because they see that the coffee farmers are being extremely impacted by frost, intensive frost and drought and so forth. So there is a necessity, so we humans drive our forces through necessity, and now subsidies are coming because of necessity of farmers demanding such supports. But I feel there's still a huge lack of transition finance schemes from banks.
So is it a tug of war between the old system funded by the petrochemical companies and the big chemical companies that's slowing things down because farmers have got so dependent on this way of farming, which is heavy on chemicals, and trying to switch to the other side, which might be what the planet needs and what food production needs, what farmers need? Sorry, I'm not trying to make it too difficult for you to answer, but I think it's important to maybe ask that question.
Okay, so I'll attempt to answer it. I think in our experience working with farmers and smallhold farmers, we've got, as Felipe mentioned, really, I think, flagship initiatives working specifically with farmers to drive regenerative agriculture. And very simply, I think, it's always, if you think about, if you do a particular way, and you've always done it in a particular way, and somebody says, actually, you need to tie your shoelaces from left to right, you're going to question that, right? And so what is key is really showing that benefit. And I think that the benefits come once there's adoption, and then you build this really strong chain reaction of ambassadors, right? So if my neighbor or the farmer next door to me is thriving, I'm going to go, hey, what are you doing? That's different. And through that, I think that's a bottom-up approach that we need to, one, drive adoption. I seriously think that's important. And you do that by collaborating, understanding the nuances, and listening to farmers. I think it's about listening. And that's what we found with the Nestle Cocoa Plan. 10 years, the program is now 12 years, but in this 10 years, we were mining really strong insightful data from farmers to help us then put additional programs in place, like the Living Income Accelerator program, which incentivizes different areas, so agroforestry, crop diversification, as you spoke about, adopting regenerative agricultural practices, but also incentivizing the right behavior. And by the right behavior, I mean keeping and mitigating child labor risk by encouraging for the children to remain in school. So it is about adoption, and the benefits come, and I think through the benefits, that's when you then start creating ambassadorship by other farmers to then encourage their communities and their fellow farmers to adopt. So I don't think there's a lack of appetite for that change, but I think we just have to bring them along on the journey.
We've got about 30 seconds left before we have to close this segment. Felipe, is there something you want to add on this?
Yeah, no, I think, as you said, like there's, conventional agriculture, but also like the producers of fertilizers, they don't have the interest, and I see it like by, my cousin works for those multinationals, and they don't have the interest on transitioning to biological fertilizers because that's their existing business model. and also it's what makes them, farmers dependent on products that is not needed anymore, because nature has solutions. If we use like trees, if we use grasses, it's enough to feed our soil. I'm not saying like if you look at a large scale context, it's not gonna. You need to go through a transition period. That's why biological inputs is key. But in the long term, we have like enough biomass that can be produced from the trees and from grasses that farmers will need less and less inputs. So indeed, like for this kind of like economically profitable cases for farmers comes from the adoption of regenerative, but also by showing like financial institutions that are ways to finance through blended finance instruments.
Thank you very much. I think regenerative agriculture is absolutely fascinating and clearly is the way. And I think it's going to happen because it just makes so much sense economically, environmentally. And I think the people that want to slow it down will find they're going to lose on this one. So thanks very much indeed. Great.
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters: to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the one really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms that do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level. The declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business.
So welcome back. We are here to talk about forestry and nature protection. So Johan Falk from Exponential Roadmap Initiative, please give us a context here. What are we going to talk about this session?
Yes, Katarina. Today it's all about how we're implementing the Exponential Roadmap for Natural Climate Solutions. And it's all about scaling, how we can scale faster. And the next big solutions we'll talk about is sustainable forestry. How can we grow the carbon sinks, increase biodiversity, and maintain productivity and safeguarding rights for people on land through smarter ways of managing our forests. But it's also about protecting and restoring the remaining healthy ecosystems, protecting and restoring forests. We need to end deforestation by 25, and we need to move towards nature positive by 2030. And we'll start with the management. Over to you, Katarina.
Thank you very much, Johan. We will focus on start listening to a person from IKEA, because IKEA is maybe, well, one of the biggest, or maybe the biggest user of forest products for furniture and also furniture-related products. IKEA is also, of course, a member of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. So it's therefore a pleasure to introduce Ulf Johansson, Head of Global Wood Supply and Forestry into IKEA Group, who are working diligently with this. So you're with us on Zoom, and you have our full attention. Go ahead.
Thank you very, very much, and thank you for inviting me.
as you said, my name is Ulf Johansson. I am leading a team at IKEA Group called Wood Supply and Forestry. We are responsible for our strategic wood sourcing, which includes also setting the requirements on the wood that we are using in IKEA and securing compliance to those requirements across our brand. And needless to say, the forests in the world are in a tough situation, facing many, many challenges. And as a big wood consumer, as IKEA is, last year we used approximately 20 million cubic meters of roundwood for our products. With that comes a big responsibility, but it also comes with a big opportunity to use our global reach and our volumes to drive a positive change. Next slide, please. And now I don't see which slide you are showing, but what we did a couple of years ago was to sit down and do what we always do. We sat down with our main partners. It is the forest industry, it is the environmental NGOs, it is the science society, it is our business partners, and we worked out what we call the Forest Positive Agenda for 2030. And there are three things we want to focus particularly on. The first one is to continue driving responsible forest management in the world and make it a norm across the forestry sector. We will particularly focus on biodiversity in the coming years. We know that the world is losing biodiversity at an alarming rate, but we will also focus on people. There are 1.6 billion people in the world depending on the forests, and their voice is not always heard as strong as it deserves to be. We will continue verifying that the wood we are using comes from what we call more sustainable sources, which today is FSC certified forest or recycled wood. And we will verify that by working with democratic, robust, third-party, market-based certification systems as a way to verify. And as we speak, the wood in IKEA products is coming from to 99.9% from either FSC certified wood or recycled wood. Now you have to follow the slides here since I don't see them, so I hope you can keep up with my speech. The next main focus driver we have is to address deforestation and forest restoration. At IKEA, the wood we are using is already deforestation free, but we need to go beyond and drive reforestation and stopping deforestation across the world. And there is a lot of things that responsible forest management can do to mitigate climate change. But there is only one thing we must do, and that is to stop deforestation, and stop deforestation now. Reforestation is a long-term activity, and that cannot compensate for the emissions coming from deforestation. So that is absolutely a top priority that we all need to commit to. And I will come back to a little bit what we are doing at IKEA on this. The third focus area for us is to continue using wood in smarter ways. We will in 2030 make sure that at least 1/3 of all the wood that we're using. Yeah, you can click 2 slides ahead now, please. One more. And one more. Thank you very much. So in 2030, at least 1/3 of all the wood that we are using in IKEA will be recycled. And we can also already see now how this high-level strategic goal is migrating down into more operational goals. So we're saying now, for example, that 80% of the feedstock in our particle board in 2030 will be coming from recycled wood. The beautiful thing is that the technology is already here. We already have factories in the world that is running on 100% recycled wood. What we need now is support from governments and other stakeholders to also build infrastructure to make sure that there are collections and possibilities for society to actually recycle wood in all countries. What we will also do is to invest in innovations for new wood-based applications to help us reduce our dependency on virgin fossil-based materials. We will look into doing bio-based or wood-based glue, wood-based textiles, wood-based foam in our upholstery, for example. And finally, also speeding up the work with developing new technological approaches for material efficiency. Being mindful of resources is nothing new in IKEA, but with bigger volumes, newer technologies, and so on, we can take even more steps to create more products from every cubic meter that we are producing. So those are the three main drivers in our 2030 agenda. Continue driving responsible forest management and going beyond our own footprint, stopping deforestation and starting forest restoration, and using wood in an even more efficient way. This will help us to store carbon in products and materials for a long, long time, and also reduce the pressure of the existing remaining forest in the world. In COP25 2 years ago, we launched a 100 million budget frame for what we said, investing in removing and storing carbon through reforestation. And we have since then been working on finding opportunities in the world. We are working together with Greenhouse Gas Protocol, for example, because what we find out is needed to be based on standardized, globally accepted calculation models. And what you see in the slide here is an example from a project we hope to launch very soon in South America. This is a piece of completely degraded forest. On the left-hand side, you see here, of course, that the above ground biomass is, or CO2 is zero. On half of this land, we will plant native wood species. When these trees grow, they will, of course, absorb carbon from the atmosphere and create a carbon stock. But these forests will be protected. And when they grow, they will hopefully also attract mammals, insects, lichens, mosses, birds, and so on, to create and restore the traditional or original biodiversity, while keeping a bigger carbon stock. But they will, of course, also come to a point of equilibrium where emissions and removals are the same. For the other part of the land, we will plant industrial timber. These trees grow faster until they reach the maturity when they will be harvested, and we plant a new generation that continues growing, absorbing more carbon from the atmosphere. And if you take the next slide, please. This is when it starts to become really interesting. We see that by using the industrial timber from these forests to make long-lasting products, we can continue storing the carbon in products and materials while a new generation of forests continue removing more carbon. Next slide, please. And when we design these long-lasting products, they should also be designed for recycling, meaning that we can, when the product reach end of life, eventually, they can also be recycled, and we can keep the material and the carbon in the circle for an even longer time. And nothing stops us from also recycling the recycled. So this can eventually go on for almost forever. So for us, this picture shows that over time, a combination of forest protection and active forest management has the biggest capability to restore carbon from the atmosphere and store it for a long, long time, and hence make a big contribution to mitigating climate change. We have already launched the first project in this program in Vietnam, and there are more to come in the coming year. Next slide, please. What I finally want to share also, and where we will continue doing our best in IKEA, that is transparency. Transparency is fundamental for a sustainable development. And I would encourage all peers, all companies that is listening today, to take another step in transparency. Share where your wood is coming from. Share the way it's sourced. Share the way the forests are managed. I think while doing that, we can also encourage and inspire ourselves and others to do even more. And since this is an action COP, I can also say that we will, in the coming weeks, take another step in IKEA to go even deeper in sharing and being transparent in our wood supply chains. So we will try to do our best. That's all what I had to say for the moment. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ulf. I'll be getting back to you with some questions, but first I'd like to invite the next keynote speaker, Mikael Karlsson, who is from the Ecoforestry Foundation, and he's also ready to give a keynote from the hub in Stockholm. So you have our full attention, Mikael.
Thank you very much. Today we are facing two crises: rapid biodiversity loss and climate change. And those are two crises that has to be dealt with hand in hand. We cannot choose the one over the other. It would be like choosing to save the heart instead of the lungs in a dying person. We have to take care of both. Until today, we humans have to large extent fulfill our need by pushing away nature. 6,000 years ago, 60% of all habitable land on Earth was covered with forests. Today, less than 10% is covered with old growth natural forest. And this is one of the main reasons because biodiversity loss. We have simply turned too much area into production units. The total land surface of Earth is 15 billion hectares. If we take away glaciers, deserts, and rocky areas, it remains 10.5 billion hectares. Of those, over 5 billion hectares is agricultural land and grazing land. Just 4 billion hectares is, by UN definition, a forest. But the UN definition of a forest includes plantation and clear cuts. So of those 4 billion hectares, less than 1 billion hectares is old growth natural forest. And this is the underlying reason. We have changed too much. During the last years, more and more people are talking about responsible forestry, close to nature forestry, continuous cover forestry, non-clear cut and forestry, very many beautiful names. And beautiful names are good if they are followed with good actions. But unfortunately, many times those names are just a cover-up, just a greenwash. Because, for example, in Sweden, when you talk about continuous cover forestry, it can mean that you cut down 90% of all the trees, make soil scarification under the remaining trees, and establish a new plantation. And that is not sustainable at all. So, therefore, forestry methods cannot be evaluated by their name. They must be evaluated by their merits. How does it look afterwards? What do we do actually? What I will talk about today is ecosystem-based forestry, where you work as nature as a role model. I'm working with a concept, Lübeck concept, that is built upon one principle, namely called process protection. Now my timer is gone, so someone have to tell me when time is coming up. So, why nature protection? Simply because that the forest ecosystem, with all mycorrhiza, all biodiversity, birds, insects, everything, is far too complex to be planted. We cannot plant a forest. We can plant a tree, but all the rich wildlife must come by itself. So our first goal is to not destroy nature. So therefore, minimum interference is one of the core principles of the Lübeck concept. The second is PNV, potential natural vegetation type, which simply means that you work with a local ecosystem as a role model. This gives that this concept can be used all over the world, wherever forest is growing naturally. So what are the benefits? Well, there are actually many. Thank you. First, I would say it is a massive potential of climate carbon capture, carbon sequestration. There came a report 2017 that talked about by changing the forestry on a global level, we have the possibility to sequestrate over 20 billion ton of carbon dioxide a year. That is almost half of all humans' emissions. So if we would change the forestry on a global level, combined with some reforestation, we have a huge opportunity to actually do something to halt climate change. And to do it in this way also will stop the rapid decrease of biodiversity loss. We can actually reverse it, so we will have a vital ecosystem all over the land surface once again. So for me, ecosystem-based forestry is a solution on far more than just the climate. It is for biodiversity, it's for clean water, and it's for sustainable jobs on a local area. So next time you hear about sustainable forestry, say, yes, it sounds perfect, but then ask them, what does it mean? And sustainable for whom? Is it sustainable for everyone or just for sustaining industry? Because the Swedish forestry is very sustainable if we just look on a raw material flow. But if we look on the biodiversity, it's devastating. So we must be very precise when we talk about forestry methods and when we evaluate them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mikael Karlsson. Let's bring back Ulf from IKEA on the other side of the screen here so we can have a talk. So Ulf, what are your reflections after having listened to Mikael?
No, I think it's super interesting to listen to what you say, Mikael. I'm not deeply knowledgeable about the Lübeck method, but I mean all these kind of initiatives, I think, is where we need together in the forestry sector show a lot more curiosity than what has been done in the past. And this goes across the whole sector. There has been, in my view, a little bit too much of self-congratulatory behavior, a little bit less curiosity, because we need to acknowledge that, as I said in the beginning, forests in Sweden and other parts of the world are facing challenges, and we have to continue this development and explore new solutions, simply. And that's why also we don't even dare to talk about sustainable forest management. We talk about responsible, because that's the best we can do today based on current knowledge. But as you said, sustainable forest management, that is something very ambitious that I think we are still not coming close to.
Thank you, Ulf. When you hear, Mikael, when you hear Ulf talk about responsible forestry instead of sustainable forestry, what is your feedback there?
My first thinking is responsible for whom? For example, if we look on biodiversity, there is nothing responsible at all about the way the forestry is run in Sweden, for example, and unfortunately in many parts of the world as well. So for me, sorry Ulf, but responsible is just another beautiful word without really backup. I'm sure you have really good intentions. I wish you all the best, but we really need to act on the knowledge that we already have. And to have a forest management that simply removes nature and replaces it with something else is neither sustainable nor responsible. So that is my short reply.
Can I comment?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, well, what I would like to say then is that the way we define it is the FSC certification system that puts together, as you know, a standard in a multi-stakeholder process with NGOs, with industry, with social interests. And it's, of course, very much up to them to take the responsibility to base then their decisions on the best knowledge and the best available facts. And I'm sure that there is more to do there as well. And I encourage everybody, including you, of course, to get engaged in FSC to try to influence that and make it even better than what it is today.
Thank you. Turning back now to Mikael, what are the major blockers from your perspective to scale ecoforestry?
I would say FSC.
So FSC is a blocker, and Ulf thinks...
Definitely.
Yeah?
Because FSC is a standard that varies depending on which land we are in. So for example, FSC in Sweden, it is enough that you save 5% of the area and don't do clear cut. And then now they have just added another 5%, so where you don't do clear cut. But on 90%, you can still continue to do clear cuts and plantations and soil scarifications. So I would say FSC is a problem in such a way that it gives people the impressions that we have something that is good, which it's not.
So, yes, continue, please.
Yeah, sorry.
You continue. You weren't finished.
Yeah. So I would say the biggest block of the transition for the forestry is actually the understanding of what are we doing today. Most of the people think that we are quite responsible and quite good, for example, in Sweden, when we are in fact one of the worst in the class when it comes to saving forest. Just 7% of all forests in Sweden, production land, are protected for long term, and that is like a disaster. So, yeah, illusion, I would say, is the biggest obstacle.
So Ulf, clearly not really on the same path here, but that's the way it is. Very often when we move forward, we have different perspectives, so that's good. So Ulf, from your perspective, again, you are aiming to full circularity at IKEA when it comes to wood products. And what do you need to scale faster? Because we really need to speed up this, right?
Yeah, one thing where we certainly need help, that is to build infrastructure and create incentives for recycling. Acting in many countries, we see very, very big differences on where we are. We have the technology, we have factories today running on 100% recycled wood, but we have also countries where it's simply not possible for an industry or for a consumer to hand over their used products or the demands on house, for example, for recycling. And that is a challenge that it's very hard for us and other wood users to handle only ourselves. So that is maybe one of the biggest support we need.
So question to both of you, transparency. Transparency is key in making this transition just and fair and fast enough. So Mikael, what is your take on transparency in the forestry industry?
It is good. And I mean, transparency has so many levels. There are very few things hidden in Sweden. So if you would like to see, you can easily find it. So in one way, we have transparency. But if you look on what the message that is reaching the ordinary person on the street through commercial, for example, it's a really skewed picture. So transparency, yes, but we also must have means to bring out the actually knowledge, the situation. So not just commercials got to paint up a beautiful picture about responsible forestry, where in Sweden, for example, we are very, very, very far from that point today.
Thank you, Mikael. So back to Ulf. What is your take on transparency from your perspective?
No, I can agree with Mikael that if you do a global comparison, then probably the transparency in Sweden is one of the better. But it's important to underline that what I'm talking about, and that goes for everything I've said today, that is from a global perspective. We are using wood from approximately 50 countries. And there I definitely have the view that transparency is blocking a lot of sustainable development. And I also have to say that in many of those countries, FSC has definitely made a big contribution when it comes to, for example, identifying and protecting high conservation value forests and so on. So we are very on different points in the scale in different parts of the world, of course.
Well, thank you very much, Ulf. Stay for the next panel, and thank you very much, Mikael. And just to send you off with just telling the viewers also that you wrote a book on ecoforestry. So could you please tell us the title of the book if somebody's interested in learning more?
The title, unfortunately for the moment, it's just in Swedish. It's Konsten att hugga träd och ha skogen kvar. But if you go to the ecoforestryfoundation.org, you will find some information about the Lübeck concept and close to nature forestry and the value of and the benefits of working with nature as a role model.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mikael. And stay on for the next panel, Ulf.
Thank you.
I will.
In order to protect our forests, we need to scale exponentially all the solutions at hand. So this is what we will be focusing in this panel, how to scale exponentially. And I'd like to invite Aaron Bloomgarden from the LEAF Coalition up on stage, and David Croft, from the who's Global Head of Sustainability at Reckitt. And Ulf Johansson, you'll be with us here on Zoom. And great to see you here in our studio. I'd like to start with you, Aaron. Please give us an overview and share your perspective on the scaling of these solutions.
Sure. So we know that there's no path to a 1.5 degree future or the goals of the Paris Agreement without reversing deforestation. We need zero emissions from the land sector by 2030, and then by 2050 we need 10% or 10 gigatons rather of absorption from the land sector in order to reach the goals. So the challenge is immense. The challenge requires incredible speed, and we need to fire on all fronts. We need sustainable land use, we need protection, we need to change the way we farm and our agricultural practices. What we're doing with the LEAF Coalition is on the conservation, on the forest conservation side. Deforestation, especially in the tropics, accounts for about 10 to 15% of greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to stop that and then start restoring forests.
Well, thank you. In that perspective, it's really great for the world that we have a president in Brazil that has a different focus on the rainforest, correct?
Yeah, so the election in Brazil has been promises to be a major step forward. This new administration, as most of us know, is much more friendly to the environment, to indigenous people who live in the Amazon and the communities who rely on the forest. So we're very excited to engage with this new government. The way that LEAF works is we work with tropical forest countries that are committing to increase their ambition to protect forests. By doing that, they can create emission reduction credits that we will buy and then resell to companies that are using them as part of their net zero strategies. So now the LEAF Coalition has $1.5 billion of commitments from 25 companies and 4 donor countries, the US, UK, Norway, and Korea.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Over to you, David. Please share your perspective and your insight in this topic.
Well, I think Aaron said it great before. This is a conversation about carbon and biodiversity. But it's also a conversation about people, because we have to have a social dimension to the discussion to make certain that forestry management and the communities associated with those forests, and sometimes smallholder farmers as well, who are often the farming population who are most at risk and who are also perhaps contributing to deforestation as part of that. So our perspective from Reckitt is, what do we do to strengthen and drive prevention? How do we support landscape management through programs like LEAF or through the Consumer Goods Forum that we're part of, and with work such as NGOs like Earthworm or WWF, who we partner with? And finally, how do we also build metrics that think about carbon, biodiversity, and the social impact so that we can measure impacts and then also develop the right interventions. Interventions that cut across all three, that drive carbon, biodiversity, and social impact improvements. Because if we join those three things together, then I think we've got the greatest chance for success.
Thank you very much, David. Let's turn to Ulf. Ulf, when you hear the presentations here from David and Aaron from Reckitt and Leaf, how do you work with any of these organizations at IKEA, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, we meet, of course, now and then across the world. As far as I know, we don't work very close yet. But I very much agree with what has been said. I think it's very much in line with the ambitions we have in IKEA up to 2030. People, as was mentioned, is a priority for us. It's something we cannot ignore. There are 1.6 billion people in the world depending on the forest, and of course even more if you think of agriculture and our other kind of land use. So trying to find a solution without being inclusive with all these people, I don't think is neither responsible or realistic.
Well, thank you, Ulf. IKEA being such a huge player in this field, how can you use your influence to push faster, but also push in a gentle way so people don't get caught in the midst of this?
Well, one thing is, of course, transparency, and that is to try to be a good example of showing where, for example, our wooden product comes from. What is the forest management that the materials originates from? So using our sourcing and our products and come with the origin from all these countries is maybe the most powerful tool we have. And of course, here it's also important to say then that when we talk about responsible sourcing, you can choose. You can consolidate your sourcing to only low-risk countries who are a little bit on the better side, if I put it like that, or continue also using your high requirements and your business to also support good, honest entrepreneurs and hard-working people also in countries that faces challenges. If you ask me, I know what I would say. I think responsible sourcing is to also work in countries facing challenges. It's not responsible sourcing to always leave those countries. But of course, you need to be super strong on your red lines and your requirements to really drive a positive change. And then the other thing I want to say is, of course, the power of working with partners. And not the least, environmental NGOs is sitting on a fantastic competence when it comes to holistic land use, all these dimensions that was mentioned here before, locally. And working with them, as we do in IKEA, has given us a fantastic insight in what really responsible land use or responsible forest management is, and how you can develop these together with local communities, for example. So partners with those who are not always like-minded, with the same ambitions, but also can share it with you another angle or another point of view. That is a way to, I think, both drive development, but also grow within your own company, of course.
Thank you, Ulf. Turning now back to Aaron and David. When you look at IKEA and what Ulf has presented here, as IKEA being such a big player, what would you like to see from IKEA? Aaron?
Well, thanks for that. And I think it's the responsibility of every company to take all the actions that they can within their own supply chains, within their own operations, and within their own value chains. I applaud IKEA for really sourcing responsibly and driving that kind of sustainability through their supply chain. That said, there's also a need on a landscape level for, as Ulf says, holistic management. That means we need working lands, we need to intensify agriculture, make sure that that's being done sustainably, but there's also a need for conservation. So this is a landscape that we're not going to touch, right? And this is for people, planet, nature, and climate, right? And so we need to do that, we need incentives to keep those forests standing. And no matter how much, how clean IKEA's supply chain is, there's always going to be incentives on the ground to encroach on intact ecosystems. So we need a way to change the economic incentives on the ground to make forests more alive than dead. So that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to create payments for keeping intact ecosystems in place. And so just to say, IKEA is not part of the LEAF Coalition, but we would welcome them to be part of it. So that's my invitation to Ulf to explore joining us with the LEAF Coalition.
Terrific. But why not take the opportunity, right? When you're not in the same room, but in the same room. So David, what are your comments on how IKEA could navigate here?
Well, I think for me, the key point is, yes, every company has to be clear about its commitment, not just to deforestation-free or conversion-free value chains, but also a commitment around transparency and how it is progressing that activity. But that, in and of itself, isn't enough. One company on its own isn't enough. And that's why the other key point is collective action. And whether that is through LEAF or whether it is through other groups, we're part of the Consumer Goods Forum. That's around about 200 different corporate stakeholders, some of whom are also members of LEAF, some of whom are partnering with individual NGOs and so on and so forth. But that collective action is critical because that then starts to drive scale. It drives scale in terms of the landscape programs that might protect. It also drives scale in terms of regenerative agriculture activity and solutions. So it's not just about protecting, it's about regenerating and beginning processes, completing processes, hopefully over time, that strengthen biodiversity and replant. It's also about collective advocacy, because alongside those landscape programs, the other critical component is judicial programs and working with governments to further protect and enhance landscapes. When you join all those things together, then it's possible to drive the finance solutions. And as you were saying, ecosystem services payments becomes a key part of that. I had dinner last night here in COP with a Ugandan lady tree farmer being paid to plant more trees because it's about water catchment, it's about carbon, and it's about reforestation in Africa to drive that systemic change with a finance solution at the heart of it as well.
Well, thank you very much, David. Let's touch upon the subject of policies. So what would you say we need in terms of national and also international policy to scale sustainable forestry quicker? Aaron, would you like to start?
So on the international level, what's being discussed right now is Article 6. We need to firm up the rules of the road on how you can trade essentially carbon credits or emission reduction credits from one country to another. With that clarity, what we really need is policy clarity. And with that clarity, we can unlock a lot of the activity that's sitting on the sidelines, that's waiting to say, okay, what are the rules of the road? Are we going to get credit? Are we going to get credit for this? That's at the international level. At the national level, from an ecosystem services perspective, I'd love to see national level ETS, emissions trading systems, that include the forest sector, that can provide payments, whether it's for carbon. I mean, that's the natural starting point. But we should also be looking at the broader suite of ecosystem services: biodiversity, water, air quality, human benefits. And if we, that's what I'd like to see both at the international level and at the domestic level.
David.
And in a similar vein, I think alongside carbon and carbon trading, there's also the point about, are we getting jurisdictional policies to protect landscapes, and are they enforced? Because all too often they exist, but they're not enforced. And that's a challenge for companies at my end of the value chain, because we're working with suppliers day in, day out, and we're emphasizing through policy and frameworks with them, but we also need support on the ground. And then I think the third point would, for me, be around how the investor market continues to drive this conversation. That's why we at Reckitt are part of the task force on nature-related financial disclosure. It's very much around identifying both risks and interventions to protect and enhance ecosystems and biodiversity, and be transparent around the framework of that so that the market-based investors can see what people are doing and how they're acting on it to make certain that those ecosystems and those services that are derived from them actually are sustainable for the long term.
Thank you very much, David. I'm turning now to Ulf again. From IKEA's perspective, what policies would you like to see in place that would help you become an even stronger leader? Because you are leading in this, obviously.
Yeah, first of all, I want to acknowledge that policies are important. Even if I'm a big supporter of market-based systems where the market players can agree themselves, of course, we cannot rely only on that. We need stronger legislations also in countries. And of course, to do then taking proper decisions on legislations, for example, also need science. And that's another thing where, of course, governments can contribute to support universities, for example. The very obvious topic that we all talk about now is biodiversity. And I'm not still happy with the tools we have to identify and verify biodiversity in our forest around the world. So more science is needed, and that's one area where policies can support. Then, of course, simple protection when we have identified those areas. But legislation is useless without also the power of enforcement of the legislation, of course, which is also another challenge we see in many of the countries where we are working.
Well, thank you very much, Ulf. Your work continues, and your work continues, and our work continues. This is a field that we really just need to keep pressing on and make sure that we get this in place as soon as possible for many reasons. So thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you very much, David. And thank you very much, Ulf.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
It's now time to wrap up this segment, and it's my pleasure to invite back on stage Johan Falk and also Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, who, among other many titles, but you are part of the Club of Rome, and also you are one of the authors of the Earth for All report. And please have a seat, Sandrine and Johan.
Thank you.
Please, would you like to share your perspective on how we can scale both plant-rich food and also regenerative agriculture much faster?
Well, having come out of the UN Food System Summit and also as co-chair of the resilience track, I think that there were so many incredible solutions that we were given at the UN Food System Summit that focused obviously on shifting the financial structures away from subsidies towards industrial agriculture and rather shifting those subsidies to regenerative agriculture. But I also think that what we're hearing here more and more in terms of land use in general, whether it be farmers or whether it be in the forest area, is that if we're going to have regenerative forest and regenerative agriculture, we must work more with those that are on the ground. We must enhance actually the vision of what that future looks like to be regenerative and work with those communities to bring in the existing knowledge, but also the new technologies and knowledge that we have to scale up regenerative agriculture and regenerative forestry across the globe. And our call has been, both through Earth for All, but also in our Planetary Emergency Partnership, to very much move towards 50% of our land being converted towards regenerative by 2030.
So you've spent a few days here at the COP. What is your sense when it comes to these important topics? Are we seeing more of this discussion here than we did last year?
Absolutely, and I think regenerative is definitely the buzzword, as is resilience. My worry with buzzwords is that they start to get diffused and people don't really understand what they mean. So we need to be very clear as to what we mean in terms of regenerative and the way in which we qualify what that might be from a criteria perspective, also from a true cost accounting perspective. But then I also think what's very important now is to link up the conversations in these hallways with the conversation actually in the negotiations. And that is where I feel there is still a large disconnect.
And how could we address this disconnect?
I think the only way that we can address this, and this is something that I've been speaking to some of the authors of Earth for All, including Johan Rockström, who I know has also been on your program and is a very good friend of this program, which is that we're going to have to stop being complicit in coming to these events. I think all of us are feeling a sense of frustration.
Indeed.
And what we need to do is hold our leaders accountable and hold the next presidencies accountable. The UAE cannot actually hold a conference that, one, does not take into consideration all the partners and really bring in the non-state actor voice in a very active way. But I think most importantly, we have to start making progress in some of the big, crunchy agreements, the 100 billion, the damage and loss, addressing debt cancellation. Otherwise, I do not see how we can continue to have these conferences.
Thank you, Sandrine. Johan Falk, you've been listening in all day on this session, of course, and been part of it. What is your main takeaway from today, or your reflections, please?
Yeah, there have been excellent discussions, excellent perspectives shared. What I would say is that we do have a roadmap which was shown, the Exponential Roadmap for Natural Climate Solutions, which is also incredibly ambitious, which it needs to be, basically. A lot of roadmaps are lukewarm, but this is incredibly ambitious. But it's also focusing on what are the solutions, which is reasonably clear. These are the solutions and how fast they need to scale. And also that the key to scale the solutions will be the people on the ground, and actually who needs to have the knowledge and have the incentives to actually, if we should be able to succeed. So I think that is incredibly important. I also believe there were really, really strong examples of solutions. I think you need the leaders in each area to really, truly collaborate to move as quickly as ever possible. So I'm talking about working with the farmers, the companies, the financial community. It's just really a tiny percentage of the funding going to the people, the farmers. I would guess 1% or something, or less. And that needs to change, yeah. It's a systematic transformation, so I think a hope could be, I mean, we have a destructive system with destructive policies, but think about it, if you can get an absolute movement in the food system, in the regenerative agriculture, forestry and protection, these movements will also support each other. So I think an opportunity could be that we could actually reach a tipping point. So it will be a race to the top, which is good for people and biodiversity and the carbon sinks. So I think I'm reasonably positive that this could be achievable and that we can do it, and which is our fantastic campaign through We Don't Have Time, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and many, many partners, Race to Zero, We Mean Business. And that points on that now we need to put really the pressure on the governments, the companies, and everyone who can influence need really to tell our politicians and governments we need policies which is in line with 1.5 and not blocking the transformation. And it's not just in fossil fuels where we have these perverted subsidies actually hindering us to transform and keep 1.5, but it's also policies in agriculture as well as forestry, which is hindering the transformation. So putting pressure on governments is also extremely important. We need to step that up 2023.
Well, thank you, Johan. I see you're nodding, Sandrine. I'd like to have your reflections on the financing part here, because I know you're really good at that too. So we're looking at this massive need to scale solutions when it comes to nature restoration and food and agriculture. What are you lacking in terms of financial models?
I think there are a variety of ways in which we need to address financing. First of all, we need to understand that natural capital has to have a value within the investment system, but also in terms of our accounting and our budgeting at all national levels. So that's the first. I think the other is that we're starting to talk potentially about debt for nature swaps. So starting to think about the way in which, again, we can give value to those forests that are all of our lungs, coming from obviously Brazil and through the Amazon or other countries linked to the Amazon, but also the Congo Basin and other areas inside Africa, Indonesia. So we need to start placing a value on that nature, which is really creating the potential for us to offset the continuous emissions, but also regenerate our soil and create a regenerative economy. Now, how do we do that? I think we have to structure our financial systems across the board to enable for natural and human capital to be incorporated. And that must happen at the international level, whether you look at the World Bank or the IMF, the way in which the multilateral development banks are giving loans and how they give those loans, that debt cancellation, as I was indicating, then moving into the criteria development scientifically of how do we actually place a value on biodiversity. And then in addition to that, start to get rid of the perversities in our markets. So ensure that we no longer have the subsidies for industrial agriculture, that we no longer have the subsidies for fossil energy or for minerals that are going to deplete actually our biodiversity. So this is the way in which you can start to structure your financial system. Maybe one last thought is that one of the exciting parts of this COP, and I must say there have not been very many, I'm very disappointed right now. I very much hope that we will stick with our 1.5. I do believe we can do it, but if we don't do it soon, we will have missed our opportunity. Forestry and the forest agreements that we saw and the partnership agreements led by the United Kingdom coming in from Glasgow, but also now being taken over by the US, Ghana, and so many countries working together, has demonstrated that we can actually shift capital very quickly, billions, in order to protect our forest and to reforest. But very importantly, again, also to transfer some of those funds to indigenous communities that are on the front line and the caretakers of our forests. And that is really fundamental. And we should do the same for our rural communities and our farmers that are going to regenerate our soil, rather than continuously enabling windfall profits for those that are actually creating the problem and emitting the greenhouse gas emissions that we want to bring down.
Well, thank you very much, Sandrine. And there's plenty of this in the fantastic book, Earth for All, that just came out. Well, it's more like 8 weeks ago. So I can highly recommend this. I'd like for you to have the last 4 minutes here to conclude what your thoughts are on how we really move forward on this topic. I mean, the Exponential Roadmap is a roadmap, and it can be used in all sectors of society. So give us your call to action when it comes from the roadmap map perspective and nature-based solutions, please.
Thank you. I think it's very much about putting people in the center and the actual entrepreneurs, as we talked about, the farmers on the ground and the foresters. And also we need to shift the perspective from global north. We have a big responsibility because we are a big part of the problem through our diets, and that we are our overconsumption. But I also think a lot of the new innovation and entrepreneurship will and should come from global south. I think it's really also about a mind shift. I think the biggest mistake we did as humans was when we divorced nature, and we need to get back to nature, basically, and come close to nature and start keep it close to our heart. That's so incredibly important. And what every person do will count. We need every person on deck in this movement, and we can contribute from our various positions, as far as I see it, within our company, or if we can work on influencing governments or policies. The key point is now is to get sufficiently number of people on board this new movement for, I think, climate and the planet. And there comes so much positive with this transformation, as far as I see it. Better health and the protecting of the biodiversity, where climate and nature goes absolutely hand in hand, the two parts of the same coin. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there are plenty of win-wins, but we are indeed in dire straits and in a hurry. So let's, like you once said, we need all hands on deck here. Well, thank you very much for this session. Thank you very much, Sandrine de Clèves, for joining us, and Johan Falk, of course. This marks the end of this segment here of the session. We talk about food and land, an exponential roadmap. And we will now take a break for the plenaries, and we'll be back after that. Thank you very much.
Devastated by climate change. A severe drought came and left us with nothing to eat or drink, and we went for days without food. One day I collapsed onto the ground, and in my young mind I actually thought I was going to die. But thankfully, an aid worker with the United Nations found me. Sorry, we have a technical issue.
Foundation, and we are very proud partner of the UNFCCC, whom we thank very warmly for their trust, their time. Without the wonderful work of their team, I think this session would not have happened. I would like to say that we are extremely grateful for our absolutely outstanding panel today. As you can imagine, some of them are leading negotiations for their country, and so they have, one could say, better priorities than come and speak, but they really wanted to connect with you, and I have the order not to speak too much because they all want to engage with you. So I report for duty and accept that, of course. Before we start, I'd like to, of course, introduce our panel. This is a kind of panel that needs no introduction, and I think that's the laziest introduction that you could come up with, because the last thing that speakers want to hear is that they need no introduction. So with us today, Minister Ina Rabbani Kar, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs from the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Minister Kar was the youngest and first woman to serve as Foreign Minister in 2011. She's been back at Parliament since 2018 and back in government since last April, and her leadership has been instrumental to promote the voice of our country at a time of increasing tension and insecurity in the region, as well as treating and dealing with the horrendous impact of climate change in her country. With us today, John Forbes Kerry, presidential envoy, special presidential envoy for climate of President Biden. Mr. Kerry has held pretty much every single position one could dream of at the top of US politics. Lieutenant governor, senator. Well. Some do.
Sorry, but he opened that up.
Yeah, presidential. I dream secretly. Presidential candidate, and more recently, State Secretary under President Obama, and it's a real honor to have you with us, sir. And last but not least, Saber Chaudhary, who has been a member of the Parliament of the Republic of Bangladesh for 13 years now, if I'm not mistaken. He stands as head of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Climate Change, Forest and Environment, and he was served as president of the Interparliamentary Union until 2017. With that introduction, I'd like to leave the floor to our board member, and please, the floor is yours, Frank.
Yeah, good afternoon, and I welcome you in the name of the BMW Foundation. Really delighted to have such distinguished guest speakers, and I'm happy to reconnect with you, Secretary Kerry and Minister Carr. I remember our latest encounter early this year at the Munich Security Conference, and where we were thinking about how to prepare for the next shocks which could coming up. Thank you, it's much easier so. And 5 days later, we have seen the Russian invasion with all consequences we know, implications on the economies and supply chains, and of course in food and energy security. So that's why we are facing a tremendous poly-crisis right now. And the message today is clear. We are here to talk and to continue about cooperations on coalition within regions, between the different countries, and to see how to continue the cooperation at that respect in order to fight the climate crisis. If we do not come together as we are bound together, we will fail to reach the 1.5-degree target by 2050, but even further, we will fail on collective resilience. That's why we are here. That's why I have the honor to have you as a panelist and to showcase examples on that. And I'd like to quote President Biden, who said it's better to have the power of examples than to have examples of our powers. And with this sense, I'd like to hand over to Grégoire and invite you to listen to that tremendous panel. Thanks to be here. Good to have you.
Thank you, Frank. The mic was borrowed by Secretary Kerry. I'm really expert at technology, but I'm sure you will have more to tell us about. I'd like to start with you, Minister Carr. I mean, I'm mindful of the time, and I will try to be as little French as I can, and therefore be brief as I possibly should in the introduction. I mean, this topic needs no introduction. Multilateralism is under shock. Has been tested for too long now, and this year, and we're not reached the end of it yet, has definitely been a geopolitical game changer that has actually accelerated many global trends, many trends which are climate-induced, climate-related. So just for a background, correct me if I'm wrong, a third of your country is underwater today. This means nearly 35 million people. A third of the population of Egypt, our host country, half of the French population, more than half of the French population. There were terrible floods over the last summer, not just in Pakistan, all over the world, but especially in Pakistan. A third of the victims were children. So this is not just an environmental crisis. It is also, if not above all, a human and humanitarian crisis. So the question I ask, do you think that because we've been hearing so much about how we can mitigate, prepare, anticipate, the focus is there, allocating funds to reduce carbon emission, okay, but not so much on what we can do once climate has struck. What can we support those millions of people whose lives are at risk? So is it just a misperception, or is there a real imbalance of focuses?
Okay, so there's no way to start answering that question, because it's not about when this will strike us. I feel climate and its impact has already struck us, but I feel we're still sleepwalking our way through as if life is going to remain normal. And all of the geopolitical threats and risks that you mentioned will only be there if the planet remains. And so I genuinely feel that Pakistan in some ways is a message from God to the rest of the world as a poster child of what happens when climate strikes. And no amount of resilience will come in the way of when it strikes. And I find it very interesting coming to places like this, because I find that sometimes we are very clear on what we're against, but not very clear on what we started to being there, for. And interestingly, there's this north-south, east-west, developing, underdeveloped, developed. And the point is that this is the same planet that we all know. The planet doesn't know who is east or west or north or south. One portion of the planet gets hit, all of us get hit. It's like me saying my right arm doesn't want the wellness of my left arm, because my left arm would rather have itself be protected. It's my entire body. I mean, the planet is exactly like that. So we can do our divisions, the north, south, east, west, developed, underdeveloped. The planet doesn't care. And there will really be no... So I say this with the enormity of, I guess, emotion and empathy, because these numbers can become just numbers. 33 million. What does it matter? I mean, can anyone understand or grasp the enormity of 33 million? Or even 3,000? And as a mother of 3 young children, when I find out that 650,000 women on the way of childbirth did not only not have the protection of a home, but not even the protection of a tent as they were struck with this disaster. And I go back and I say, okay, let's pick up the global architecture on climate change, and we know this is a climate event because in the same area we had drought in the same time, just literally a year, a month before. Then we have forest fires in Pakistan, never heard before. So it doesn't take Einstein to tell us that, this is all climate inspired. And then we are asked, did you not build the resilience? And we go around, we go like, well, this is not an area which was supposed to receive monsoon in the first place. So, and that's what climate change does. It gives you unexpected, unpredictable realities. Now, in all of that, when we go back and we go like, okay, let's open the climate architecture and say, what is available for Pakistan to immediately go and immediately find some assistance? As everybody knows, we are a resource-starved country. And we find out that nothing is immediately available. And this is by no means underestimating the generosity of countries like the United States, frankly speaking, which was one of the first countries which come up in large numbers. Many European countries, China, UAE, Saudi Arabia, in terms of humanitarian assistance. But what happens when you're immediately struck by this disaster? And what happens to a country which, as we all know, is on a $6 billion type IMF balance of payment support, and you told that the loss and damage propagated by this one event is $32 billion. Okay? And you told, deal with it. Okay? So I do not want to get into the debate of this, that, the other. I want to get into the debate of how do we change this conversation from a lose-lose conversation to a win-win conversation. Okay? I'm very happy with the loss and damage on the agenda. Secretary Kerry had clearly a role to play with it. We in Pakistan believe we had a huge role to play with it, together with the developing countries. And I do not believe we're on the opposite sides. We're all on the same side. And I think that's the approach that we need. Win-win rather than lose-lose.
Well, talking of loss and damage, sense the vibes here. Talking of loss and damage, I mean, this is something we would never have imagined some years ago, and this is one of the big successes of this three-day-old COP. And as Minister Carr rightfully stressed, the leadership of Secretary Kerry has been quite instrumental. I'd like to bring in a rather provocative question. The French president arrived here yesterday, he left yesterday and said, it's time that the US and China pay their fair share. So my question, is it me, or it's either a naughty French sense of humor, and I know you're acquainted with the French, so you might be able to read this, or the French president has a eyesight condition? Because wherever we look, the US has been leading the way in Pakistan, for instance, last summer, but also in adaptation finance. Is there a misperception, or is he right? You have not paid enough.
Do you want me to leave now? No, I'm joking. So, let's put this in its proper perspective, but also, yes, we do need to pay more. No question. And long before he said that, I've been saying that to my own government and to people around the world. Of course we should pay more. We're the largest economy in the world by far. China's the second largest economy in the world. And we are the second largest, and they are the first largest emitters in the world. So we do bear responsibility to step up and do what we need to do. What I don't think people legitimately follow, however, how much we do. And they don't count all the things that we do against the measurement process of the UN, et cetera, which is unfortunate. For instance, everybody's upset because the $100 billion target of Paris 2015 has not been fulfilled completely. It's at 90-something. I don't know, when I got 90-something at school on a test, I thought I did pretty well. So it's at 90-something. But what they don't count is a month ago in Pittsburgh, we brought people together for an energy summit forum. 16 nations met our challenge to put $90 billion onto technology development and deployment, and we actually raised $94 billion. But not $1 billion of that counts against what the United States is mobilized to put in, because the money, for whatever reason, is supposed to be appropriated by your Congress. And Donald Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement, never put a dime in the budget. So the first budget that Joe Biden gets when he's president of the United States, he doubled the money, and then he quadrupled the money. And in addition to that, put a program together called PREPARE, President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience. And we boldly and forwardly supported in Glasgow the doubling of the amount of money that goes into adaptation, up to 40%. And it's fine if people want to make it 50 in terms of that public distribution. But I got news for you folks. That debate and that struggle is nibbling around the edges of where we are and what we have to be thinking about. No nation on the planet has enough money in their public budgets or otherwise to solve a problem. The UN Finance Report says that in order to be able to deal with the crisis and avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis, we need to be investing $2.5 to $4.5 trillion every year for the next 30 years. And the McKinsey report goes up as high as 9 trillion. I don't think it's fully 9. I think that counts all the capex and everything. But the point I'm making is, here we are in COP27 trying to solve the climate crisis. And if I gave you a choice between solar, wind, and geothermal and fossil fuel, who do you think is still getting the biggest subsidies in the world of all those four? You know who it is. That's insanity. We can't find the money to deal with Pakistan. We can't find the money to deal with all the things we need to do to adapt and build resilience. But still, governments are subsidizing the cause of the problem. What's the problem here? We have to stop emissions. And if we don't stop emissions, this planet changes inexorably into something that is inhospitable to life. And who knows where the greatest disruption will be. The planet will be here, but the planet will be a very different place. So what do? I mean, we have to start fighting for greater common sense to be applied to this whole process. And we have to find the money to be able to put into this transition. We could make this transition, folks. We could win this battle. We're just not making the choices that actually allow us to. And so, obviously, what do? When you're digging a hole, you know you're going in the wrong direction, you got to stop digging. That's the first thing you do. And we haven't stopped digging, let alone put the ladder in place to climb out and begun to do what we need to do to get there. So, bottom line, President Biden has $12 billion he's put into the PREPARE program. $3 billion a year for the next few years. $3 billion is in the budget that he has submitted for this year. But I got news for you. If what I think will happen in today's elections happens, and the House is gone, you're not going to see that money. So where are we going to find this money? Where are we going to find trillions of dollars? Who has the trillions of dollars? Oh, the private sector. The only entity with literally trillions of dollars ready to deploy. I went to the top 6 banks in the United States of America when I got this job. And I said, how much money are you prepared to put into fighting the climate crisis over the next years till 2030? And they came back, they worked with us. And they said $4.2 trillion. But that's not giveaway money, folks. It's investment money. You have to have bankable deals. So how do we build a bankable deal? We're going to have to find some cash, concessionary money is the term, to put up in order to facilitate accelerating the transition and to help take care of adaptation and resilience building, et cetera. Now, we're supporting the Secretary General's call for everybody to have knowledge and have preparation, early warning. We need to put early warning in place. Yes, we can build certain amount of adaptation that does indeed protect people against some of the worst, ravages of the climate crisis. But there's no way possible to adapt to all of the damage and to adapt to all of the changes in the planet unless we reduce the emissions. So you cannot suddenly say, let's adapt, build resilience, and forget about mitigation. Because you will wipe out any notion that you've been able to build enough adaptation to get this done. And how do you prevent future damage? How do you prevent the next storm and the next storm that's bigger than the last storm? Which is what will happen if the planet continues to dump 90% of its heat into the ocean. That's what's happening. And that rises in greater amounts of moisture. And then it falls on Pakistan and in the United States and in Europe and elsewhere. So my friends, we have the ability, unlike every other species on the planet, to be rational and to think. President Kennedy once said, most of the problems on the planet are caused by human beings, and therefore most of them can be solved by those human beings. So I hope this COP will get it right. The United States is among a few countries that has actually adopted a plan and on a pathway to keep 1.5 degrees alive. We're doing it. 50 to 52% reduction between now and 2030. The Inflation Reduction Act, which puts hundreds of billions of dollars online for solar and wind and new technologies, which we will share with the world. But that alone isn't going to do it if the other countries are pursuing a different track. We left Glasgow with 65% of the global economic product of the world, GDP, committed to legitimate plans to keep 1.5 degrees alive. But that means 35% did not make that commitment. China, Russia, India, Indonesia, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Mexico, which will step up here. And by the way, Indonesia, likewise, will step up while we're here. And South Africa is making movements. And India is doing everything in its power to distribute 500 gigawatts of solar and wind. So there are countries that are developing countries that are struggling to make this happen. And what we need to do, our responsibility, is to work with them, put money on the table, technology on the table, and help them to be able to achieve those goals. If we all do that, joining together, we can win the battle. But if we have countries bringing new coal-fired power plants online, at the very moment that the IEA is saying to us, we need to get rid of 870 gigawatts of coal-fired power, we can't make it under those circumstances. So everybody's got to be a fair distributor of criticism. We're happy to take our share. But unlike some, we sit there and we'll tell you how we're going to move this. We need everybody on this planet to join this fight, to win this battle, and in the next 10 years is what matters. I know everybody says, I'm 2050 net zero. Well, that's great, net 2050. I won't, luck, but I will plan. I have plans to be here in 2030. And I'm telling you folks, if we don't do enough between now and 2030, the scientists tell us you will not be able to keep 1.5 degrees. So that's where we are. It's a provocative question, but you see, I'm appropriately provoked to come back and say, yeah, we need to do more. We all